Hello, everybody. We are here at the end, or nearing the end, of the most prestigious Omega Strikers competition that we can offer here in North America. Now, I am Brickbat today, here to go over some of the highlights of the regular seasons, mainly the All Pro vote, before we get into the final few series of the season 4 of the North American Strikers League. So, right now, we've got some exciting Omega Strikers today, but for now, we're going to be looking at all the votes collected from teams, admins, refs, and casters to see which players won out on the All Pro vote today. Now, first and foremost, we're going to start with the most valuable substitute here. I believe it's going to be, waiting for the reveal here, Barcode of Showtime. Signature character today or this season has been Mako, but has been known to hold it down on so many different melee goalies, absolutely earning his 100% win rate here in the North American Strikers League as a substitute, and will probably be representing Showtime here in some of these playoff games. Now, moving on from that, though, we're going to have our most improved player. This is the player that all the players, refs, and admins believed has improved the most, and that's going to be Forgot. Signature character being Luna of Cosmic Calamities. We see, I believe, one of the few North American Strikers League players to do a successful role swap here this season. Cosmic Calamities, while not here today in playoffs, definitely put on a showing and absolutely proved themselves to be a dominant force within the North American Strikers League. Now, to follow that up, we're going to have our Rookie of the Season be introduced, and that goes to none other than Drew of Bang Bang, winning a landslide amount of votes, I believe. This North American brawler has proven himself to be playoffs worthy, with Bang Bang finishing second in the regular season. So, congratulations to Drew, Forgot, and Barcode for their well deserved victories here on the All Pro vote. Next, though, we're going to be going into the North American Strikers League All-Pro teams. Again, these are the cumulative votes of different referees, casters, and admins throughout the system, throughout the season, and we'll see what they have voted for today. Our first team is going to be, or the third place team, I suppose, is going to go over to Gumi, Gramella, and Drew from Demon's Raw, Bang Bang, and again, Bang Bang, respectively. These players have earned third in their position, again showing their dominance throughout the regular season. Now, moving on to our second place team, we're going to see some of our familiar favorites here in Lily Bun, Kainoob, and Bells here taking up the second place All-Pro team. Lily Bun, of course, being an absolute dominant force defensively on the Bun Bun Bonanza, alongside Kainoob and Bells, some staple players here in the North American Strikers League. And that brings us to our, drum roll please, final team of the North American Strikers League All Pro vote. The first place team, these are players that have been deemed kind of their most valuable, or the most valuable players within their position within the North American Strikers League. And coming up soon, we'll see what they have. It's going to be You Already Lose of the Sad Boys, followed by his midfielder Vaughn. And Scyther 12 of the Bun Bun Bonanza will be winning the Brawler All Pro vote of the season here, earning his position here on the first place team of All Pro. Now, finally, in a very close vote, probably one of the closest that we've ever had here in the North American Strikers League, the overall most valuable player of the season 4 of the North American Strikers League regular season, that vote is going to go over to Vaughn, who has, I believe, as of recently, as of the last few weeks, become the most diverse player in the North American Strikers League, playing the most characters, finally beating out Daftgrass for that role by, I believe, picking. Oof, I don't even know the number. I think it's like 18 or something characters. Vast majority of the roster. He is the most diversified player in the North American Strikers League and earns his most valuable player spot, I believe, this season. But that's going to be all the votes from the North American Strikers League. We've still got some amazing Omega Strikers left coming up, and that'll be coming very soon. I believe we'll be joined by Dendar and Gordo after a short break to start our first series of Sad Boys versus the Bun Bun Bonanza, as Sad Boys look to break that first seed North American Strikers League playoff curse to take out Bun Bun Bonanza and send them to losers. But again, we'll have a quick break first, but after that, we'll have an exciting day of Omega Strikers here in North America. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League playoffs, where we are about to kick off our very first match of the bracket. We've got the Sad Boys taking on Bun Bun Bonanza, and the map picks and bans already come on through down below us. My name's Gordo. I'm joined by Dendar on the first block of casts today. Dendar, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing well, but I'm a little concerned about the Bun Bun Bonanza because they are facing a Titan in this first game. However, Season 3, we did see them face off against Demons Raw in the first round, and they succeeded over them. So we'll have to see if they can defeat this Titan as well. Following up that game, however, we'll be following it up with a bang. Two, you could even say, because we're going to have the Bang Bang versus Demons Raw. So we'll have to see how those pan out. But, Gordo, how are you feeling about this first game that it looks like we're getting straight into?
I'm excited for this one. I mean, the predictions already looking like they're starting to heavily favor the Sad Boys. You can't really blame them for that. This is the greatest of all time North American Strikers League team. They are coming in for the three-peat. A lot of hype coming up behind these guys, but definitely a bit of room for the Bun Bun Bonanza squad to be able to find the upset here. They have definitely put together some really good matches over the course of this season. I think this team's been growing together over the course of the last two splits. Really, really excited for Scyther coming in off of his first all-team, all-pro win here. And that's going to be very exciting here as he's joined by two other members of the first team in the Sad Boys.
Absolutely, but looks like we're going to be taking a look at these picks and bans already as we've gotten into this. I didn't get to see the full draft, however, we do see ourselves on Taiko Temple here, a map that I'm a big fan of. And we're going to see the Era X composition with Kai as the goalie for the side of the Sad Boys. A very powerful composition with that X Era scaling, and then you already lose, making a masterwork of anything they play. However, on the other side, we're going to have a little bit of a different pickup here. We've got the Imi Drakkar Vice, Drakkar Brawler, something we've been seeing a bit more from Scyther 12 and from the series in general, with Liari on that Imi, very powerful midfielder on this map, especially if you can get something like extra special to make those sentry turrets really difficult to deal with. And then finally, Lilybut on the Vice. We've seen them time and time again be able to walk up on the offense, even though they are the goalie, and make everything happen. So we'll have to see if having that extra teleportation with that eject button is going to work out for them. But taking a look at the starting awakenings as well, we have Bells on the Vicious Vambrace. Is an interesting pick here, but one where you have to fight in this pocket against a Vice is, I think, going to be quite nice. So we're just going to have to see how that works out, but the net's already open.
Yeah, nice little maneuver from Bells there up by the top to be able to get that second barrier, find his way in to open up the goal. Liari, though, some nice core control coming through. She's going to be able to take her own of those barriers, but Bells able to find the shot in up against Lilybun. Lily not quite able to fend that one off at the first point. We'll go over to the Sad Boys.
Let's take a look at these starting awakenings here as we've got the stagger build going across the board, everybody on peak performance. We already talked about how that X and the Era are going to scale quite well. They've already got one piece of that puzzle, but to contest the Ember Monarchs here, we've actually got Scyther on the Pummelers, but without those Pummeler kills coming out, with this net being open this early, we're going to have to find a new way to make value from that.
Absolutely here. There's going to be the pass down. Bell's actually taking a little bit of control there. Flip comes out of You Already Lose right to Vaughn. Liari able to fend off one shot, but not two. Bells follows it up and will be able to score a second. The Sad Boys taking an early lead here in set number one.
Very strong start from a very strong team. We've got Vaughn with the flip available, but the energy's pretty low from the other two players. We'll have to see if they can finally get some abuse on there, maybe get some Pummeler's kills, maybe get some eject button action to find some kills. But there we see Scyther 12 getting a quick kill on the goalie, getting very good value here, as now they have this flip and a power play in their hands.
Absolutely here. Wow, lots of damage coming on across there. So You Already Lose going to end up coming through the respawn. Bell's already very low on the stagger. Scyther trying to finishing him off, but taking a fair bit of damage on the other side. Will be able to get the KO here as Bun Bun tries to find their footing in this first set. Emotes coming on out. There's going to be 5 seconds to go on that respawn. Will they be able to take this barrier? Yes, they will. A nice shot from Liari into the cyber swipe. Scyther with a scoring opportunity, but it gets blocked away by Vaughn. They will be able to hold on for the time being. The Sad Boys looking to complete the sweep. A nice lock and load from Scyther, though, will take it right out of the hands of You Already Lose and put Bun Bun on the board.
With that shotgun, they have secured not a 3-0 sweep in this first round, but they've still got a little bit of a ways to go if they want to make this reversal. That said, I do like what I'm seeing so far, but perhaps one thing I'd like to see a little bit more of is some core control off of that center drum. There we see Scyther go for a cheeky double barrier attempt with a good angle, but it is stuffed out. That said, I think a big part of this map is awareness, aware of your surroundings. I know that's a big thing on a lot of maps, things like Atlas's, the black hole on Atlas's lab, rather. Can be something that you can play around quite well, but here I think these drums really are something that you have to be careful with, regardless of which side you are on, the offense or the defense. But with that defensive flip, it's a lot of back and forth here, Gordo.
Absolutely is. There's some really great defense coming out of both of the goalies over these last couple of volleys. You already lose fending off some near impossible plays with the Supernova, but Lily Bun doing much the same on the other side. Finally going to be able to slip one through with the power cord to be able to take that second barrier, and there's going to be one from Liari as well. Scyther pushing it through, and it's 2-2. We're going to 0.5 on set number 1.
Ooh, a long game coming to us. You would think that with this map being arguably the polar opposite of Oni Village, where we see some of the longest games on that map, this one, sometimes the games are so short it happens in the blink of an eye. Here, because there's so much back and forth and these players are so talented and fighting for their spot in these playoffs to survive, there's so much more you have to think about and contend against, and it makes it so difficult to find any leverage against these players. That said, both sides are making good use of what they have available, but I think if the rounds are already going this long, should the round count follow in suit, the scaling from the side of Sad Boys might be danger.
Absolutely here, and this is why it's so important to be able to take some of these early sets. Liari continuing to keep it pushed out there with the Cyber Sentry, now trying to get it up to Scyther, but Bell's going to be able to interrupt that with the Bell Ringer. Scyther falling up towards the top, going to be able to avoid that stun, and now coming on through, there's the dash from Bells, and he will push it through. 3-2 on the scoreboard. The Sad Boys take set number 1.
The Bull Rush scores the point, but the Sad Boys seem to be in no rush to end this game quickly. They look quite comfortable here. As now we take a look at this Awakening draft. A lot of good options here. The Missile Propulsion going to be taken away. A good deny from the Jakar, and also just a good pick for the Kai goalie, giving them a little bit of extra range on those Giga Blasts, and perhaps some cheeky kills off the side where a lot of times you do have to play. That said, Scyther doubling down on this Pummeler's exchange, going for the prize fighter here, giving them a little bit more power, and in these pockets it's going to be a little bit more damage. Some stagger going over to the side of Liari. That's going to go quite well with the peak performance they already had. Looking at the rest of Lily Bun, getting a little bit more speed, always good as a goalie. Bells getting the unstoppable. I think it's X. It's actually a quite nice pickup here, because there's a lot of times where you have some windup and you have to prepare these setups to get these scoring opportunities, and giving yourself a get-out-of-jail-free card can be quite nice, just as Liari seems to get one with a little bit of plot armor there. That dash punch not connecting, but that Thunderstruck will, but it's actually Jakar who goes down in this exchange.
Yeah, so going to be without Scyther now for the next couple of seconds, and Bell's looking to capitalize. Bull Rush forward, has the follow-up from Vaughn with the Bewitching Beam, and they will be able to take that second barrier. We'll get the respawn across now. It's back to the full 3-on-3, but now going to be Bun Bun Bonanza on the back foot. Bell's trying to take control on the other side, going to get hit by that power cord. There's the flip from Liari off the drum, trying to bounce it up towards that barrier. Still won't be able to find it. The rebound's coming through from Scyther, though, as Liari keeps following on up with the cyber swipes. Another power cord comes on across, pushes away Bells, trying to keep him from taking control over the core and trying to close out the game. There's going to be another Supernova pushing him further away, and still not able to get themselves into the goal. Scyther taking back control, going to be able to find a nice lock-and-load angle to be able to take that second barrier, and the shot from the Xeno Cloak will put it on through and put Bun Bun Bonanza on the board in set number 2.
That extra power from the Xeno Cloak in overtime, giving you that red core, is very reminiscent of Kazan's closed poke when he has that closed form as the goalie. So we'll have to see if that is something that comes up more often. But right now the punches are coming up from Bells, looking for potentially a KO or a goal here. It's just so suffocating. The round barely started, and a point already goes to the Sad Boys, evening things up 1-1, but they've still got that set lead. So there's a bit of a mountain to climb here for Bun Bun Bonanza, but not one they haven't overcome in the past.
Yeah, really tough there to be able to keep up that defense, even with 2 members in the goal arc, still not able to fend off that repeated shot coming on across. There's going to be another cyber swipe from Liari, trying to keep that control. Glitch Pop going to do a little bit of work there as well. It's still not able to get its way on towards the barriers. Bell's going to snag away from that passing play, but the flip out of Lily will be able to keep that space that they need and give them more opportunities with both of those barriers still standing. Thunderstruck comes on across, probably not going to follow that one through. A flip out of You Already Lose, fended back away from Lily Bun and getting the possession back into Liari. You already lose, doing a good job of keeping up this defense, though. Scyther kind of stuck on the wrong end, trying to get himself out of there, but forced to blow the energy burst to avoid going on down. Now very low on stagger, but still able to reset and restart. There's going to be Liari trying to pass it on through. Vaughn going to be able to stuff it right off the back of that core flip and keep the offense rolling. They still have yet to be able to get onto a barrier, though, and it will be a nice shot from Scyther to be able to take that one. Now with a scoring opportunity to lock and load. Scyther takes a second one, and Bun Bun Bonanza take the lead in set 2.
Scyther looking locked and loaded into this game. Very good scoring attempts by them so far, and many successes in their hand. That said, it looks like it's a KO that's going to happen, but it's to the Vice goalie who's going to go down. That eject button can be a blessing and a curse there, as you put yourself in these dangerous positions to try to make offense happen for your team, but you can be horribly punished in the process, and here we see both barriers go down as penance.
Yeah, the timing just a little bit off there. Liari's glitch pop actually sending it back up into the barrier. Just wasn't able to travel far enough in time, but the respawn from Lilybun is here. Now an open goal, but one that they can defend for a bit. Never mind, as that Giga Blast going to stun up Lilybun and let the core sail on through.
I love that angle that we just saw from Vaughn there off the center drum to get that point. Normally, when I see the Vampire era, my first thought is, oh, it's Bells, but no, that is Vaughn here on the stage in this midfield position as shown by their MVP valet. That said, right now we're going to need to see some MVP midfielding, as it is a disaster on the defense. There's so much that you have to deal with, but they managed to make it through just fine, only losing one barrier, attempting to score one of their own. But Scyther's looking quite low here. Perhaps the next thing that could be scored is the body of that player.
Very possible here. He has been good at keeping himself safe on these low stagger counts while he waits behind enemy lines looking for some of these barriers, but the offense is chugging along for boys on the other side. Not going to be able to take a barrier off of it, but got a couple of shots on towards Lilybun off of it. There's going to be Bells taking back control again, not able to find those barriers, and will go back into the hands of Liari. Bells with another opportunity here, but it sails on past him. Now a chance for Scyther and Liari to reset and go for it again. The flip comes out of Liari. There's going to be the swing coming on through from Bells, but not able to find its way onto the core. Scyther coming in for an attack off the top side. There's going to be Lilybun in with the Supernova, stuns up the Sad Boys members and lets them take that second barrier. Bell's going to find one on the other side. Gets sent on down towards Liari. Lilybun trying to keep up with the barrier, but it will end up falling down. Now shots from Bells, not able to find its way onto the goal, but not done yet. Billy sends it back over to Scyther, trying to give an opportunity to take advantage of the open goal that they achieved earlier, but Liari lets it sail away, and look at that maelstrom from Vaughn. Calls out the core, splits away the goalie, and takes a second set for the Sad Boys.
The Prophet has arisen. The maelstrom from downtown 3 years in the past has come to realization and given them this goal. I saw it bouncing around. Bells had some excellent dribbles and maintaining of possession, but then finally it made its way around the world and into the hands of that tornado. That is a tough spot for Bun Bun Bonanza, but this draft looking a bit back and forth here, as this extra special is going to be quite nice for You Already Lose, but another stagger piece goes into the hands of Liari. That's going to be scary to contest that. This Monumentalist from Vaughn, we've already seen how good the tornadoes are. We literally just saw it, and now they're going to be even more terrifying. Picking up the rest of the draft, we've got the Deadeye onto Lilybun. They got KO'd last for their eject button. Perhaps now they will be using that eject button to get some KOs. Very strong pickup on that character. And then finally, the one that I really want to note here is this quick strike onto Scyther. Very strong player, but they're going to need some very strong strikes to get past this defense and even up this barrier count.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. Look at that damage onto Vaughn, though. Sent flying around from the drums, but still able to hold on to his life for now. And now, with a shot on goal, does get funded away from Lilybun, and there will be Scyther going to be able to get them into the goal and find the power play for the squad. They take the second barrier. No, they don't. It looked like it was there, but it was You Already Lose fending it back away, I believe, with the Giga Blast. There's going to be Scyther able to find it at the end of the day anyway. Another Supernova out of Lilybun, but there's that big Maelstrom out of Vaughn, already making big plays with that one this game. And Bells, with a scoring opportunity, takes the KO, but it gets saved in the nick of time by Lilybun. But is it just going to be delaying the inevitable here? The power play for the Sad Boys, a scoring opportunity. Bells can't get out of the core again. Another glitch pop fends it away, holding on for as long as possible, but Bells will take it at the end of the day.
A martyrdom save as they try their hardest to defend that. But at the end of the day, Bells, the brawler, gets it done. One thing I want to note, though, there is I saw an interesting setup on the defense in that power play situation where Scyther actually went back to the goalie position, recognizing that that lock and load is quite good against brawlers, just as it is good against goalies. But now that things are pretty quick this game, we'll have to see whether or not this is going to keep up or whether they're going to be able to defend this last barrier.
That's going to be the challenge here. Bun Bun has gone to full 5 for both of the sets thus far, but haven't been able to take one. Another big Maelstrom just takes Scyther right off the map, and this power play for the Sad Boys could put them on game point. Defended back away by Liari for now. Lilybun trying to come out of here with that Thunderstruck. Will be Scyther back on the respawn, trying to take it down towards the bottom of the map. Vaughn still keeping it on the aggressive side, though, and Bells resetting off the bottom, looking for a chance to be able to take the barrier. Will be able to do so. Vaughn just waiting in the wings at midfield, able to put it back into Bells' hands. Liari comes back on out, giving it over to Scyther. Flip will be fending it back on over, and there's Lilybun caught on the wrong side. Vaughn puts it on the other side of the Supernova and sends it home, 1 point away before the Sad Boys take game 1 of the playoff.
Super tough spot there. That minimum cast time on the Visalt now really showing its fangs there as it leads to an own goal, but it was a tough spot regardless. One thing I want to mention, though, is that regardless of how many power plays keep happening, these players on the defense just manage to survive time and time again. It really just goes to show how good these players are and why they're on this stage where even in a down position, they can make miracles happen, even if it costs them a life or two. But that said, the life of Scyther is almost taken by that Maelstrom, but this barrier is what's going to be taken instead.
Yeah, Bells with the breakaway here, looking to close out game number 1 for the Sad Boys. Sending it back over to Scyther. Scyther going to be able to take it into the barrier. Bells with another chance, though. Vaughn taking it up and away from the Supernova. Intelligent play there, but they will be able to find the second barrier on the reset. Coming back on across, Bells going to pop the Maximus, but the core's being kept away from him. Not for long, though. Bells will send it up to the top corner, take a 3-0 set after back-to-back 5-round sets, and take Sad Boys the first win, 3-0.
You know, we didn't make a mention of that explosive entrance that was picked up by Bells, because typically Dash Awakenings aren't the strongest thing on that character, but there, it was almost a goal attempt, so perhaps things like that in the future we'll have to take a look out for. Let's take a look at these stats, however, as high redirect count, both Bells and Scyther, both brawlers matching each other with exactly 100 redirects. However, the rest of the lobby kind of following in suit here as the midfielders both around 140-ish, 142, 146, and then finally the goalies, Lilybun with a little bit less redirects, but with those barrages from Kai, you do tend to get more with the multi-hit facet of that ability. That said, a 3-0 game, but definitely some close back and forth, but I think overall this composition that really scaled into this game just showed how powerful it can be and how X-Era is still very prominent in this game, even if it isn't the go-to meta.
Absolutely is, and what a win there for the Sad Boys. Comes up 3-0, was a little bit closer than the end scoreline will show. 2 different 5-round sets coming on through in the first and second sets, but it's the Sad Boys who come up time and time again, and they are looking calm, cool, and collected here as they start off their playoffs run, looking very strong here, as they often do once it starts to get to be this postseason. Just firing on all cylinders here. Really great stuff out of all 3 members.
Excellent performance, but there is always that lore of the Bun Bun power-up where they will be scaling, maybe not in that first game with all those Stagger Awakenings, but in this series, I could easily see them bringing this back, as there are players of the caliber who could easily do it. That said, Sad Boys looking quite good there, like you said, and looking quite comfortable. We'll have to see if on this next map of Demon Deus, one where I've seen Bun Bun be quite successful, we'll have to see whether or not Sad Boys can make the most of the composition that they pick, or whether or not this is going to be a little bit more home turf for Bun Bun. We'll just have to see, but it is Boys' pick, funny enough.
Yeah, it is. So back to Demon Days here for the teams in game number 2. And the side swap coming on through here as well. So we'll see what the draft is going to look like as soon as they're able to get it started. I do have a little bit of some concern for Bun Bun, like you said, given that they lost on their own pick in round number 1, but they should be able to come back from this if they're able to re-steady themselves. Again, they had some really good looks in that first game. I think Scyther on the Drakkar looked quite good. I've been really impressed with him as he expands his character pool over the course of Season 4 thus far. Let's see if he's going to bust out anything else new, go back to some old favorites. I still think that Rasmus from him can be super, super dangerous. Could be something that we end up seeing here in Game 2.
I'm a
Nope,
big fan of
stolen
the
away by boys, though.
Oh, it is stolen away. That said, I feel like on Demon Deus, if you see Erasmus, it's typically as the goalie. We saw a player like Frightfully Fresh pilot that character's success many a time. That said, taking a look at the rest of this draft, there is a lot of damage coming out. I do believe this is going to be the Rasmus goalie with the Zentaro forward. That said, we see potentially the same comp come up. We've got this Vice pickup and the Drakkar. We'll have to see what else is available to us here for this pick 5. That said, I do think the Drakkar can be quite good on this map, and we've seen it before. We'll just have to see if it keeps up here as we wait for this pick 5 and 6. That said, Glass Cannon and Rapid Fire. If Rapid Fire is a ton of damage, Glass Cannon is supposed to be the you need to survive, but I don't think you really have the room to survive on this map, nor the time. Perhaps something like Rasmus Goalie, who's going to be able to clear through those characters, will be able to make the most of it. But with a now on the table now for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza, I think it's a very strong pick here, and one that can use Rapid Fire quite well. We'll have to see how this works out. But either way, there's going to be a ton of damage, Gordo.
Absolutely, and at range as well. I think Liari and Scyther could be a real dangerous duo here on the Drakkar now. Coming into this game number 2, an Atlas pick in the last moment here from the Sad Boys. Surely that's in the goal, right? So, I mean, that's going to make this Rasmus probably in the midfield for Vaughn.
An interesting situation. I do think that there's a lot of good potential for this character on this map. I used to play a lot of Rasmus, and when I was on this map, I noticed that there's a lot of times where you can send the hook through the lock to try to catch the other side, leaving it almost as a creation more so than as a projectile. So that can lock down some good space here. Perhaps if we see something like a Monumentalist or a Siege Machine to keep that space locked down even further, we could see some sequences like that. But I think realistically here, this is almost like a double brawler setup, similar to how we would see with things like the X and Zentaro or the X and Juliet or the Zentaro Juliet on Night Market. I think we may be seeing something very similar here, but with Rasmus having that little bit of extra utility to help make up for when the barriers are down and give the goalie a little bit more breathing room where without a midfield, otherwise you would not have it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of knowers in the chat saying that it's Atlas midfield down here. So let's see if that is where this pick is going to end up showing itself. Definitely an interesting option, if so. Regardless, I mean, whoever they end up sending these, we're going to get to see something unexpected here regardless in that Atlas that you just don't really see that much these days. But Sad Boys busting it out here. Vaughn famously says draft doesn't matter. Let's wait and see if that's going to be the case here.
We'll definitely have to wait and see. That's it. That Finny ban, I didn't make a note of it, but I'm definitely not surprised given the nature of Bun Bun Bonanza and what characters they are comfortable on. That said, we have seen on the previous map we had Taiko Temple. I've seen things like Atlas midfield there before, but it's actually going to be the Atlas midfield with the, not the momentum boots, but it's actually the magnetized souls. I haven't seen it in so long, I forgot what that awakening was called, but it is going to be a 6 rapid fire start here. So I think we're going to have an exciting game if we're seeing the Atlas midfield come out.
Absolutely. Let's see how this pick is going to work out for Vaughn here. A bold selection while up 1-0 here in their first playoffs match from the Sad Boys. See how it ends up working out. There's going to be a nice use of the Astral Projection already to knock Liari away and stop any offense from really being able to manifest itself. Bell's already up in their face, taking the first barrier. Going to look for the second one. There's going to be that Oni's Blade getting plenty of damage on a cross. Nearly being able to take that second barrier. Will go past up. Back to Vaughn as Liari trying to reset and use the drones to get a little bit of offense going for her side. Scyther waiting around for it on the other side. Still stuck at that level 1. Worth calling out, not having access to the special yet. We'll be able to get that one before too long, but they do manage to take themselves the second barrier. Nice flip from Bell's. Going to be able to find that KO. Create a power play for the Sad Boys. Already a flip available for Vaughn as well. Going to be able to immune their way through the Supernova. Still not able to push it through for the goal, but Astral Projection will take it there. And it's the first point to the Sad Boys.
There's two things I want to take note of with this Atlas pick now that I've had a bit more time to digest it. One, the healing factor from that ultimate, while it's not as consistent as Now's healing, will certainly play a point in this game. A lot of the time that Now healing does have to get used to stuff the core or stuff through players with those mines. So perhaps having the more reliable, oh, we're about to have somebody die, just like this. Bells was looking quite dangerous, but there, they can't get the full value because they were not actually KO'd. Good restraint there by Scyther, recognizing that the Atlas ultimate was out. The other thing, the dash punch combo of the expanse into the projection actually knocks you back quite far. So if you're not careful around these ledges, or Vaughn gets some certain awakenings, it could be quite scary. And with how midfielders sometimes have to play, either behind the lock or in this midfield waiting for an opportunity, I think this Magnetized Souls could be quite good for this character, who otherwise would be quite slow.
Very possible here. Bell's taking a fair bit of abuse there as he tries to get his way in on towards the barriers. Will be sectioned away, but able to take it anyway. Now setting up for the score, nearly finding it with the rush, but not able to take it all the way home. The slashing strike getting a lot of value there, though, as Liari, finding herself lower and lower, will be able to get out with the lifeline, and a shot down to the bottom from Bells will be Sad Boys moving up 2-0, and they're just getting stronger and stronger as this series goes on, Dendar.
You know, they say that typically characters like Atlas are this fortress, this brick wall that you have to get through, but he's looking more like Howl's Moving Castle the way he is flying around. These castle walls are not for defense, they are for pure offense and adrenaline. As we see here, that Now goes down already. Liari, quite low on health, going to have to take some time away, but it's actually Vaughn with the flip who goes down, and Bells is looking like they might be on the way next. That said, they do secure that kill, making this a 2v2 reversal of the power play situation, but for how long will it last unless Bells can get both barriers?
God, Bells. He's just crushing it right now. What a smooth KO that was earlier. And he takes it all the way home with the slice and dice. Bells with a highlight round there takes it and moves 3-0 in the set for the Sad Boys. They take a lead.
Taking the lead here in a dominant fashion. When you have that 2v2 situation and Bells is just running a train, it's just so difficult to say, well, now that they have some time to scale and get some awakenings here, what are you going to do against them? Well, they do get something a little bit less impact, perhaps something like a heavy impact or an explosive entrance would have been scarier. This bulk up, certainly still damage and some health to keep them alive, so it's going to be even more of an uphill battle for you to fight. Leaving the draft open there, we see Lilybun take a later pick to secure that Liari gets something good here. We see the Quake Strikes, and we see the Stagger going to Lilybun as well. Scyther getting a very late missile propulsion. That's going to be a great pickup for them. And finally, You Already Lose getting that Adrenaline Rush. I think that's actually a pretty strong pick here because realistically, Rasmus may not be the best at dealing damage, but he could certainly secure kills quite easily with those hooks and combination of abilities. As there, we do see Scyther go down already. We didn't get the Adrenaline Rush value, but even still, we do have that offense coming to life here as Liari's looking a little bit next, as Bells going for the kill rather than the barrier happens to work out as they get it regardless.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and now Bells looking to take it all the way home for the goal. Not quite going to be able to find it yet, but the resets are so strong here. Liari just trying to fend these back away. Lilybun dribbles it off the bottom, will be able to send it back down to Scyther, but it's already reset. It's already Bells back in, looking for more scoring angles. Not going to be able to find it there. Supernova to try to clear some members back out, but no matter what they do, they just can't get this core cleared. And look at the Oni's blade. The ricochet sends it home, and Bells is popping off in these last couple of rounds on this Zentaro.
Lilybun almost having a last-second save there, but the bounce was just too much and sends it into the goal. So much damage has been coming out here. Even though the barriers get taken, Liari's already at low health. I mean, Now has a low base health, or low base stagger rather, so it is somewhat understandable, and the orbs can be quite difficult to get to at times given how far out of the play you have to take yourself. So it's understandable why there's so much damage coming out to them. But at the same time, Scyther is also quite low, and they're the team with the Vice, the damage queen.
Nice.
But right now, with both barriers down, the net's open, Flip has to get burned.
Yeah, finally going to be able to clear one out. They take the second barrier, they open up the goal, and this is the first sign of life we've seen from Bun Bun in a while. Scyther trying to break it away with the Xeno Cloak, not able to quite collapse his way on through. Nearly going to get taken down. Bells finishes the job with the slashing strike, and it's a power play to the Sad Boys, and just like that, could be a chance for them to keep on trucking with these goals. Taking an open goal here, there's going to be the flip out of Vaughn and a chance to close it out. Not going to be able to find it with the Astral Projection, but they will be able to find another KO and another score, collapsing alongside Bells.
Bells, level 6 in this lobby of level 3s and 4s, showing just how much they have brought to the table here. We saw them on Zentaro earlier in this season. It seemed like they were getting their bearings on this character and doing quite well even still. But now it seems like they have a mastery of this character, and they're really just showing how strong they can be on it. That said, Scyther needs to stay strong or they're going to fall just like that. Another KO, 6 streak going to Bells. The barrier going as well. It's looking tough here for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza.
Opportunities are running out here to be able to stay alive in this first series in the upper bracket. Going to be a lot of damage coming on across. They finally are able to find a barrier. Their goal's already opened up, though. They can't let this slip for even a moment, or it could just be ended. There's going to be You Already Lose finding the hook, finding another KO, creating a power play, and all 3 members collapse towards the goal. The flip coming through out of Bells, passed on up. Another flip from You Already Lose, and there's the set to the Sad Boys, 3-0.
Another 3-0 set. And quite a lead that they have for themselves. This is the last draft you potentially have if you're Bun Bun Bonanza. You need something strong here, and you need a turnabout in this game to keep yourself afloat. That said, let's take a look at what we have available. This explosive entrance is not taken. It's actually the 1-2 punch, opting for more damage that they already had quite a lot of. I guess they're looking less for those scoring opportunities and more to secure those kills and put themselves in a dominant power play lead and then collapsing on the goal after that. So I don't dislike that choice. That said, the prime time with the rapid fire is going to be quite difficult to deal with. That's going to be a fair amount of damage in their own regard, and with that reverberation, that's going to be a lot of primaries coming out. We are getting some stagger to keep themselves afloat. You Already Lose, denying the other one, recognizing that it is a way for the enemy team to keep themselves afloat in the situation, takes it and gets the Reptile Remedy. That said, Stinger on Atlas, an awakening that has been nerfed several times, used to be a terror, is now being used to terrorize Scyther 12 here, as they are quite low, but they do manage to almost get unstaggered, but there's just such a barrage of abilities before finally a decimation of a kill. Power play is now coming to life here. Gordo, it's looking quite difficult here. No matter what you get in these drafts, it just seems like Sad Boys has your number.
Absolutely here. They have been doing such a good job in this second game, showing why they picked the map. They have been executing consistently and incredibly deadly on this map so far, really being able to find themselves just repeated barriers continuously. This is the best Bun Bun's looked in a while here, as they were able to take both barriers early on, but will they be able to turn it into a scoring opportunity? It's hard to have faith after how these last couple of rounds have gone. Bell's coming back on out there. So much damage on this Zentaro. Will be able to take the barrier. Will be able to send it into the goal. And it is another point to the Sad Boys. This has got to be like 5-6 in a row now.
It's, I believe, the 7th goal in a row, as I believe both rounds prior were 3-0 sweeps. So you've really, really got to lock in here for Bun Bun Bonanza, but it's so difficult when, even if you play at your best, sometimes these players on the Sad Boys just look like they are in a different league. Time and time again in Nassau, they have shown their prowess. It feels like no matter who you are, who you think you might be, it just feels like sometimes they will get the better of you no matter who you are, and here they are showing a dominant performance. Scyther 12 and Liari both extremely low. This team is going to have to dig deep and find something to overpower these Titans, as their barrier is now down once more.
What a maneuver from Vaughn there, just using the expanse to be able to find the barrier into a strike from himself to get the second. Does it on his own there. Another KO already coming through. You Already Lose. Nowhere near the goal arc at this stage. It will fly past him, and that does cause a barrier to end up going on through. There's going to be plenty of chances to be able to come on up with the score, and there is a final one from Vaughn. One more point could send the Sad Boys up to the winner's side final.
That's a place you would certainly like to be at this stage in the playoffs. That said, they're not out yet. There's still plenty of opportunity to turn this around, but they're going to have to find those opportunities and make them into miracles. That said, the first barrier goes down, so there is that potential, but You Already Lose, making excellent use of that hook so far this game to deny the midfielder or the forward the opportunity to collapse on that attempt, but Finally, the net is open, but it looks like it might be turning around.
Absolutely here. Look at all of this damage coming on towards the barriers, and Bells just sends it in. Lilybun not able to fend it away. Another 3-0 set to the Sad Boys, and they will move on to that winner's side final. Such a dominant showing to kick on off the playoffs here. Bun Bun Bonanza drops to the lower bracket.
Such a tough team to fight, especially this early on in the playoffs. They are just such a dominant force in this game in Nassau. Time and time again, they've shown their prowess, but at the end of the day, you have to fight them eventually, so if that's the performance they're showing this early into playoffs, I am terrified for their opponents later on in the bracket once they've had that time to warm up and create a new set of plans to just show their mastery time and time again. That said, Bun Bun Bonanza certainly did not play poorly. They were just a bit overpowered here by the force that is the Sad Boys.
Absolutely were, and wow, oh wow, does it look like the Sad Boys are cooking as they kick on off their Nassau playoffs run. Such a good performance in this second one. We're getting word here. That was the first 9-0 in Nassau playoffs history. The most dominant we've ever seen a team look in a playoffs round at all, let alone a first playoffs round. And it goes to the Sad Boys. They are absolutely cooking right now.
Cooking indeed, but we'll have to see whether or not they can keep that up. That said, that's going to be that for this first series, with boys taking it 2-0 over Bun Bun Bonanza. Our next series is going to be Bang Bang versus Demons Raw. Another Titan versus one of the new kids on the block. Previously not a team in Nassau, now they have come together and are making a name for themselves. They had quite a dominant performance in the actual season itself, only losing a handful of games, but here now they have to play against a very seasoned veteran team. Gordo, what are your thoughts on this so far as we see these two teams go off against each other? Do you think the new kids on the block are going to have a hand in this, or do you think that they're just going to be a chip on the shoulder of Demons Raw?
That's going to be the question, right? They're definitely not happy with how their playoffs run ended up going in Nassau Season 3. So certainly looking to come back with a vengeance here in their third seed. But Bang Bang, they have been a strong upstart team so far, getting a couple of nods already in the All-Pros themselves that we saw from Brickbat pre-stream. Going to be a close matchup here. To be fair, I thought Boys Bun Bun was going to be closer than it ended up being, but I think there's definitely the makings of a really hype matchup here in the second versus third seed match, and it'll be interesting to see if Demons Rock can kind of reclaim that title of being right up there with the Sad Boys that they had and have had for a very long time. Didn't get to show it in Season 3. Let's see if they will in Season 4.
Certainly a legacy behind them. That said, before we can get into this game of these diamonds in the rough of Bang Bang versus the polished jewels of Demons Raw, before we can get into that crystalline conflict, it's going to be just a little bit before that. We've got to wait for these picks and bans to come out and a few other things. So, Gordo, now that the Boys and Bun Bun game is over, how are you feeling so far from what you've seen out of these games? Not from the players, but just are you enjoying yourself?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think this was a party in game number 1. Game number 2 coming up real one-sided for the Sad Boys, so you got to give them all the credit in the world there, and I think that's just going to make people more excited for the next round coming on up. If they can keep up this kind of form, we might get the three-peat, which I know plenty of fans are getting hyped up for. But it's definitely still a lot of Omega Strikers left to play. Nothing set in stone yet. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get geared on up for the second match of the day. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Bang Bang taking on Demons Raw.
They got shocked. And Funky
Yeah.
Waffles,
They look beatable.
he did a little bit of trolling.
Surprised if they do better, and also, honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if they do a little bit worse. I think they're pretty middling. I don't want to say middling, it sounds bad, but you know what I mean.
I love Bang Bang, I love Camilla, I love Pudgy, I love Drew. It's a Bun Bun Bonanza. Bun Bun Bonanza are a way stronger team.
Their midfielder
last season did not qualify for playoffs, an unproven NASL brawler. And then you have Fudgy, who was in NASL and didn't make playoffs and then failed to qualify.
840 or something speed is like dastardly amounts of strong. And Soren is still kind of holding it down though, as this is an overtime. And
Bang Bang now find themselves in the North American Strikers League playoffs. The regular season coming out as a success.
Bun Bonanza scoring opportunity and making push it through. Not quite able to get it there.
Great happen.
Wow, Drew just popping off here right in their face.
Last trying to send it over to Drew, but good defense there from Willie Bun to keep it going, but
Continue to hold on towards the set, bouncing it off the top, back into the top.
Low approaching once again with that flip, gonna get it up to Drew through the legs of Iron, who have the Maelstrom Orb show up one more time. And it's gonna be too fast.
Definitely a difficult situation here, but two quick barriers, difficult for the defense. Is now the one in control here, getting that first barrier, but a player goes down. This is tough.
And as you have said, oh my god.
Oh, let's go, Drew. That's right, baby. That's right. Let's go, bang, motherfucker, bang.
Share this!
Playoffs at last. Oh, sad boys. Now dawns thy reckoning, and thy gore shall glisten before the temples of hell. Creatures of steel, my gratitude upon thee for my placement. But the crimes thy kind have committed against demons are not forgotten. And thy punishment is death.
Gumi Cyberswipe takes out Vaughn one more time.
Little bit manages to get the strike, but in the end it is 3 versus 1.
Absolutely massive.
For the moment, so with no goalie, it's a tough spot to do, equalize the power play. But again, no goalie available, Kainu's in there.
In addition to getting gold here by Snake with a super high rush.
On this adrenaline rush, they'll be able to find it with the goal barrier. Now Gumi in position with the supernova.
Do we honestly want to ask for a remake?
Why would we ask for
This game just does not feel real.
Guys, we need to score
my brawler is allergic to passive control.
Okay, I got the screenshot.
Oh my!
Oh my
bounce off the center, looking for the shot, but Gumi able to save it once, twice, Kainu gets Cypher saved as well.
The energy burst is able to save it away. You already lose now. Next to the chopping block, he'll get taken out.
Again, Snake spinning, just promoting the entire time as you see carnage.
Share this!
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League playoffs. We've had a little bit of a small vacation here between matches 1 and matches 2, but we are getting into our second round here for the playoffs, where Bang Bang is going to be taking on Demons Raw.
There's a little bit of an implication for this game, I feel like, because looking back at Nassau Season 3, we saw in the first round, Bun Bun Bonanza versus Demons Raw was a game in the first round. And now, should Demons Raw lose here, that could potentially be a run back that we see later on in the bracket. So I'm excited to see how this one pans out and if there's a potential story building here. That said, we got to look at the story of these map picks and bans, and we're going to see Atlas Lab as the first, Demon Deus as the second, and potentially a Gates of Obscura. Now, Gordo, Atlas Lab is a map that's been around the block for quite a while. How do you think playing a map that is this storied and historical for this game will affect these two teams, where one of them is fairly new, the other has quite the legacy?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true. Your default assumption has always got to be when you're returning to some old stomping grounds that you're going to give some favoritism towards the more established team. I really, it's odd, Dendar. We've been in the early block a lot of the regular season. We haven't gotten to see a lot of Demons Raw up there, and Demons Raw hasn't really had their full roster for quite a few games throughout a lot of the season. So there's definitely, like, I think, a little bit of an absence of footage in general of what Demons has looked like through most of this season, and particularly for you and I, we haven't gotten at least to watch live quite as many of the matches, at least from the casting booth here. So we'll see how they're going to be able to do. Bang Bang, another team that really has been dodging away from us a little bit. We got a lot of Sad Boys, a lot of Bun Bun in most of our blocks thus far. So I'm going to be interested to call these two teams and see how they're going to be able to do. As we are already through the first draft, it is looking like Bang Bang busting out the X Finny now, while Demons Raw will be on the Aimee Estelle Asher.
Two pretty interesting team comps. X, a character that wants to scale, and now Infinity, while they do have some scaling potential, I don't feel like it's as scary as something like an Era, which is something I feel like we see quite often on this map. Not banned out here, but taking a look at these starting awakenings of Glass Cannon and Adrenaline Rush, we see a lot of Glass Cannon, except for on Kainoob and Snake, but hold the phone. We've got Kainoob and Snake on Big Boy Summer. It's a ping check. Okay.
It's just a ping check. Okay, we're good. We're all good. I was gonna say we're in the match in in spectate. I was like looking there and I like see that we're still on camera, but
yeah,
there's Omega Strikers going on my screen, so a little bit of a jump scare there. We're good though. Match has not started yet. Match will be starting here before too long. Hopefully that ping check went not too bad and everybody will be geared up to go.
I know there's a little bit of contention between Denver, Dallas, which server's good, which server's bad, which one is consistently good, which one's consistently inconsistent. But if the ping check looks good here, I think we will be getting into this game. That said, that Aimee Estelle Asher comp, I feel like that seems like a very tried and true. We know these characters are good. We know they're strong on this map. We have no reason to go out of our way to overcomplicate things on the side of Demons Raw. However, for the side of Bang Bang, they've got those really interesting picks of the Finny and now on the defensive side for the midfield goalie duo feels very reminiscent of Bun Bun Bonanza. And then finally, that X forward. We've seen X do a lot of good work in the previous series, so we'll have to see if that X can really come shine through here. When you get into those pockets, it can be quite difficult to deal with that X Maximus, but perhaps you won't be able to get big on them if with this Finny now you just can't keep it in the hands of that X, but we'll just have to see how it pans out. I think Adrenaline Rush is going to be a big part of this game because either you're going to be taking Adrenaline Rush and looking for quick kills, refresh those cooldowns, or you're going to be taking that Glass Cannon to try to avoid those quick kills and get that scaling later into the round and really get that power and speed going your way, especially on the side of the goalies to really harass the enemy team and keep things difficult. That said, we did have a couple players swap out of this lobby, so we are just still getting things set up, it looks like. Gordo, between these two teams, how are you feeling about the picks so far? I feel like one team is pretty traditional and the other definitely has some interesting picks.
Yeah, I'm going to be real curious to see. I mean, Drew has got to be a big focus for me coming into this first match. He's going to be piloting the X. They give him the first pick, and it's going to be his first playoffs match, right? This is our rookie of the season. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he does under some of the brighter lights as we start to kick off the North American Strikers League playoffs, right? These are your most influential matches of the season by a lot, right? You play 9 best-of-3s throughout the regular season, and none of them particularly matter more than any others, but then you get maybe as few as 2 best-of-3s in the playoffs, and that's your whole season right there, and that's how people are going to remember how this past season went. You know, wait until season 5, season 6, nobody's going to remember who was second in the regular season nearly as much as they're going to remember who made it to finals weekend, who was competing in some of those last couple of series. So it's a big deal to be able to come on up and be able to perform when it matters right here, right now, up against a team like Demons Raw. So going to be a lot of pressure on these Bang Bang guys, and want to see how they're going to be able to execute on this composition in particular, and with a special focus towards Drew.
Very, very true what you have said so far. But one thing I would like to make a point of is, even though this is the big stage, the spotlight's on you, the curtain rises. At the end of the day, it's just another game of Omega Strikers. The only game that matters is the one you're currently in. Doesn't matter if it doesn't go great right away. You have time to figure things out. But if we see another performance like Sad Boys put on, perhaps they will not have that time, and the exit stage left will be quite expedited. That said, looks like we're finally getting into this, and with a fresh game on our hands, a fresh team facing off against veterans. We will have to see how this goes. Let's take a look at these starting awakenings here. We've got that adrenaline rush on the X and glass cannons on the on the rest of the team. However, Kainoob and Snake both going for that adrenaline rush, and Snake on the magnetized Souls Asher. I think that's an interesting pick here, as a lot of the time you are kind of patrolling around that black hole. Almost getting a KO onto Drew there could have been a very strong start to this game, but for now, it takes a few more resources, but they do manage to get it done. Almost losing a barrier is some hubris, but Fudgy Waffles taking a ton of damage here. It's going to be tough to survive in this power play when this is the start to your game.
Absolutely here, Drew getting taken out of the map really early, and they end up losing both barriers for it. He's back out here now, but still going to be at that level 1 for a little bit longer too, so nice little extended power play here for Demons as they look to take themselves the early lead, but a nice angle does find that second barrier. Drew going into the Maximus as soon as he takes 2 is already staggered, but it's getting in there, trying to disrupt all 3 members of the Demons all at the same time. Resets up through from Grimella, who has access to the flip. Drew dashes forward, but can't quite find his way on towards the barrier, can't quite find his way on towards the core. Snake going to be taken into the stagger now. Drew gets the pass, doesn't connect with it. That could have been the score if he had sent it forward. Instead, Snake gets control and sends it past Fudgy. First point to Demons Raw.
Tough start to this game. I feel like that mention of the spotlight that you had might be coming to fruition here, as we do see a little bit of a hiccup on that passing play with the core flip. That looked almost certainly like a goal, but that said, a couple emotes coming out from Gumi. It seems like they're having a good time here, even if a couple mistakes are made. But the mistake made is the positioning of the Now as they go to the wayside here and are down. It is now a power play, but all the barriers are up. You should have time to survive this.
Absolutely should. There is going to be the clear out coming on across. Grimella is now back out onto the field. Snake trying to clear things back out in his own right. Will take quite a fair bit of damage there. Back into the stagger on the Asher. Triple take nearly takes him back into the goal. Now Drew stepping up to see if he can finish it. Loses a lot of stagger for it, though. The elusives are traded back and forth. Trying to stay alive here is Drew, but losing quite a bit of stagger for it. Punches Snake back away, looking to finish him off, keeping him pinned up towards the top. There's the bell ringer, and there's a KO going on over to Drew as he's stealing away some orbs over on the other side in the same moment. Trying to get that pass on over. Grimella going to be able to receive it, going to be able to find the second barrier. Going to look to challenge for the second goal. They get it. Pushed on through, sends it back into the black hole, and gets it 1-1, tied on up.
Guess it's going to look like first point was just a fluke, as Drew showing that they can get it done when it matters. Evens things up here and shows that they even had a good passing play there to get that barrier. They don't have to just strike it through people. They can strike it around and strike it where it needs to go. That said, right now, it's a tough spot between both barriers. Feels almost reminiscent of Oni Village, where sometimes it's easier to get double barrier than it is to just lose the last one. So you got to be careful here, but with both topside barriers being all that remains, Snake is going to have to be careful, as they might be the next one on the chopping block.
Yeah, there's going to be the flip coming on through from Grimella, just trying to push Snake back away, who has been surviving for a very long time in this staggered state throughout this entire game. It's been very tough to put this guy out of the map, and they've been dedicating quite a few resources to it. Fudgy now getting pressured here by Kainoob, going to feel obligated to use that flip to get it cleared back out, but Kainoob brings it back on over, losing some stagger here in the one-on-one with Grimella. Will be able to nearly take them out. Another glitch pop connects there out of Gumi. Keeps Grimella on the back foot. Drew dribbling it off the bottom, looking to take it back up towards this barrier. Does send it through and stops the sentry turret from getting the block. That will be able to open on up the goal for the team. Drew now with the bell ringer, not quite able to find it on towards that core. And Kainoob going to keep resetting up towards the top, trying to get it over into the hands of Snake. A KO comes on across. That's actually the Now who ends up falling. And a power play available for Demons Raw as they look to take it into the goal. A counter KO, though, found. No more Asher available here for the side of Demons Raw. Drew nearly sends it to the goal, can't quite find it. Fudgy trying to send it back out with a big finish, won't be able to do so. And Grimella at risk of going down a second time. Drew is approaching, he's got access to the flip. Can't send it on through, can't find a good angle to use the power surge either. Stepping on forward, does get the flip, does get it on across, doesn't take for the goal. And Kainoob will be able to stay strong and block it alongside Gumi. No chance to score there for Demons.
Difficulty scoring here, but that barrier does have to go down eventually. Drew trying to make their way into the net, but it finally does fall. Open nets, both sides.
Yeah, Kainoob resetting there with the piercing shot. Can't send it into the goal yet, but the pass back and forth between him and Snake has been effective thus far. There's the Crystal Thorns. They wait it out. They will be able to clear yet again, but the piercing shot from Kainoob will send it on through. The former perennial MVP putting himself on the board with Demon's Ra.
Perhaps a bit of greed there by Fudgy Waffles, recognizing that the flip was coming up soon. Wanted to hold on to that, perhaps gets a power play going later down the line, or maybe not even a power play. Just having that flip available is quite a comfortable zone. That said, that point is to the wayside, and now so is that top barrier for both sides, depending on whose perspective you're looking at. That said, Grimella has a flip of their own, and Drew is just eating flips left and right. There is chaos in the enemy net.
So Grimella and Snake, the only ones with any energy left after all of that is said and done. See what they're going to be able to do to try to reset for it. Snake and Grimella both up towards the top. So much damage coming out onto Grimella, and they're immediately forced to retreat, not being able to get much done off of that core flip. Back on up towards the top, and Grimella not quite going to be able to keep control over it, taking another big chunk of damage out of Kainoob and Goomy. Triple take out of Fudgy Waffles, trying to get it back into Drew's hands, who's still stacking up that energy, but gets KO'd off the bottom. Goomy finds him with the glitch pop and creates the power play for Demon's Ra.
Power play online, but it's power play that's going against them as now this barrier looking dangerous, but Drew is back to help on the defense.
Still holding on for now. The respawn has come on across, back to 3-on-3. Snake taking a shot up towards the top, not going to be able to find it. Kainoob going to be the one who takes most of the damage now as Drew using that Maximus finds the KO. They get the second barrier, and now it's a power play for Bang Bang as they look to try to close out and take themselves back to the tie. And they get us to a point number 5 here in the very first set. Find out here, Grimella still taking a ton of damage, going to be able to jump away with the lifeline, gets it reset back on over towards the goal. Grimella takes another shot, fended back away. Drew sends it in again. The rebound won't be able to be found this time. They will be able to find a KO. They will be able to find a clear, and they will give it to Snake to close out set number 1.
Snake fighting an angle around Fudgy with that hit stun to displace them. Good use of that primary. You don't always have to hit the core. Sometimes you just got to hit the goalie to get them out of the way. And with that, we will have Kainoob being the MVP of the round, getting first pick in this draft. Now, with that Adrenaline Rush, I have to wonder if they're going to look for something like that 1-2 punch to start putting extra pressure on, or whether or not it'll just be the rapid fire here. A good overall value and can play into that KO game. But now Fudgy's going to be quite a bit faster, and we've seen Goomy do at least one dash punch-esque combo with that cyber swipe into the glitch pop. So now with this 1-2 punch, it's going to be even more deadly around those sides where oftentimes you have to play. But Drew getting some stagger to help survive, and then finally Snake doing the same. Drew, however, getting some size with that stagger. We've seen how strong size can be on these characters, especially these melee brawlers. So we'll have to see whether or not that's enough to give them a little bit extra scoring pressure to turn things around, or whether or not, just like the first barrier, they will continue to fall.
Definitely. Ooh, another nicely angled piercing shot from Kainoob will be able to find its way on towards that barrier. And there will be able to get the open goal for the team. Grimella falling back, trying to get it over to Fudgy, gets taken down by the piercing shot, and a power play now available for the Demons as they look to take themselves back into control. Triple take connects on a Kainoob down there, look to see if they are able to capitalize on it, but they sneak it past Fudgy. Snake not quite able to get it with the rush forward, but it doesn't matter. It's a rebound, it's a shot down towards the bottom, a bounce off the back wall, and a take into the goal.
A little bit of a hiccup there on that scoring attempt. We've seen one from Drew and now one from Snake, so a bit even there. That said, it does finally fall, and we do get on to the next point. That said, Drew is going to need the next orb that spawns because they're looking quite low, but they are staying in the fray, recognizing that sometimes the safest place is just in the middle of the stage, but when so many resources get burned on you, it's hard to stay alive.
Goomy takes him out yet again here, just constantly able to output the damage on this Aimi, one of his specialties, and really doing a great job of it so far. Already taking the lead in this first round. Drew back out onto the map, and the damage coming on through from Snake is tough to deal with over on the defense. Fudgy going to get pushed back away by that path splitter, trying to clear it back on out to the team. There's going to be this entry turret coming out of Goomy as they keep the pressure on towards the barrier. They take the barrier, and they take the life of the goalie. Drew trying to clear things out on the other side. Will be able to find a KO. Grimella going to have to help out on the defense now to make sure that they're able to hold on to this point. Kainoob nearly sends it in with the Rose Warp. Another rotation with the piercing shot, but Grimella fends sends them both away and hangs on while Fudgy is able to respawn in time. A nicely placed glitch pop, not going to be enough to clear things out. Drew's able to find that second barrier and give a scoring opportunity now over to the side of Bang Bang. Flip comes out of Gumi. He doesn't take the shot, just holds on to it, buys the time, finds the KO. It's back to Snake, and it's back in the goal.
Grimella looking like a defensive mastermind that round, but it does eventually fall. That said, I think one thing I'm noticing here is, to put it in the most hyperbolic sense, Snake was standing at the very ledge staggered saying, hey, come get me, I know you want to come punch me, but they're baiting for these edge kills so consistently, just like that. Drew almost goes down with that 1-2 punch onto Gumi, and just the overall value that Estelle can get on those piercing shots from very far away. They're setting up for these edge kills, and they aren't even edge cases anymore. They are just consistent attempts. It's just a matter of how much knockback they can get in future drafts.
Yeah, and you've got to be so disciplined playing up against this Demon's Raw team. You let Snake get a breakaway, take control of the core for even an instant, and we've seen on these last couple of points, he'll just score it regardless of what you've been able to put together throughout the entirety of the round on the other side. Drew trying to take it down towards the bottom, has already found that bottom barrier, but needs to be able to finish off the job on the other side. Snake going to be able to take it in towards that barrier on the bottom. Going to look for the top. Can't find it yet. Grimella dribbling back at midfield, getting it back over into the hands of Drew as they look to pressure on towards the barrier. Yet again, a nice bell ringer out of Drew. Will pump out some damage into Kai Noob and Snake. So far, not enough to get any lasting damage, although I may have spoken too soon. Going to be low on Stagger now. Staggered fully as Drew trying to hunt them down and finish off the job. Going to be able to force the energy burst out, and that's going to be some resources down. But the rest of the team collapses, and they take Drew right off the map. Power play back available for Demon's Rock. Hainu taking control back at midfield, trying to get it back over to Snake. Pass back to Gumi. And this three-pronged attack going to be tough to deal with only two members. They do get the flip. They do get the clear out. They find it onto the barrier, but it's another KO for the Demons. They will not let three members of Bang Bang stand.
Stand as you must against this team. You will need a whole army to deal with what they are doing to you. The pressure's so heavily mounting. You've got to be careful.
Really do here. Rotation back on through, gets it past the sentry turret. That make things a little tough for Gumi, and it will be enough for Bang Bang to find their first goal of set number 2.
Ooh, first goal, but you're going to need a lot more to reverse this game into your favor. That said,
sure do.
I feel like Fudgy Waffles is putting on a good Lilybud impression, showing both offense and defensive mastery on this Finny, doing a great job both for trying to clear through this Asher, who can be so tough to deal with once she gets in front of you. But it just goes to show that these players do, in some ways, I feel, learn from each other and are able to emulate play from other teams just from playing against them so much, whether it's the scrims or just the actual season itself.
Yeah,
that said, though, they've got to find the offense here.
Yeah, a little bit of a disconnect there from Bang Bang. At least that's what it looked like to me. Was difficult to actually be able to get it on through as the big finish comes out across as soon as Drew is dashing forward. They kind of desync the core there a little bit, and at the end of the day, Drew is going to end up falling on down. Fudgy falling back up towards the top, and there's going to be, just a little bit of shots coming through from Kai Noob and Gumi, maybe going in the wrong direction there, as does end up finding that second barrier. Snake goes in for the mix-up. Fudgy gonna be able to block it. What a move there, coming up with the core flip to be able to send it back away, hanging on for time, but not enough. Kai Noob gets it through with the Crystal Thorns.
That mix-up by Snake was terrifying. I saw the dash down and thought it was a misinput, but then it just goes right back up. Really just showing quick reactions there, able to recognize when they are hitting the core so that they can redirect it with that strike before it gets out of their reach. Good play by them and a good collapse by the team. Kai Noob helping secure that goal. That said, it's actually going to be Gumi who gets first pick in this draft, and it is explosive entrance that they choose. Now with that eject button, they're going to have a lot of range on that secondary and even more kill pressure with it. That said, the catalyst going to Estelle here is a ton of energy that you're now going to have to deal with and is going to make them even harder to kill. Finally, we have Asher picking team player, I guess, with that situation with the draft that was available to them. They didn't really have much options, but that said, Drew getting some stinger action going on is going to be a lot more damage, and with the help of Grimella getting that bulk up, that's going to be more damage as well as more stagger to stay alive. So I think this draft has some definitely interesting pickups, but I think Kai Noob is going to be the player to watch here with that catalyst to see what they can make of it.
Absolutely here. Snake looking to hold on to it on the top side, get it past Grimella here, but struggling to be able to do so. Kai Noob back at midfield, trying to get it back past Fudgy, but been really good at being able to find these clears so far. The big finish carries the core over to the other side, not quite able to get the detonate to launch it back out across. Drew gets right in the middle of 3 and is going to be able to take that barrier, but a KO was found by Snake on the opposite side, and a power play coming back on over to Demon's Ra. Kainoob getting beaten up by the X-Maximus of Drew on the other side, trying to keep him out of the play, so that Fudgy only has to deal with Snake and Gumi. Dribbles it back on over towards the black hole, going to be able to create some space. Glitch Pop sends it back up towards the top. It's going to be sent into the barrier. They will be able to open up the goal for their side. Flip comes across from Kainoob, will be blocked back away. Fudgy's still got to hold on to this, sends it back down to the bottom. It's in Drew's hands now. Will be flipped back away by Gumi, and they will be able to hold on to the goal for the time being. Kainoob gets it back into his hands, moving up. Gumi from the top rope comes on down and is able to take it into the goal.
Making great use of that extra dash range. You know, it was funny, you said earlier how Drew was making it so that Fudgy only had to deal with Gumi and Snake, and in my mind I was like, okay, you know, just only Gumi and Snake.
Listen,
you know?
It's as best as you can hope for in the power play situation. You're in a 3v2.
Oh, but another power play strikes, as that is the Asher who goes down. That's going to be one less player on the pitch and one less barrier for their team. As now this power play coming to its close, we'll have to see if Kainoob is next and if another one can be formed.
I mean, we have not gone beyond 3 sets all day, so let's see if the Bang Bang can take us to that legendary set number 4. Spoken of only in myth, Drew in the Maximus goes in, just pops the flip, trying to keep Gumi at the bay. Will be taken down to just a sliver of stagger. Drew still trying to hunt him down. They're going to connect. It's Grimella taking the shot with the primary and able to create themselves the opportunity. No goalie here on the opposite side. They really need to get in towards this barrier, but Kainoob and Snake doing a great job of holding things down from now. Fending it back away. Fudgy able to come back on through, but still, even with the misdirect, not going to be able to find it. The flip comes on across. Snake trying to stuff it. Not going to be able to do so with the barrier beam. Grimella brawling with them now in the top, trying to get that core back over into Drew's hands. Will get cleared out towards the bottom, but Fudgy going to be able to send it back over. Another KO is found by Grimella on the other side. The black hole doing the best that it can, but won't be enough to take out anybody. Lifeline comes back on across, and Drew dribbling it, sending it up towards the barrier, but Gumi will not let this one go.
It's so back and forth here. Grimella has this flip available, but no opportunity to use it. Kainoob is going to need to find some orbs to stay alive in the face of this X. The flip comes out. Grimella has nothing left to keep them alive. Let's see which goes first, the core or them.
Yeah, finally they do find that top barrier. Demons was holding out of that for so long, but now a real scoring opportunity presenting itself. There's the big finish, not quite getting it into the hands of Drew. Bounce off the bottom, Kainoob low on stagger. There's going to be the bell ringer, trying to push it past Gumi, able to get it back into the sentry turret to clear things out yet again. Drew still being fended off by Kainoob, trying to keep him away. The flip will be able to put Kainoob in the dirt. Grimella ready to receive at the bottom. Finally, Bang Bang are able to capitalize on what they've built and get themselves a point.
Big point here. So much back and forth, and you come out as the victor. That's got to be good for the mental. It shows that even in these long points where there's so much that you have to deal with, so many resources burned, so many KOs, you have the ability to stay calm and get yourself back into the lead. That said, it's no lead yet. It's just evened up. And with the sets being so, the disparity between the sets here, it's difficult to find the leverage that you need, especially when another KO is found, as well as both barriers.
What a move by Gumi there, finding the KO and both barriers all in one swoop, and Kainoob going to be there to finish it off 2-1. Demons Raw on game point.
Game point, some imprisonment there by that path splitter certainly opened up a path for the team to score the point. That said, this point is potentially the last one in this game. You got to find a new angle if you're the side of Bang Bang to take on these veterans. That said, some good angles. Get it around Drew's masterful offense. It seems like Drew hasn't really had the opportunity to get everything that they want going in this game. But that said, with them being off the pitch, it seems like it will continue to be so until they find a new answer.
Absolutely, and being down on members going to be a tough position here for Bang Bang, trying to hang on in game number 1 and see if they can take this at least to a set number 4. But looking really dire here as they did lose both their barriers. They will be able to take both on the other side. There's the triple take, trying to push for some more. Drew in the Maximus, but Snake now with a chance. Passes it back to Gumi, gets it back on over to Snake. Grimella now trying to disrupt this passing player if they can, and Drew sneaks it through 2-2, and a chance to keep this game going for Bang Bang.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of these back passes from Snake, recognizing that the 1v2 situation when they aren't in position isn't exactly what they want. But I feel like these back passes also kill a lot of the momentum that they have, so they're going to have to find another way to make it happen, but it seems like the barriers being both down, it looks like it might be over quite soon.
The number of double barrier plays. Goomy just closes it out there. Cyber swipe, perfectly timed. Takes it past Fudgy and will make this a 3-0 for Demon's Raw.
Yet another dominant performance on the pitch that we see. But that said, some very close rounds and some very good gameplay from both sides. However, Demon's Raw really trying to get that legacy back to the truth. As now 9 goals for their side, only 4 for the enemy. These redirects by Kainoob and Fudgy, though, extremely high in this game. 1 for the midfielder, 1 for the goalie. That is a bit telling of how the game went. That said, both brawlers doing an excellent job and both midfielders doing that which they can. That said, Demon's Raw just came out on top this game. And as we get into the next one, it looks like, I believe, if I look at the graphic correctly, that's going to be Demon Deus as the next map. We saw how a Game 2 Demon Deus went previously. We'll have to see if it follows suit this one, or whether or not this game will be a bit of a different story.
We will have to see. I mean, looking at these post-game stats, since we don't have the replays today, I just want to highlight Goomy and the amount of damage and KOs this guy has put together on the IME. I mean, this is one of the most combat-focused goalies in the league, but easily the most brawling of all the goalies in the league. And he puts up these numbers every season, but this season has been particularly ridiculous. I was looking at all the stats while doing my All-Pro voting, and so in Season 3, I highlighted the same thing about Goomy. He had the most damage of all goalies and the most KOs of all goalies per 10 minutes by such a large margin. And now this season, you already caught up to Season 3 Goomy's numbers, and Goomy still just blows him out of the water 50% higher than even that. He's just setting new standards each and every season on how much he can get involved in the combat department. Helps out that he plays a lot of Ice and IME as well, but I think this game showed that so much. He did so much there.
Look, sometimes you got to get active, especially against these teams where when you have something like that eject button, getting active means turning a 2v2 offense into a 2v3 offense, a 2v3 defense rather, that they have to deal with as you suffocate them. And we've seen there that even at the end, just that cyber swipe, it was from all the way downtown, and it manages to get a goal when the core seemed to, like, it was honestly pretty in a safe spot. It was in the hands of the goalie, ready to figure out where the best redirect was. Then suddenly you have an IME in your face clawing your eyes out. So that just goes to show how much these players can make of what is available to them. That said, we got to get on to this next game, and we are waiting for the picks and bans to come out. So I know the stream has a little bit of delay for us, but here it is. We're getting into it now. We see Now as the ban for Demon's Raw and Vice as the ban for Bang Bang, with X being a quick pickup in the first slot. We see these starting awakenings. It makes sense that X would be a good pickup with that bulk up. However, Vice, Queen of Damage, being gone from this means it's going to be hard to contest that scaling from the X. You're going to need a bit of a silver bullet if you want to deal with that scaling, whether it's taking away the other picks that would be good with him, or just finding a new route around what could be a very deadly pickup.
Absolutely, and this is Bang Bang's map pick, so we'll see if they're going to be able to show us a little bit more here. We have had 3-3-0 matches today, by the way, Dendar. I want to get a little bit more out of my national playoffs, I'm not going to lie. So let's see if these teams can keep it close and can challenge one another as we maybe get a little bit deeper into game number 2. Demon's Raw going to snatch up that X. There's going to be the Era Estelle for Bang Bang to kick things off.
Wait a minute, you said Era Estelle. That's 2 midfielder picks.
It is.
We have, I believe, seen Fudgy Waffles play the Era goalie before. And while it may not be my personal favorite pick, not necessarily from their hands, just in general in this game, I do think that if they're taking the Era away to deny that X, you really need a brawler who can make the most of that Era. And I believe last time we saw this, we saw it with a double brawler setup, similar to what you would see on Night Market. But that said, with the Estelle pickup here, I'm almost curious if the Estelle is the goalie. I believe we've also seen Fudgy Waffles play Estelle goalie in the past. At least I've seen it in my games. But we'll have to see with that Asher pickup. One of these two is going to be the goalie. I'm not sure which one I like better. But Estelle not having that iron wall defense can make it quite difficult on this map, but that also means they're going to have a lot of opportunities to try to snipe away these barriers and chip away at the defense. But when you're going against X, Finny, and Imi, that Finny damage, we've seen it work well with X in the past, and Imi with that Firewall Sentry really able to suffocate these pockets on this map and force it behind the lock, which is exactly where you want to be. I'm curious though whether this is the Imi goalie or the Finny goalie, because Finny midfield I believe we've seen on this map before, and it can actually be quite good with those secondaries having the range that it does and the ultimate being as volatile on the barrier as it is. I'm curious to see which team comes out here. Just from the eye test, Gordo, do you have one that you really like over the other, or is there a bit of variance between the two that you're not really sure how it's going to pan out?
I mean, for Demon's Raw, I would be surprised to see them run the Finny and the goalie. It's always been... Gumi's just so much more of an IME player. I think almost more so than most players in the league. Kind of just keeps it to a tight pool of characters, mostly the IME, mostly the Vice. For Bang Bang, I would assume it's going to be the Era goalie. I mean, I've been wrong about things in the past, but I do know that Fudgy's busted that one out before, and I think it'd just be a little bit more likely to come on through here. And you just want to have that midfield Estelle, I think, more than anything. I feel like Era's, fallen out of favor a lot recently. Gotten to see a little bit more comeback from it today, as looks like we're going to be out of there and hopefully getting back to the game before too long. But my point remains the same.
And a good point it is. That said, we are just waiting for the point to begin as we go back to the lobby. Oh, I see. We are having Kainoob swap to goalie here, and now Gumi is going to be in the midfield. This is interesting because this takes this draft and turns it on its head a little bit, because these picks that we weren't really sure where they were going before, now we really aren't sure where they are going. Like you said, we do have these players that have these comfort picks, but that said, we're going to have to see if those comfort picks can overcome the discomfort of having a different player play goalie.
I mean, listen, what I always say when I'm describing Gumi is that he plays like he's another midfielder. This is a little more literal than that has ever been taken before, as he is actually swapping to midfield now, as Kainu going to be holding it down in the goal. I assume this means that it will... take exactly what I said, hold it true for the player names, but swap it up for the positions. I now assume it's going to be Finny in the goalie and Imi coming out at midfield, but we will see. That is what they're hovering.
It looks like you will be correct, and a good read by you. That said, I feel like when you are up a point in, not the game, but in this series for winner semis, I think this is the time where if you're going to try something cheeky, you have that leeway to do so. But let us hope that you are not punished for that hubris, or whether or not this is actually a pick that we could see later down the line in another series. That said, we're getting into it. Let's take a look at these starting awakenings here. It's going to be bulk up across the board. Magnetized Souls onto Grimella. We're seeing a lot of this today, whereas previously I feel like we would have never seen it. Magnetized Souls onto Snake as well. And then finally, Drew, recognizing that damage has been rampant, is taking that Vicious Vambrace to try and stay alive. I think that's a good pickup here, but a lot of Magnetized Souls in the last few games. I'm interested to see what that is about and whether or not that works out for them.
Yeah, we will see here. There's going to be Snake brawling up on towards the bottom. We'll be looking for a little bit extra. Now coming on through, there's the big finish coming on across from Kainoob, trying to send it on across. Another big bell ringer out of Snake. Trying to show Drew how it's done here, but Drew, a quick little breakaway, going to see if he could take it in towards the goal, and maybe can. Really great positioning there on the clear from Fudgy, but Drew not quite able to capitalize there. There were two members in front of him, was trying to get the read, I think, to be able to get that strike back on towards the other side. Now the flip out of Snake, going to be able to put it behind the lock and be able to get them into a position to score. There's the big finish, nearly sends it through, blocked away by Fudgy, and Drew sneaks it between Gumi and Kainoob during the power play and takes the first point for Bang Bang.
Sneaking it through, but you have to wonder whether or not that was just a little bit of miscommunication there, that there was that flip available, or whether or not that is just a sign that perhaps this goalie swap was not where you want it to be. That said, it is just the first point, and they did lose both their barriers pretty quickly and almost had a turnaround regardless. That said, Snake is on the move,
wow,
and Grimella is moving out of the way of that core, and it is going in.
Just broke their ankles there. Both Fudgy and Grimella start juking up top. They thought for sure Snake was going to be taking that shot up towards the top, and instead does go right into the bottom and that'll tie us right back up. Demon's Ra wasting no time and looking to keep that one going. Drew trying to clear things out towards the top. Missing the barrier beam there, but does have access to the flip as necessary. Gumi getting himself into a good position, though, and Snake just bouncing it off the back, finding a KO, too, all at the same time. Great position here now for Demons. Snake trying to get it past Fudgy. Fudgy able to clear it out yet again, but Kainoob and Gumi are approaching towards the bottom. They will actually be able to find a KO there, though, and now the respawn has come on through. Maybe a chance for a comeback here from Bang Bang on the point. Really great placement, though, on that misdirect. Kainoob going to be able to send it back on through. Snake is now respawned. Grimella trying to get some work done on towards those barriers, but Gumi advances forward with the cyber swipe, and he is ready, cutting them off with the sentry turret and taking the point for Demon's Ra.
Gordo, I've taken notice that the Demon's Ra goalie was in the enemy net. If we continue to see offense like that without eject button, it could either be quite good as it was just there, or it could potentially be their downfall later down the line. But that said, it is actually Gumi who will go down with a quick KO found and a quick barrier as well. That's a Kainoob on the move with that flip available, and the barrier seemingly goes down to nothing, and with this flip
oh my
up, the goal goes in. These rounds are going kind of fast, but at the same time, they're a bit chaotic, Gordo.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's just what we see out of Demon's Ra all the time. I think they're really a team, more than anybody else, who really uses all three players on offense, with or without that eject button, like you were saying, and going to be all the more emphasized here with Kainoob in the arc. Getting into this draft here, extra special, going to get snapped up. That's the reward.
I think on this map in particular, that is quite the bounty to receive. That said, you're now going to have Drew with quick strikes available to have to contest, but it's interesting because that leaves Stagger up for Snake to pick up. That's going to be a double Stagger setup there. We've got the Era goalie picking up the Unstoppable. That's going to be quite nice for dealing with those bull rushes or things like the X Maximus punches. But at the same time, you've also got Grimella now picking up aerials. That's going to be a lot of extra pressure. Ooh. Just like that, they find a kill with that extra range and manage to set up a power play for their team as the barrier goes down.
Yeah, nicely angled there with the Bewitching Beam. Going to be able to take the second barrier and going to be able to open things up here for the side of Bang Bang as they look to get themselves a little bit more footing in this game number 2 and in this series. KO found by Drew on the top side. That's a 4 KO streak for him. And Grimella resets with the Crystal Thorns, taking it home and putting Bang Bang on the board first again.
That seems like quite the difficult goal to save if you're a Finny. Those Crystal Thorns plus the dash up to cover, you really just don't have the tools to deal with that swath of abilities. That said, we're on to the next point, and Drew is looking for another kill, does not find it. Snake doing some bullying and retaliation, but that's going to be a good resource burned on that X Maximus. Not going to have that to score, but will have this flip available to take the barrier, but they lose one of their own in trade.
Yep, and there's going to be the bounce off the bottom. Not what they were hoping for, as it ends up taking both barriers. It's open goals for both sides now. Fudgy stepping on up, looking to clear it out with the Bewitching Beam. Gets it back up to Drew and Grimella. Grimella taking control with the Rose Warp. It sneaks past him on the top side, though. Now Fudgy going to have to fall back on defense, sending it straight forward, trying to get it into Grimella's hands. Drew making the big run across the entire map. Snake going to be able to find the KO, making a double as Snake takes 2 out, and Fudgy is left to defend 1 versus 3. Bewitching Beam going to try to clear it out. Snake just sitting here, just waiting, just throwing out strikes, and nobody can stop them. Fudgy Waffles will be able to push it through, or Fudgy Waffles won't be able to stop it, rather, from being pushed through by Kainoob, and that's going to be 1-1.
It was getting a little bit goofy there, but they do manage to secure the point regardless. That said, if they continue to have fun times like that, perhaps that could be leading to trouble later down the line. We'll have to see if that continues to just them having fun, or whether or not that's a sign that there's a little bit of miscommunication. But with this barrier being down, I feel like there's no miscommunication, just raw offense here.
Yeah, and another really early double barrier coming on across for Demon's Ra. You're going to need to be able to hold on to those for longer if you are Fudgy Waffles and Bang Bang on the defense. They do manage to take 2 in pretty quick succession over on the other side, though. Gumi able to sneak it past Fudgy. Fudgy able to fall back in time to be able to keep this going, but the triple take from Kainoob will keep the offense going. A big finish going to send it through again. A nice pass through from Snake, but they are going to be able to block it away. Good job by Grimella to cover the defense there. Drew now taking it away on towards the other side. Will get cleared up towards the top. Snake takes another shot, gets it to Grimella, gets it to Drew. Grimella showing up with the piercing shot not going to be able to take it into the goal, but a nice opportunity. A good collapse coming through for the rest of the team. Grimella keeping it on towards this side of the map. Drew not able to get the strike in, but there was a shot there to be able to take it all the way home. Now a flip coming out of Kai Noob, sending it down towards the bottom. Fudgy going to be able to fend that one away yet again. Snake takes the shot up towards the top, and it will be 2-1 for Demon's Rock.
I really like that firewall sentry placement by Gumi there, recognizing that the rebound from those sound waves would send it straight into the turret and keep the offense alive, rather than feeling forced to find a more direct angle. But that said, they are rewarded by their team play. But going into this next point, one thing I've taken a note of that I've really liked from Grimella as well is that when they are using this secondary, the Rose Warp, they usually keep themselves in position to strike thereafter. That way, just in case the core would go haywire, they maintain full possession and control. They're obviously not working out as the chaos ensues, but just one thing to look out for with this possession.
Really good stuff there, taking advantage of the ricochets. Drew's going to be able to take that second barrier and going to be able to give a faint lead on this point to Bang Bang. There's going to be the flip coming through from Fudgy. Puts it up in front of the goal. Grimella comes through yet again. Can't get it through with the Crystal Thorns. Big finish going to block it for a time, but Drew pushes it past and takes us to point number 5.
Normally, when you see the Finny ultimate and you're on the offense trying to get through it, if you don't have that second button, you want to shoot it up or down to try to at least keep it in the general vector of where you are. But there, Drew just sends it straight at them, and straight into their goal it goes, as now it looks like it might be going around.
Yeah, there's going to be a really quick double barrier yet again. Demons have been able to find this so consistently on this map in this game. The flip from Kainu, and it's just unrelenting. The big finish gonna stagger too. And Grimella trying to fall back and help out with the defense. Will be able to clear it out. Glitch Pop doesn't quite put it through, and Drew is able to clear it out. Able to find the double barrier, but it's a double KO yet again. Grimella now in the position Fudgy was in earlier, trying to hang on, trying to get the respawns, but Gumi's already there, and it's into the goal for the set win. The Demons Raw, they are on match point set-wise.
They are finding the damage they need to set up these power plays. We saw the last 3v1 go a little funny, but this one was just pure execution, both of their enemies and of their gameplay. That said, let's take a look at this draft here. We've got the stagger going to the side of Kainu, a little extra speed. They've been walking up quite a bit. Finny already having some high base speed. This is going to give them a little bit more to work with. Explosive entrance. We saw how well it worked in the last series. We'll have to see if it continues to work here. It wasn't even the last series. It was the last game, rather. 1-2 punch being denied. The Reptile Remedy giving a little bit of extra survivability, but now this is going to be a big X that you have to deal with. And with heavy impact coming through, perhaps I can turn the tide on this damage exchange, but it's certainly looking like you're going to have to be careful if you're the side of Bang Bang here against this draft. That said, the net's already open.
Again, just so rapidly able to find these. A nice KO, though, found onto Kainoob, and will give an opportunity here over to the Bang Bang squad. They found the first point in both of the sets so far, and going to see if they can replicate that here. The pass back from Grimella gets it right in for Drew. 3 for 3 on the first kickoff points to Bang Bang.
Big points secured here, and that collapse was really tough because you had the Arrow Beam covering one lane, the Estelle covering the out clear, and just people left and right to have to then get the core through should you survive all of that. So a great collapse there by the side of Bang Bang. But that said, you need more than 1 point to get out of this series. You're going to need a lot. But if things keep up the way they're going, the net's open, but there's opportunities arising.
Absolutely here. They do manage to open up the net on the other side. Really nicely placed triple take there from Kainu. Going to be able to keep the offense going. Gumi advances forward. Not quite able to get the flip going, but he gets another reset. Flips it away. Blocked away by Fudgy Waffles. Yet again, the Glitch Pop trying to keep that trade going. But Drew trying to disrupt him now. Hitting him with a barrier beam. Getting a little bit of that damage on a cross. Fudgy falling back. Needs to pass it down to keep it away from Snake. Glitch Pop nearly sent it into the goal there. They do manage to evade that one. Big finish. Going to be taking control over the core. Going to be sending it back over to Grimella, who fends it back away. Gumi keeping it into this bottom corner using the sentry turret, but still won't be able to send it in. Pass down to Gumi. Grimella going to send it forward yet again. Drew looking for his chance to be able to launch forward and get that strike into the goal. Falling back over to Snake now. Fudgy has access to the flip, might need to use it soon. Channels up that magical Maelstrom, and now it's into Drew's hands. Grimella falling back at midfield, sends it to the bottom corner, and it's going to be another flip from Fudgy. Counter flip from Kainu back over to Snake, who just can't get the strike yet. Grimella going to be the one holding it at midfield, and it's just flying all around the map here. Gumi trying to chase after it, and there's the shot from midfield. Snake finds an empty goal and finds a score for Demons Ra.
Ooh, a lot of back and forth there as the goalie and the midfield had both walked up to cover the side lanes that left it wide open for Snake in the middle, who great positioning there to make the most of it, but a not so great flip here as they don't manage to connect with the bull rush, instead having to rely on a later strike, but Snake sending it potentially the wrong way there. But it looks like with this power play coming to life, they'll have a little bit more leeway. But Fudgy Waffles getting a little beat up here, even with those pauldrons to help stay alive, and the little bit of stagger that they do have. You got to be careful here. These Maelstroms not able to secure kills either, so it's a lot of resources burned.
Absolutely here. You managed to find one of the barriers. Grimella coming in towards the bottom. Drew going to be able to take it in for the second one. A young upstart team, new to the league this season, looking to try to fight their way back into this series. This could be their last set in the winner's side bracket. Drew taking it down towards the bottom. The triple take going to actually send it in the wrong direction there. Kainoob not able to keep the offense going. Fudgy resetting up towards the top. Fudgy's been KO'd. And now it's a 2 versus 3, but they're not done with the offense. There's the Rose Warp. There's the shot from Grimella. Taking it up 2-1. Bang, bang. Looking to hold on.
We mentioned that mastery of the Rose Warp earlier, getting a good flip timing to where the projectile does not eat the flip and giving him the full forced 50-50 onto Kainoob. Very difficult position, but Gumi looking a little bit glued to the edge of the stage here. I don't know if this is a control issue or what it may be, but it will lead to their death. As now Kainoob has this flip to help survive, but Snake's got to come back as now this power play is not going in their favor, but they have managed to survive so far. We'll have to see if with Gumi coming back, whether or not they can turn the tides.
Wow, Drew just going for the flip and the dash forward while inside the big finish to be able to just force it in to get that first barrier, but now the offense is going over towards the Demons Raw side. Snake managing to get it back behind the barrier, but Grimella snipes it away with the Rose Warp, a chance to be able to open up the goal. They're not able to capitalize though, and Snake just marching it down with the X Maximus on the other side. Does come on in there with the Goldbringer, but is not going to be able to take it into the goal. Grimella with another nicely placed Rose Thorns, not going to be enough, and it's going to be Gumi sending it in. We are going to 0.5 for what feels like the upteenth time today, Dendar, and a chance for Demons Raw to win it here.
A 0.5, but will we see a third or fourth round rather, as we are getting into this game? One barrier taken each side. Flip was available for Fudgy Waffles, but it's already been burned. I feel like that last point was such a difficult point to lose because it looked fairly free to save, but there's a lot going on in the minds of these players as they have to suffer through the offense and the defense of both teams. The net is open.
Net is open. Snake just waiting for it inside the goal arc. They need to be able to get back control on the side of Bang Bang if they want to be able to hang on towards their winner's side bracket lives. Snake clearing Grimella back out towards the other side. Fudgy trying to hold on to it, sends out the magical Maelstrom. The big finish, going to send it back through. No block available. Kainoob finds the goal. Demons Raw 3-0 in Game 2. 6-0 in the series. Will move on to face the Sad Boys in the winner's final next week.
No guard on that attempt and no chances of retribution here as Demons Raw secure their spot. Like you said, going to be against Sad Boys next week. That said, that's going to be an exciting game, but let's talk about the one we just watched. Let's take a look at these stats. We've got Gumi putting on quite a bit of damage on that IME midfield. Kainoob doing some as well, but it's actually Snake who is top damage here. Perhaps that amplification from Kainoob padding those stats just a little bit, but with how much pressure they were able to mount, it just goes to show that they can put that damage to good use. That said, redirects, however, 176 on Kainoob and then 127 on Fudgy Waffles. Kainoob had more redirects, which normally would be a telling that they were on the defensive, but here we saw them walk up time and time again and really put on a good performance, showing that goalies can get that offensive mastery just by walking up and being a presence on the pitch, so great job to them. That said, the unorthodox pick of that era goalie didn't quite work out this time, but honestly, it looked good on the offense. It's just sometimes on that defense, it's so tough to deal with, especially against players of this caliber.
Yeah, it absolutely is there, and that is a 12-0 winners semis today, Dendar. Every single set won by either the Sad Boys or Demons Raw. in our whole block here. So that is an exciting winners final for next week. These two teams, everything old is new again. It is Sad Boys versus Demons Raw, the North American Strikers League Classic.
Definitely an exciting one to look out for, but that's the end of the series for us here, as it looks like it might be time to start wrapping things up for us. I'm not sure who our next caster duo is going to be, but I'm excited for them regardless, as there are plenty of very exciting games to cast yet today. That said, Gordo, do you have any lasting thoughts before we pass it off?
And now just stay tuned for these lower quarter finals where we're going to start to see our first eliminations of the day. Bun Bun Bonanza versus Showtime coming up first. Will be followed later on by Bang Bang taking on the Bozo Bunch. And we will get all the way to our top 3 here today. So stay tuned for more Nassau playoffs action. We will see you guys after another short break.
Everybody warmed up? Quiet on the set. Nobody blink. Make it flashy, guys.
This match will get red hot.
Let's do this in one take. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
First set in perhaps under 2 minutes.
But Showtime is holding on.
I genuinely don't know how that clear happened. And Megaverse will stick it clearly himself.
Yeah,
back into position, comes back, gets the slashing strike out to it. Breezy coming out.
Good, they're time to put on a show.
Like that. But will be able to navigate it on through. Joker finds the KO.
Before having 3. But Joker doesn't care about any of that.
Doesn't matter. Aggression. Joker's trying to close it. Joker flips it, and Joker takes it home. Joker's hands through the portal. Screwbread's going to be able to defend. Joker falling back. Beautiful by Shiatsu.
Getting a great Giga Blast. Just push it forward.
Or to take the barrier, Demon Straw with an opportunity now, but Jianzu is still alive, and if Jianzu's alive, there's a chance for a goal.
That's it.
Speaking of moments, that's Jianzu in there with the barrage, and that's Joker with the follow-up with the whiplash.
Here's Lily Bun, almost is able to fight it there. Scyther now forward again, but it's Liari who will put it home.
Back up to Puppy, trying to get it back to midfield. Scyther stunned back away, not going to be able to catch that pass, but it gets rocketed through by Lily Bun.
And look, 2 barriers going down right there. Scyther's just caught.
And Liari.
Play coming out here. Scyther's going to try to hold the line. Doesn't seem to hit the drone just there. Liari at just about no health. They have to score now or die, and they do.
It's going to make this a hard point for them, but just one set to determine the whole game. Cyber Strike from Liari.
Stuff or any way of mitigating damage. Oh, I mean, it just becomes an absolute bloodbath right now. As Scyther finds another one, a double KO here, and the double barrier now, and Bun Bun probably just going to be able to score this one at any moment now. And there's the ace! Whoa!
For sure. I mean, that one, or that one, and as well. Shapeshifter's going to try their best to defend against this.
Devious things on now with that.
Look, with Liari 1-2 punch, Lilybun picks up Fight of the Colossus, but also has recovery drone foresight there as well. Nearly a goal goes in there, but able to get sent away. Now Zay forward again. Lilybun still back.
Dangerously staggered, there's a slash in, but Lilybun able to clear that one out.
Yeah, tough to close though. Some of those aggressive tools. I mean, Scyther should be coming back off cooldown here before Zubon does have access to the flip. Trying to send it through. Triple take, really getting into a great position there. And you already lose faith with an impossible decision.
The bonanza continues for this squad as they will pick up another victory here, showing the bonanza has gone nowhere.
Share this!
Welcome back to the North American Strikers League Season 4 playoffs. My name is Tech. Today I'm joined by none other than Borg. Borg, welcome. Bun Bun Bonanza versus Showtime. We have a match coming up. What are your thoughts on this?
Hey, guess who's back? I'm feeling like Eminem right now, Tech. Feels good to be back on the cast, if you know what I mean here. No is no on that one. I said it. I've been trying to not say no is no, so chat, try to follow along with me and not say that phrase with me. Go along with that. But about the series, regardless about me, I'm very excited because, not gonna lie, I think all of us are kind of in agreement. The winner side matches had a lot left to be desired, right? I mean, still great showings from Demons and Sad Boys, but I think we all want to see some close games, right, Tech? So I'm excited here to see Bun Bun kind of get back on the horse, hopefully have a little bit of a better series here in Showtime, making their playoffs debut here. And, I mean, seeing Barcode again, to be honest, warms my heart in playoffs, because we haven't seen that since Season 2.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, Barcode winning that award earlier on, I believe, for the most valuable sub, something along those lines. But without further ado, Taiko Temple, going to be a very interesting matchup here. Explosive Entrance and Catalyst going to be our two starting awakenings here with the now Infini ban. Have to see what these two teams pick, and we will see the Lilybun Dubu. Always an exciting character to watch.
Yeah, Lilybun, I think, taking notes from that Sad Boys game where I feel like on that Taiko game, the Dubu would have been amazing. I think a lot of players are talking about that behind the scenes. So excited to see the Lilybun Dubu now finally back on the Taiko. Scyther on the Asher as well. Going to be a really, really strong cop here, I think, coming in. But if you look at the side of Showtime, they pretty much have their tried and true with Shianzu kind of just kittening Joker here, let Joker kind of do all the work in Barcode on that patented Mako character, and just as you see right there, holding down that last barrier already.
Yeah, two extremely strong comps, especially for this map, and we see Barcode just winning Strike War after Strike War. This barrier is alive, and Scyther 12 has the core flip, but is such low HP as finally the second barrier falls for the side of Showtime. Barcode here looking to get this up, and oh, the Joker, it manages to get one, not the second, but has the flip with that X Maximus, looking for it, but stunned away immediately. And there's the flip, comes out the counter from Liari. Both barriers going down, and one KO found right away for Showtime. Lilybun and Scyther both have the flip. Should be able to hold this down if you can get it up to Scyther. The pass a little bit high off these Taiko drums. The Joker looking for something, another core flip, this time to counter out, and Scyther just stuffs it through. First point going to Bun Bun Bonanza.
Okay, the counter to the counter to the counter, I think, right there from Scyther. Flip into Barcode, flip into the stuff. Great play there from Scyther. Really, I mean, kind of just one of those 50-50 chances that you don't really see all that much, but worked out there for Scyther. And close set there, but oh my goodness, this set is just off to an amazing start. Joker with the double kill, leaving Lilybun all alone, but a Dubu with flip, very, very hard to get by, so I assume Lilybun will probably hold this down here, but it's going to be a very tall task. Uses the flip and manages to hold that last barrier, but Showtime, I mean, looking so explosive in this round start.
Absolutely, that level advantage might come into play a little bit later on, as there's the turret. Barcode manages to clear it through. Lilybun crossing the midfield line. Will be able to help take one, and there's the second falling for Showtime. So much pressure right away off the bat of that respawn. Lilybun misses the strike there, but is able to avoid the Joker. You see that present coming out. There's the flip, another flip from Barcode. Now Shianzu, the only one with energy in this lobby. A good attempt by the Joker, but not quite able to find it. Will Shianzu use this flip on defense? They will, off a beautiful glitch pop from Liari. Showtime staying alive. The self-dribble from Scyther and the catch. Gets it all done themselves. Scyther 12 with yet another goal.
Yeah, Bun Bun feels like they're kind of going back to basics here. Just really what... I mean, honestly, they kind of were known for a while ago when Scyther would pick up, like, you know, they'd play that Rasmus or the Asher or something kind of along those lines. Liari would pick the Estelle, and now I guess the Amy. Similar character design to Lilybun on the Dubu, but Lilybun on the Dubu will be going down to that Aranado. Shianzu just making light work of the goalie on Bun Bun Bonanza, and Joker now finding another KO here, just removing everybody from Bun Bun Bonanza off the pitch. But they're going to stabilize for now, not without Scyther having to use flip first. And just Bun Bun in tatters, but Joker looking incredibly low here. Shianzu needs to put this one in, but cannot put it in. Scyther with the stop on the goal line.
Oh, and an excellent save from Lilybun. off the bottom corner of that net, but the core just drifts in off the bell ringer. The Joker gets Showtime's first goal. And despite them having the level advantage and KOing all the time, Bun Bun Bonanza is still up in this set.
Yeah, I mean, that round is basically just a highlight reel for, honestly, both teams. And then probably the most underwhelming final goal there at the end. But, hey, Showtime, you take those, as they say. Definitely, after that beginning performance, they needed that point. Joker now trying to make something happen here, and does yet again. I feel like every time Joker presses this X Maximus, he gets some value, and then he gets the double barrier as well. I mean, Joker has came to play today, Tech.
He sure has, Borg, and he's looking to play some more. The dash coming through, not able to find its mark as things reset to neutral, but of course, 2 barriers down on the side of Bun Bun. They do have this 1 point leeway to play with, but they still have to watch out for the passing play. There it is to the Joker. The log saving things. Scyther's able to get one, looking for the second as Lilybun's getting punched in the net. The Joker just has to get there, but not quick enough. Liari's glitch pop will help save this goal. And Liari has the flip. The Joker sitting on the other side, trying to slow Lilybun, trying to get rid of those momentum boot stacks. As Barcode's trying to pass it up, the Maelstrom just misses its mark. And 1 barrier is all that needs to be taken. And there it is. There's the barrier taken. The flip, but once again, the core, too quick, drifts in off the top corner. Shianzu credited with that one.
Yeah, really good play there from Shianzu. Not only just saving that core right on the line, but also finding the clear that leads right to where Lilybun just was not covering, and the roll into flip was not there in time. And the flip is actually too little too late. Their Joker manages to just get past everything. X Maximus into flip, into that goal in the top corner, 7-second point, Tech. I mean, a statement there from the Joker saying, I am not losing this game.
Showtime steals that point away, and look what they're gifted with. Potentially quick strike.
Yeah.
That would be
quick
huge.
Strikes here, Castellas here, bulk up as well here. I think Shianzu, yeah, just going to take away the quick strikes right away. Do not give Scyther that awakening because the Joker has that bulk up anyway, which is just incredibly strong on the X regardless. However, Lilybun on the debut, going to be getting that Orb Ponder, and I mean, honestly, pretty decent draft for both sides here. However, I will give the edge to Showtime. They do get the quick strikes on the Era, which just notoriously Shianzu in general, just a really good quick strikes user. So I'm excited to see how Shianzu on this Era pick can make use of this quick strikes and extend this lead.
Yeah, and paired with that Catalyst, we're going to see even more flips than ever before. And Lilybun immediately forced to walk away, and both her barriers taken away again. This Showtime offense is so good at getting the double barriers, and by Showtime offense, I just mean the Joker.
Yeah, I mean, Joker probably, after his play last season on midfield, I feel like his game has just leveled up incredibly. He went from just an incredibly scary brawler to an even more incredibly scary brawler, because now it's really hard to actually beat him in Strike Wars. As we can see right there, he wins 2 Strike Wars, forces Lilybun to actually cover Liari there, and Shianzu's just all alone on the bottom.
Yeah, when you have a player as strong as the Joker with some good awakenings, all of a sudden you're forced to double team them, leaving that bottom side open. We see there, players of this caliber force you to take space, and this time the Joker actually gets taken out. A taste of his own medicine as 1 barrier falls for Showtime, and Barcode has the ult to try to save things. There's the core flip once away. Again, in the quick strikes, makes Shianzu such a threat. Of course, known for their now gameplay and core control, and they're doing it again here. Lilybun does have the flip to keep things alive, pushing up all the way past that midfield line. Liari will be taking over this goal box. The Joker, low HP, staggered here, able to get the pass through. There's the flip into the bottom corner, but Barcode saves it away. And the Joker, once again, is KO'd through midfield.
Yeah, gone down yet again, and now this opens up Bun Bun to a perfect offense potential here, but Barcode and Shianzu save it through the sentry turret there from Liari, and they can't put it in, and now it's on Showtime that have the power play. They take out Scyther, Joker finally getting his revenge, and they're able to get both barriers from it, forcing Lilybun to flip. And Shianzu with the flip as well, puts it in that top corner. Really strong play there from the entirety of Showtime to just hold it down until Joker can come back and clean up house.
Absolutely gorgeous. Just waiting to strike is Showtime right now. And we see, again, The Dubu is just not able to cover the entirety of the net. Those movement options, the roll does not go far or nor quick enough. So a nice attempt there. You see Xianzhu trapped in that corner. Scyther on the hunt, looking for something. Able to find one barrier off the bottom. And once again, we see Lily and Liari switching positions. I love this, how fluid their offense is and their defense.
Yeah, I'm really liking Liari's play. I mean, honestly, even though they got a bit destroyed by Sad Boys, I think, great attempt there from Liari with the flip into the glitch pop, but not quite getting it there. But, I mean, really, she's been looking amazing on the Amy, which has been a newer pickup for her so far in tournament play at the very least. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of this Amy kind of Asher synergy going on here, because Bun Bun really are going to need it. But they're going to have to get past Showtime in this offensive play here, but I mean, hey, the triple defense is making it happen so far, and Scyther going to be the one to tap it in there past Barcode.
Yeah, that flip used a little bit prematurely. Of course, so much danger when you do have both those barriers down. Lilybun still had one to work with. A nice point by Bun Bun. And, you know, Aimee is a pick we've seen quite frequently today. We see a lot of teams using that as almost an Estelle alternative, which, of course, Liari is so well known for. So I do love this pickup, and Lilybun in a dangerous spot, almost taking away the Joker, gets the orb. And Lilybun is on such low HP, has the core flip, burns it away, and now Energyless forced to just run away from the Joker and let the forward and midfield take over in the net here. But there's the KO off the energy burst. The Joker with one, looking for this bottom barrier. The pass up from Barcode to Xianzhu, looking to stick it in this corner, and the core flip comes out. This time not predicted properly by the Joker. Now the tables might turn. The Joker's HP chipped away, and a beautiful double barrier from Bun Bun Bonanza. Xianzhu looking to find something. The Joker trying to stay alive. The strike shot keeps things alive for Showtime. Oh, but the taiko drum a little bit too fast. You need to get it past Xianzhu, and you need to do this quick. 2 seconds left until the Joker's up. And there he goes, Xianzhu controlling the core. Lilybun been in this position too many times. It's scary to let that core potentially drift through. Almost does for Barcode with a beautiful save off the bottom. It's like they're looking to push it through one more time. Xianzhu has the flip, will go up. The shot is between them. Liari's core flip not able to find it, and Showtime takes the second set.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I feel like Xianzhu has like 100% success rate with his flips this game. I feel like every time I see Xianzhu press flip, the ball goes in or gets everything, basically. So, I mean, well played to Xianzhu for just the absolute efficiency in a lot of the plays there. And gets awarded with the first pick again. Going to be taking away that perfect form, but definitely just still very good in general. But you do not want the Amy to get a hold of that. But Rapid Fire is not a very weak awakening as well, so I don't think Larry is going to be too upset about that. Dubu going to be getting a little bit more speed. And okay, so I'm actually excited about this tech. Adrenaline Rush on Scyther here gives him a little bit more of an out to play for. The guy that gets lore here from Scyther. That one's a little bit of a deep cut reference, but I feel like if Scyther can get these KOs, they can finally start getting that offense moving here. But my problem is I don't know how he's really going to get a lot of these KOs unless Liari, I mean, there you go. He gets a KO there. Liari and Lilybun actually put in a lot of damage onto Joker there, which opens up the door for Scyther to finally take him away. So the Adrenaline Rush coming through. Hopefully going to be getting Bun Bun both barriers here, but yep, there we go. And now it's an even game, no barriers.
Yeah, that extra speed is so scary, especially on a character that can stuff like Asher. And Barcode has the save, but not the strike cooldown. Not able to get that second one. And Scyther finds this goal. A great attempt, though, from Barcode. I mean, you see how difficult a lot of these are. You have to get it past Barcode's core flip. You have to get it past the strike shot or the primary. It's so difficult. So for a goal to go in that quickly into the set is always a difficult thing. And look at the damage on the Scyther. Flips at the last second, maybe off of buffer, and immediately half their health is gone.
Yeah, health almost gone, but gets an orb to stabilize as well. And now I'm a little bit more worried about Xianzhu and Joker here. One of them might go down here. Joker, the one actually going to be looking a little bit worse for wear, but a great glitch puff from Liari, actually going to be getting that last barrier. But Xianzhu with the perfect flip. Like I said, the success rate from these flips are absolutely insane. Getting both barriers, tying up the game. Now it just depends if Showtime can hold in time for Joker to come back, and they can, Tech. They can, and they're back in this game.
They're back in, but we'll see for how long. That turret will be back and gotten through. Liari, so much damage, has the flip now, forced to use it to avoid that bewitching beam. And Shianzu looking for the pass up. The Maelstrom not quite finding its mark, and Liari dead in the net. This is scary now, but Scyther does have the flip. We'll see if they have to use it. Trying to keep things alive on this bottom side. The 2 versus 3 and finds the angle into the bottom. Bun Bun Bonanza is not out quite yet. 1 point away from their first set.
Hey, they may have been down those last 2 sets, but they are not out. They are making a comeback in this third set. The notorious kind of changing of the tides here in this third set, right? The draft finally kind of kicks into gear in their favor a little bit. And it feels like they have a little bit more of a game plan coming into here. But a game plan is nothing when Shianzu just gets absolutely everything with every single flip, by the way. That's a second double barrier from flips in this set alone. So we'll see if they can finally get a point off of it. But it's going to be so hard when Joker just keeps dying. And there's not really much he can do about it.
No, there isn't. Scyther with low HP in the net trying to stuff this through. But there's the flip. Thankfully, Liari's there this time to save that scary angle we've seen so many times. And Shianzu is just dominating the midfield right now, despite being down 2 points. Every flip is perfect, like you mentioned, Borg.
Yeah, just so much efficiency in terms of the strikes and the core flips. And really, I mean, honestly, just everything. I feel like Shianzu's kind of having a game of all time right now. Really, really good performance from the era here. And there you go. There's another one. I mean, you can't make this up, Tech. You cannot make this up. I think it's just like perfect usage out of Shianzu, and the fact that you have the quick strikes plus the catalyst as well just gives so many more flips and opportunities to build that up, right? That energy all the way up. So I feel like Bun Bun need a little bit of a game plan change here. They need to remove a little bit of leeway from Shianzu somehow. I don't know if that means you kind of damage him more, or I'm not really sure what that consists of, but we're going to need to see some sort of change.
Oh, absolutely. And the Tofu Fortress in such an unfortunate spot. Somehow the core flip clears it out there. Beautiful flip from Lily. Here comes the Maelstrom, blocked away by the turret. Liari chased down by the Joker right now. Will get one. Joker gets the second off a nice strike war. And there's the flip again. Will we see 5 for 5? No, this time blocked away, and a beautiful save at the cost of 2 of the Bun Bun defense members. Scyther has the flip, not even using it yet. 4 seconds until they come back, but the range is not enough. And once again, we're tied 2-2 in this set. Showtime could take it all here.
Bun Bun with kind of a miracle save on that bottom side, and Scyther definitely not a stranger to the goalie position as well, but when you're getting boxed out by an X and also a NATO coming in at the same time, there's not really too much you can do. So nice try from Scyther there, but Showtime tying this up 2-2, and this is now game point here, game 1 of the set point. So, I mean, we'll see if they can get it here. Joker with the bell ringer unable to actually get that last barrier, but the strike is going to put it in anyway. And Showtime are primed and ready to take this set, but not if Liari has anything to say about it. The double barrier coming right back.
Oh, a gorgeous double barrier, but that's so scary. The wrong way. And Joker secures that last point. Showtime takes map number 1. In such an unfortunate ending. Bun Bun rearing for the comeback, but not quite able to get it. Showtime up in this series, and you know, technically they're 1 seed lower than Bun Bun Bonanza, potentially the underdogs, maybe the fan favorites off of the bestie Bucks. And we just see here, look at the redirects on Shianzu, 210 in this set. Talk about controlling the midfield board.
Yeah, I mean, Shianzu definitely MVP for me, and that just feels weird to say given how much of a monster Joker was and how well Barcode was honestly just kind of silently performing from the back as well, doing what you need to do on the Mako, just keeping the barrier for a very long time, providing speed to Joker when he needed it. But Shianzu was just definitely the carry, advancing the core forward, covering for Joker whenever he died. It was just amazing to watch. So well played from Shianzu there. And actually, I was kind of laughing on that last goal there as Lilybun, the former teammate of the Joker, diming him up right there at the end. Unfortunate way to end it. I think Joker had a really good read on that down clear, so he managed to meet the core there before it happened. But man, I mean, back to the drawing board yet again here from Bun Bun. It feels like this game, they had a little bit more of the pieces together, but they just couldn't quite figure it out. It feels like Showtime they're just running the basics, and they're doing really dang well at it.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, I believe the next map will be Clarion Corp. So that, of course, is or Clarion Test Chamber, rather. Sorry, I named their entire organization there. And that's going to be interesting, right? Because we saw this map, we saw almost two different strategies. The Joker doing the patented strategy of go out there and kill. And then we have Xianzhu just controlling the core the entire time, right? Clarion, of course, such a versatile map, able to sort of do it all depending on the map that comes up, you know? So I'm excited to see how they're going to mix things up and, of course, what comp they're going to pick on this. Some of the traditional goalies are much different. We see a lot of Rasmus goalie coming out on a map like Clarion. So we'll have to see what these two teams opt for when they decide to pick.
Yeah, I'm really curious about the drafts because I feel like unless the Awakenings are really good for it, the kind of standard, X kitten comp type thing that Showtime have proven they're really, really good at and Barcode feels very, very comfortable on, not quite as good. Like I said, it really depends on the Awakenings, especially for Clarion Test Chamber. But I don't know. I mean, if I didn't see that game one, I would say I definitely favor Bun Bun on this map in general. It feels like they're a pretty versatile team in terms of what they pick, in terms of kind of the strategies they perform. You see Scyther pull out all kinds of crazy stuff. Same with Lily Bun in the regular season. So, I mean, if there's any time to pull out something new or to pull out some hidden pick, it would be now. They might have tried to save some stuff for later, maybe for day 2, but your back's against the wall right now. You're one set away from, one game away, rather, in this best of 3 from just being completely out of playoffs and with 0 wins, really. 0 set wins so far as well, given that rough Sad Boys first game as well. So, I mean, we need to see something here from Bun Bun.
That's right. And the question is, will the Finny be banned away again? We see the Finny, of course, Dendar making a nice reference for Fudgy, saying we're seeing a little bit of Lily Bun in this. And there it is again, Showtime will ban the Finny, I believe. And so that's difficult, right? That's a character that we see Lily Bun being so dominant on throughout this entire season, and a goalie that almost every goalie has picked. So I think getting rid of that, of course, Extra Special and Big Fish going to be the starting Awakening. So we'll see if that just KO them strategy comes out more. But I feel like that's a big ban for the side of Showtime.
Yeah, I mean, the Finny definitely has super high prevalency in the later end of this season. I was going to say flavor of the month, but it's becoming kind of just in the flavor, I'm going to be honest. It's becoming the vanilla right now of OS, Finny, just how insanely good this goalie pick is and how incredibly proficient Lily Bun is on the pick. So definitely a smart ban to pull away from there. And then the Bun Bun ban of now, pretty interesting here because I feel like obviously Xianzhu with now very, very scary, but it makes me think, is Bun Bun going to be picking damage now? And with that Amy and Estelle pick on that red side 2-3, it makes me think we might see a Drakkar coming in here, but I feel like he might have, I don't know if he's going to pick it, especially after what Sad Boys and Vaughn with that Atlas midfield just did to him on the Drakkar. So when they see that Atlas hover, I don't know. Showtime are set up for, with that Atlas, a good anti-kill comp there. They have the Rasmus, they have the Kai, they have the core control Showtime. Now, what will be the last answer for Bun Bun? I mean, it could be a couple things here. Is it going to be, I don't know. Could just be damage, could just be Drakkar. They could go with the Zentaro, or they could go out of left field. And whoa, out of left field it is. It's the Luna. We did see this in regular season. I don't remember if it was a win or not on that game, but this is something we have seen before, and it is extra special start, so I don't hate it. I think this will be really interesting.
Yeah, this is it's always a good time to watch a Scyther Luna, and we'll have to see which team it's a good time for. You're watching this Showtime Bun Bun Bonanza map 2. We will be queuing up here. I am very excited. Of course, Luna, a character that takes an incredible amount of skill to pilot properly. And on Clarion Test Chamber, where in some of the maps you're just locked in the corner, I'm excited to see this extra special being used not only on offense, but defense as well.
Yeah, Luna's definitely a really interesting pick on Clarion, but I think in the brawler position, it can work really well, especially if you have a pretty good awakening start, which extra special, one of her best awakenings in general. So, I mean, Bun Bun, I kind of like what they're doing here, but it really just depends if they can throw off Xianzhu and Joker. They can throw off that game plan they have on the offense. Can they control them, keep them in check with all of the damage and the projectiles they have coming in? We'll have to see here. Coming in now, 0-0. First map of the game will be the Goo map here. Project Obscura, or whatever it's called. Take it away, Tech. Let's see how this game pans out.
I like the goo map better, so we'll have to see who gets this first barrier. Shianzu already damaged, forced to take that orb, and Scyther cooking on the forward, trying to find something on such low HP already, though. Will be the first one to get level 2, but almost diced away by Shianzu with that barrage. So far, not a lot of pressure in the Bun Bun Bonanza side, but with a KO, surely we'll see some. Joker looking for the double barrier, able to get one, but the second not able to be found so easily, and there it is. The pendulum swing will be stunning Lily just enough for that barrier to go down. But both sides missing barriers and not a whole lot of movement options out of Barcode. You have to make sure you're in the right place at the right time. That secondary burned away now. Here's the ult coming out. The Joker taking a lot of damage, and Scyther 12 somehow manages to snag that from the Ivy turret.
And there's the ult setup coming in, right? With that extra special. All members except... Okay, wait. Okay, I did not press tab. Scyther has Big Fish.
I didn't press...
Guys, is someone going to tell him? I mean, this Scyther guy is attracted to speed and size. Just as a brawler player, that's all he takes. That's all he takes it. I don't know why he took Big Fish here. I don't know if he felt he needed the extra stagger for the Kai, or he just likes being bigger, but who am I to criticize a playoff member? I'm curious to see how this comes in here. Extra special not going to be actually meaning anything for the most part because he does not have it, and he goes down and gets scored on here. Joker finally putting it in there with the flip. Showtime answer one back. Not on the goo map this time, which means they're not going to be taking that extra damage, so looking incredibly strong on that one.
That's right, but this time the Joker can be large and in charge, although given Scyther's track record this match, I'm sure he'll be wanting the size. Bun pointing forward, looking for something. Shianzu uses the Giga. A nice find there. The pass. Surely it's up. It is. The Joker wins the strike war. Reads the shot from Lilybun up top. And look at this. The Joker large and in charge right now with that Big Fish. The only one on their team with it. Able to find the second point, and things are looking good right now for Showtime yet again.
Yeah, one strength that the Showtime's comp really does have is they can pretty much just core control bull rush this game, right? The Kai and the Rasmus just have so much core control and offensive pressure that if they can get even 2 or 3 seconds without just getting things thrown at them, then it's just kind of curtains for Bun Bun at that point. It's going to be so incredibly hard to defend, and when they get a random KO like that, Joker doing incredibly well with that pendulum swing, they just get so much space in order to play the game. But I mean, great stalling there from Lilybun and Scyther in order to get Liari back up, and now we're kind of back to even.
Yeah, there's almost a double barrier. Somehow that first one saved away from the Luna crater. Barcode, low energy now. Lilybun looking to clear this out. Scyther does have the flip, so we might see a little secret coming out from them if they're able to hide in this corner, but not quite yet. Here we go. The Crystal Thorns finally take this last barrier. Bun Bun Bonanza have a chance now if they're able to keep this barrier alive, but with the way that the Joker and Shianzu are controlling this core, it's looking unlikely.
Yeah, really, really hard to get that last barrier. The offensive pressure is just all Bun Bun right now. As Scyther right in between Shianzu and Barcode, +3 right there. The field goal going right in between them. So great flip out of Scyther there, and then the barn to end it. Finally, a fitting way to end this first set here. But I have a feeling that this is going to be Showtime's map, as just the bounce sides, right? The bouncy barriers. What do you even call them? Oh, the loss of words right now. But I'm excited to see the speakers. Yeah, exactly. The speakers. Excited to see how the Kai and the Rasmus make use of them to dismantle Bun Bun's projectiles here, or if Bun Bun can just do what they're doing right this second, keep core control away from Shianzu.
Yeah, and I would say this map definitely favors Atlas with these abilities. Lilybun does have the flip, able to get it through the middle with the help of the Crystal Thorns. Barcode trying to keep this alive. The turret comes out, but now it's in the wrong spot. Scyther, large and in charge, able to win that strike war. Here's the Joker, has the abilities to make it work. Scyther looking for the strike war with that Atlas primary. And it's stuck in this corner. The barrier does fall, both sides sitting with an empty net. The hook coming out, not quite finding its mark, but Shianzu gets there and somehow steals this set away from Bun Bun Bonanza yet again. Of course, the game is still early, and there's plenty of awakenings to show up. But we do see Might of the Colossus and Quick Strike coming up for the Joker, who definitely wants it.
Yeah, Quick Strike's going to be going over to Joker. Surprised, honestly, he doesn't just take away the Might, because if Lilybun gets Quick Strikes, it doesn't feel like it really is that big of a deal, and also means they're not getting as much damage, which would then open up Xianzu to get Quick Strikes, which, as we saw last game, was incredibly efficient. But, hey, that's leaving Scyther up with that Might of the Colossus. Who needs Deadeye when you got Might, Big Fish, Luna? That's the new meta right here. Barcode taking away the Catalyst from Liari. Very, very smart, but just pretty much damage across the board for Bun Bun Bonanza, and they're trying to I mean, that's their game plan, right? Their game plan is to pressure Joker and Xianzu, either or both, in order to do enough damage just to get them away from the core. They don't even really need to kill them. They just need to stagger them and keep them away from the ball, because they have so much KO threat that's really all they have to do. Great saves here from Lilybun in order to keep this core rolling, but, you know, if they don't have, like, if they don't land everything, it's still incredibly hard to kill them, right? Especially with Xianzu having that chrono, having that extra speed, and Joker having that big fish with the extra stagger, right? So it's kind of a tall task to actually take out any of the members of Showtime with that Atlas ult, right?
That's right, and especially with the extra special, that 30% cooldown makes things that much harder, especially when you have a goalie as good as Barcode. I mean, you see a lot of Atlas players maybe in your games, but when you see someone like Barcode, I feel like it's impossible for your team to die, because they always have ult up at the perfect time. And we see, again, Xianzu staggered, able to heal back up, avoiding these ults. No extra special on that Luna. The gamble maybe paid off with that Might of Colossus, but we don't see any KOs yet. As Lilybun trying to get this through. The Joker with that Quick Strike, able to get in Lilybun's face and strike it through again. We're going to see this time and time again throughout this match, where the Joker is just sitting on Lilybun, and it's so hard to save it.
Yeah, Joker doing incredibly well there. Just the patience to wait on that strike. Super, super perfect from the Joker. And oh my goodness, a perfect flip there from Barcode, actually managing to somehow get both barriers there. A little bit of a weird angle on the map here. But oh my, I'm lost for words there. Joker with the quick strikes, just making an absolute fool of the entirety of Bun Bun Bonanza.
Wow. Yeah, it's Showtime indeed, and they're looking strong. 2-0 up in the second set, and I'm hoping for a map 3 just based off all the previous matches, but it seems like Showtime just wants to close it out here. They're looking so dominant against this Bun Bun offense, and we see Barcode able to just press a button and save the goal 2-3 times. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, Barcode putting in the work to just stall Bun Bun's push as long as possible, and like you said earlier, with the extra special on the Atlas, it feels like Xianzu and Joker are doing such a good job at surviving that they're able to, when they finally run out of those evades or that health bar, right, they finally will have that Atlas ult to save them, right? So, great job from either of them, but Xianzu, great, like that's what I'm talking about, the side steps there from Xianzu on the Luna Rocket in order to live there, and then sets up the ball perfectly to the Joker, who just layers everything perfectly against Lilybun. The quick strikes is just almost impossible to play against in those situations. Great job from Showtime to just completely dominate this game.
Yeah, what do you do if you're on Bun Bun Bonanza right now? The Joker has Big Fish Quick Strike. I mean, we saw him just up top, just cooking. Up, 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 in. That's all the core is doing when the Joker has it in his hands. Maybe a pass to Xianzu for some flavor, but it's looking pretty vanilla. It's just textbook Omega Strikers out of this guy.
Not to be grim, but after this draft, Joker gets unstoppable. Xianzu gets reverb. I mean, Bun Bun getting not really any more damage. I mean, Orb Ponder onto Lilybun's nice, but I don't know if that's going to do it. It feels like Bun Bun are just going to have to outskill them at this point. They're going to have to turn it up into another gear here and really just pedal to the metal. Needs to hit everything, play super, super well, but Showtime are a bit on a tear. This is going to be way easier said than done.
A mountain to climb indeed. Xianzu gets it through with the barrage. The first barrier falling. Barcode just avoiding these from Scyther 12. As there we go. Crystal Thorns from Liari will take that second barrier, but there's a lot of pressure right now on the Bun Bun net. Blinking forward. Lilybun, the strike cooldown not up quite enough. The Joker's is definitely up. Has the flip, but so does Lily. Joker's looking for something, able to hook the flip into the bottom corner. Off the angle, I thought surely that one was going back towards the midfield, but the Joker, pixel perfect, levels above the rest.
Yeah, I mean, just the patience out of Joker, the calm disposition. I'm not going to try to do cool words, guys. I'm going to be honest. I'm a bit washed on the casting desk here. Either way, Joker made a cool play. Amazing flip into that bottom corner. And now just Xianzhu and Joker, they're not taking their foot off the gas. They're just incredible in keeping this midfield control and not giving anyone a break. And now they're about to kill Liari. Bun Bun's supposed to kill Showtime. It's not supposed to be the other way around, Tech.
No, it isn't. And the extra special just does, or the Luna ult, rather, does nothing to Barcode. He just sits there and tanks it. Not a care in the world. And of course, none to be have. They're up in such a comfortable spot. 1-0 and 2-0 in sets. 2 more points stand between eliminating Bun Bun Bonanza. And you know they gotta feel the pressure. And it doesn't feel good when the Joker gets a double barrier for free. Xianzhu passing it to the Joker, using all those cooldowns. And look at this through the turret. There's so many ultimates being used, and Barcode stands triumphant in the net. And the Joker almost gets it through again. This is so difficult right now. Scyther does manage to get the second barrier. There is a glimpse of hope, but the shot finding its way a little bit too low. The Joker burns the flip, but gets the KO on a 4 streak right now. The pass to the Joker, reading it, but a nice flip from Lilybun will mean that they stay alive for a little bit longer. Liari is back up. The 3v3 is there once again, and the core is so quick in overtime. If you want to score, now's the opportunity, but maybe for the wrong side. The barrage almost finds its mark, but thankfully the turret able to clear it away. And Scyther 12 flies in, wins the strike war. For the first time, what feels like in this series, Bun Bun's able to tie it up, and Scyther putting that Luna to work. But if that's what it takes to score a goal against this Showtime defense, they're in for a painful few sets.
Yeah, I mean, it was never going to be easy at this point, but you got to start somewhere, and that is step 1 right there. But that was crazy. I don't know if you saw that there. Barcode just built up like the entirety of flip, then flipped into nothing. So basically nothing happened there except the loss of a barrier. So, but yeah, I mean, Bun Bun looking a little bit better, looking like they have kind of somewhat of an idea of what they need to do. They've been holding on defense a little bit better against Xianzhu and Joker, but like you said, it's going to be a mountain to climb, and the summit is pretty much out of eyes reach, out of arm's reach. You cannot even see it at this point. They're going to need to kill someone. They're going to need to find some sort of break in this game. But pretty even things now, so maybe they can just find something. But as I say that, Caster Curse Joker just gets everything. He takes everything from Bun Bun and is not looking back. Bun Bun need to get this last barrier. They need to show something, but Xianzhu and Joker are just unrelenting.
You have to pay the Joker tax, and that's both your barriers at the same time. Barcode flips it away, keeps things safe. Scyther getting bullied around, somehow alive though. And this is scary now. Joker has the core in front of the net. The flip forced away. The pass to the Joker, back to Xianzhu, back again. The confirm not there, but the barrage sure is. Showtime 1 point away from moving forward to loser semis.
And critically too, Joker didn't even flip for that point. So now Joker has the flip to put this game away, Tech. They need one explosive play, which he's doing right here. Flip. Can he get something out of it? He gets one. Almost both. Gets the second one as well. Showtime are primed in position to win this series and move on to loser semifinals, Tech.
1 point away, and things are scary. There it is. The Joker takes it for Showtime. Bun Bun Bonanza is no more. Showtime with the 2-0 victory. This team is looking strong.
Yeah, this team, I mean, honestly, not a surprise for me. I thought that they were going to be doing incredibly well. I think they've leveled up incredibly since adding Barcode now onto their roster. But just the way they did it, Tech, was just insane. I mean, Bun Bun didn't even look like they had a chance, and that's so rare. I feel like Bun Bun's a team where you can almost never count them out. You can almost never, ever disregard what they're going to do. But, I mean, it just felt like Showtime didn't care. They just kind of played ball.
Yeah, they sure did. I mean, Barcode, of course, the most valuable sub for Season 4 of the North American Strikers League. Definitely showing why there. 52 saves in what felt like a short game because of how good both of these teams are, and especially how good Showtime is moving forward. Of course, they will be playing the winner of Bang Bang versus Bozo Bunch, which is going to be another exciting match that we'll be able to see up next. But, I mean, Showtime is looking unstoppable right now. I don't know if it was just the Awakening draft or just they're playing better. But yeah, definitely an amazing game nonetheless.
I didn't hear what you said because I accidentally unplugged my headset. But yeah, I agree with you. We're all good now. I'm trying to figure something out because my headset is dying. But we'll get it figured out. No worries here. But hey, well played to Showtime. Joker, a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, not getting that All-Pro like he wanted. But hey, All-Pro doesn't matter if you just win playoffs, right? And I think his eyes are on day 2. So excited to see him in the loser semifinals, whoever that will be against. And we're about to figure that out very shortly here, Tech, with Bozo Bunch versus... Who is it again?
Bang Bang.
Bang Bang. Sorry, I'm a little frazzled right now.
No, you're good. I mean, Bang Bang, not a team that I would expect to see in the losers bracket, but of course, you know, a difficult game against Demons Raw. Demons Raw and Sad Boys have been performing so well this season, so difficult. And we'll see. I mean, we were just able to watch Fudgy play. You know, he has that momentum on the goalie. We might be able to see it carry over into these next games, and we'll see which one of these teams, Bang Bang versus Bozo Bunch, steps it up. But we're going to hop into a quick break while these two teams do their pick and bans. And when we're back, Bozo Bunch versus Bang Bang. We'll see you in a little bit.
just doing his best to live. Envy, this is looking tough.
Yeah, the big finish is no one to control it right now, and man, it's gonna be the flip and another kill, and man, Forgot is staggered, and there's just... Bozo Bunch does end up winning it here.
Leto and Muncher able to pair up for another score.
This set. You know, they're getting the barriers, getting a lot of double barriers.
Well, too, Forgot survives by just about nothing here. It's all in the hands of I right now. Oh my god.
Goodness. Benji versus one. Purebred's going to have a tough time trying to defend. Does have access to the flip. Double pendulum swing. Nicely lined up by Bread.
Onto Yumi, eyes down time.
Bread finishes as given them these aggressive angles to play for. Nice shot.
So good on the start.
Oh, and a great kill by Purebred.
The guy goes away. Hey, when that guy's there, he takes 2 barriers and gets ready to score. But Bozo Bunch looking to put it in right there. Buncher is still going crazy, keeping the flow state up. And Drop Letter's just going to put it in. It's like right between Sword and Josh. And that's going to be a Bozo Bunch 3-0 victory.
Share this!
Welcome back to the North American Strikers League playoffs, season 4. This match is going to be an exciting one. Bang Bang versus Bozo Bunch. Once again, my name is Tech. I'm back here with Borg. Borg, how's it going?
Chilling. I found a extension cord so I could charge my headset. As you can see here, we're now not wireless. Feel like a caveman right now, but hey, nonetheless, we're here. It's working, and I'm excited because I think I may have said this 3 times already today, but I think this is going to be a really close game that will go to game 3. I swear it will go to game 3, and it will not be a 3-0.
Well, you heard it here first. It's not going to be a 2-0. So type 3 in the chat if you want to see this go to game 3. And of course, don't forget to bet with your bestie Bucks on whichever team you think is going to take this one home. It looks like we do have our bands in. Map 1 is going to be none other than Atlas's Lab, picked by Bozo Bunch. Of course, Atlas's Lab, one of, I feel like, the oldest standing maps in Nassau, perhaps. There's probably no stat
The
for
big
that,
3.
but I feel like it's definitely up there for some textbook Omega Strikers, which is perfect for a match like this.
Yeah, it's like Atlas Lab, Oni, Night Market are like El Clasico, but it used to be random maps back in the olden days, like a little bit less than a year ago, which is crazy to think about now. Actually, was that? I think that was about a year ago. Yeah. Either way, I mean, random maps, whatever was in cycle. So it was kind of just, you hope for something you're good at. Which crazy that we had to go through that as players. Look how far we've come, everybody. But I'm excited now, and as everyone is this season with, we're finally getting this map ban and pick and ban, the character pick and bans. Everything I think this season has been incredibly more player friendly and actually a little bit more healthy for the game. So getting into character draft here, and it's actually already done for us. So you take a look here, everybody. We have Bang Bang banning the X away from Dropletto, obviously. Very, very deserved there. And then the Finny being taken away. No surprise as well, with extra special being the start. A little bit of a Kai first pick, though. Interesting. So Grimella probably just wants to force that right away into the Amy and the Rasmus. No surprise there. Dropletto just plays Rasmus usually whenever the X is not banned. The Kazan for Drew. No surprise there. Not getting banned away, so he will be picking it. And then the Era. So this is interesting, Tech. This could be an Era goalie, because Fudgy does really like Era goalie. And Grimella is pretty much known to be one of the best Kai players pretty much in general. So yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just an Era goalie here. And then obviously the Obscure Breads Dubu Classic here, with that extra special, going to be pretty comfortable. But on Atlas Lab, not really 2 comps I expected to see.
No, definitely not. But I mean, we do know Fudgy is one to pick that Era goalie. I mean, we see it on Demon Days. We see it on, I guess, now Atlas's Lab. So I'm not too surprised. It seems like a pick that he's comfortable with, and we'll have to see how much this helps out the teammates. I mean, of course, with Atlas's Lab having the giant gravity well in the center, it's fairly safe as long as that's up, right? Like, you don't really need to do that much aside from get to the other barrier once the core crosses up. And of course, with that Era speed, that can be something that's really helpful. And, out of Bozo Bunch, we will see the Aimi, Dubu, Rasmus, kind of, I don't want to say bread and butter, but this is definitely a solid comp coming out from this team, and one that you see fairly often.
Yeah, definitely not surprised. I'm a little bit surprised that we're seeing the Amy instead of something kind of more, common for Gret, right? Which Gret, Muncherai. I'm gonna call them Gret. That's just what we're gonna do this series, and we're gonna try to make that the normalization here. Just becomes way easier. But yeah, not really Gret, a Gret classic here, the Amy, but definitely not a stranger to the character at all here. And with the extra special start, it is still very, very good. So definitely not a bad pick whatsoever. But one thing I really like, now that I'm kind of looking at the comps, is I feel like the Era goalie is actually just really good against Dropletto in general as a player. Dropletto normally really good at kind of just standing alone 1v9 in the enemy side and doing everything himself, just with that support from just the defensive backline of Breads and Gret. But the problem here is the Era goalie just shrinks the Rasmus, and what are you going to do, right? So I guess we'll see what he is going to do as we get started in this game, and one barrier already down.
Yeah, we'll see how they do it. Bozo Bunch on that right side. We'll see if they're able to keep it alive. See Fudgy here pushing up, using that Bewitching Beam. not only to make Kazan larger, but also to try to take these barriers. There's the Tofu Fortress coming out, and the Maelstrom not quite finding its mark, but the core does get put around. Nice job there. Fudgy in the midfield, swapping roles, and this is something that we see coming out from this team is they're able to sort of effortlessly transition from offense to defense when the time is right. Looking for the shot, immediately KO'd off the top. Bang, bang, looking low. The second barrier falls. This power play is looking good. The Bewitching Beam almost finds its mark, but the roll coming out, not quite enough to defend against Dropletto. Is able to get this first one.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good kind of execution there from Bozo Bunch. They build up a little bit of the damage onto Drew, find the KO, then they set up that sentry turret down the top side, which just allows Dropletto to kind of tap it in at the end. So pretty good play there just from Bozo to get us started here, but it's only the first point. Not too late for Bang Bang here whatsoever. We're only just getting started. Now as Grimella brings it up to pitch, and Drew trying to make the most of what he can get, and he does with that Bass barrier take, but Brett's with the insane flip there, just right down the middle, gets both barriers. Nothing really Fudgy could have done there, and now we're at an even game here. Oh, and no, we're not. Never mind, Fudgy, another cross-map battle the goalies here, Tech, as we see a little bit of an answer flip there from Fudgy, getting that bottom side shot. Really well played.
Oh, absolutely. And Fudgy is one of those players that I feel like you see scoring a lot on goalie. Although, you know, usually it's on Finney using that big finish, able to get those perfect angles into the corners and mixing things up. But whenever you see an opportunity to use that core flip as a goalie, sometimes you can take it. And there's a beautiful double barrier from Dropletto using that energy burst. Looking forward, here comes the Maelstrom. Fades away right as the Tofu Fortress comes back up, but a beautiful stun from Drew. Able to take that second barrier. And barely living Gret with the shot. They're able to find it into that bottom corner. These core flips are proving dividends for both these teams.
Hey, look, I scored. Sorry.
Anyway, heading into this next point here in this set.
Hey, all things serious here. Oh, by the way, KO'd here. I mean, I feel that was just an insane NATO there from Fudgy to take off Gret off the side of the map. The Amy does not exist anymore, but Drew needs to be careful because Drew might not exist anymore soon here as the Amy comes right back off the pitch. Dropletto trying to get that hook off the side, but Drew is just everlasting. Does not want to die yet, but that is a little bit of a caster curse there as he gets taken out of there right away. But they just can't get that last barrier. Fudgy and Grimella are just so good on this defensive side right now.
Yeah, that speed really coming through. Grimella is everywhere all at once and taking so much damage from all these abilities. Just being dumped on them right now. Grimella playing very well, though, trying to survive. Will be able to pick up that orb, thankfully with no more damage taken. The core does inch closer to this barrier slightly, and a beautiful glitch pop from Gret. Able to self-pass, and there's the KO, too. It's Drew and Grimella forced to defend this net. A great Giga will keep things alive for a little bit longer, but 5 seconds is too much, and the barrage is too little. Bozo Bunch takes set number 1.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch, dominant performance in set number 1. Not too surprised given the comps I'm seeing here. I feel like definitely a little bit harder for the Kazan to kind of get going. There's a little bit more damage on the side of Bozo Bunch, and now there might be a little bit more coming in here with, I see, heavy impact, bulk up, missile prop, deadeye, all this stuff incredibly good. And kind of get a pick of the litter here. Going to be taking that perfect form instead. More cooldowns kind of equals more damage anyway. So really good pickup there. And the bulk up as well coming in for Dropletto. Going to be so incredibly important at keeping those rampage stacks alive for the Rasmus. And then also team player for Brett. Okay, I mean, this is insane. I feel like Bang Bang get a lot of speed. They get a little bit more of that move speed. They get they don't get nothing here, right? But I feel like for the game plan of Bozo Bunch, all of these awakenings are just completely perfect.
Yeah, they're so good. I mean, era goalie, right? You already don't have a lot to work with. You have to play out of your mind. And now the core is just faster. Now you have to make all those split-second decisions even quicker and even better. And will Fudgy be able to do that this game? We'll see. Doing a good job so far, but of course, Bozo Bunch up in this first set. Nice Giga there. Will bring it up to the top. Fudgy almost getting taken out. A nice clear away. Drew finds the angle. Obscure Breads caught a little bit too far. Now Fudgy trying to get this past. Drew looking for the pass, but no, Dropletto is large and in charge, able to step in there and cause some damage. And look at this, Gret able to sneak it through. They're doing such a good job, and Bozo Bunch is looking dominant right now.
Yeah, I mean, extra special perfect form. There is like no cooldown on this sentry, this firewall sentry for the Amy. So really hard battle here for the defensive side of Bang Bang. Like you said, they're going to have to play out of their mind, and out of their mind, Drew is trying to play, getting both barriers right off the bat, forcing Gret to use that core flip immediately and forcing Brez to use that ultimate as well. I mean, great job from Bang Bang to just keep the pressure up, but still no goal as of yet. They still need to score, and now they're gonna have to score a man down because Bang Bang lose their brawler. Drew going down and leaving Bozo Bunch with that power play.
Yeah, Fudgy is gliding right now, though. These momentum boots able to go so quick. And there's the flip. Guess is right. Shoots it up to the top. Obscure Breads. Not an answer for that one. Fudgy with yet another goal and is able to keep Bang Bang alive in this series so far. With some of these goals. Doing such a good job. And Drew, of course, getting it done. Rookie of the season. Definitely someone to look out for in this match is Kazan. When you do it right, it feels like you have all the cooldowns in the world.
Yeah, Kazan's definitely one of those feast or famine characters. You either just kind of, everything kind of whiffs and nothing works out, it feels awful. Or, you know, you hit up that hook, you hit the double barrier, but it's not even going to matter if you can't get the ball, as it just would not leave the defensive end of Bang Bang until it got scored on Dropletto and I. Just the powerhouse duo here, it feels like this game, just completely outperforming Drew and Grimella, at least so far.
Well, you know, this is just in the script because we're going to be taking it to a game 3, of course. I saw those threes in the chat, so don't think too hard about this one. But we do see energy advantage, of course, on the side of Bozo Bunch. Obscure Breads has the flip, and now so does Gret. Almost taken off the map, forced to burn it, and taking so much damage from Drew. We'll see Fudgy not able to get to this one. Has to sacrifice that bottom barrier to keep things alive. But look at the crooked leverage by Drew. Able to get that. There's the flip. It's in the Tofu Fortress. Terrifying with that Maelstrom. But somehow Breads keeps this barrier and this goal alive. Drew is staggered in a scary situation now. Almost gets taken out by that. Just trying to stun. Trying to get any health back. Almost taken off the net. The glitch pop. Not enough. But finally it is. As Grimella trying to get this through. The one-man army. The Giga finds the corner. But it's not quite enough. Gret. Blinking forward. Fudgy's able to get the orb. Drew comes back, and we're back to neutral. That beautiful summer assault from Obscure Breads. Somehow keeping this barrier alive in a nice mix-up to keep that core alive. But Drew, too much leverage, able to find that bottom corner. And Bang Bang might be able to tie up these sets here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're the one with the puns now. But that was a good one, though. I will give that one to you. As we're seeing Drew have a little bit more. I mean, honestly, Bang Bang's kind of resting on the hopes of Drew right now because they need to keep this core forward in order for the Kai and this era to just run forward and actually play this kind of double midfield that they're trying to do. Because when they get caught on defense with this Firewall Sentry and with Dropletto just in their face, as you can see right now, it's so incredibly difficult. So Drew needs to perform. Drew needs to keep that core forward as long as he can. Or else, I mean, they might just lose the game, but they're doing a little bit better this set. Dropletto forced to use that core flip, almost dying for it. Fudgy Waffles now has to flip. It's kind of just chaos on both ends, but I'm a little bit worried for Bozo Bunch's safety here as Dropletto is just almost dead. He might go off the pitch here, but he dodges absolutely everything, and now he's going to get an orb. He's fine.
Yeah, and what a save, but unfortunately just shoots it right in there. Obscure Breads has the flip. Dropletto somehow still alive. Sitting pretty here, as we'll see more abilities potentially be dumped. Obscure Breads, that team players coming in overtime. That core will be moving so quick with every pass, and there it is again. This time Drew's able to intercept it. Dropletto's just so low, he can't stand close to that barrier. Almost gets taken out, but a beautiful evade, not lasting long enough. Because now it's the power play in overtime. This is not where you want to be if you're Bozo Bunch. Drew has the flip, looking for that top corner, not able to find it, but a nice pass to Grimella. Drew is bullying Breads right now as Grimella the dribble into the barrage, not able to find it, and somehow Drew actually gets taken out, and Grimella is on low HP. The tables turn as the last barrier falls. And
what
look
a
at
shot.
that. A beautiful shot from Gret. Too quick to handle. Bozo Bunch had a little scare there for a little bit, but able to clean up that set.
Yeah, a little scare, but the hero, Obscure Breads, just holding it down completely. And with that team player just getting so much value using those clears, and even at the goal at the end, that only happened because team player speed manages to give I that much speed on the core on the shot to get to that bottom corner. So gets rewarded with their choice of leader here. Going to be denying Chrono Boost from the Kai. Definitely not a bad decision here, but that does leave them open to just taking Catalyst anyway. So doesn't really matter too much, but still going to be getting the dash range, still going to be getting that longer turret as well, duration. So really, really good overall for the Amy. Another thing definitely to note here is the Monumentalist era going to give a little bit more of a, I guess, surprise factor, right? Get a little bit more surprise factor on these NATOs. Maybe give Fudgy a little bit more KO opportunity onto Dropletto on these corners, but that's a big if, right? That definitely just depends on if Fudgy can get lucky enough to find that angle, but we'll have to see here. Nothing so far. Not going to find anything with that NATO here, but really it's just all Bozo Bunch with this offensive pressure, but a great clear from Fudgy to get it through.
Yeah, I love the synergy out of Bang Bang right now. We see so many times Red is up there with that turret, not able to take that barrier, and then Drew just uses the crooked leverage and takes Bozo Bunch's barrier. And that was beautiful. Right now we see both the barriers taken down. The insta flip saved away again by Fudgy. And this is where things get scary. Stuck in that corner, trying to clear it through. The core taking a trip, but the Tofu Fortress will be there long enough to save it. But you have to pass it. You have to get past Dropletto, and Drew finds the shot. The Summer Assault is not enough to save that one. The angle is just wide enough, and Drew with yet another goal for Bang Bang.
Yeah, Drew, kind of the hero of Bang Bang. It's exactly what they need. Drew has the matchup he wants, right? Has that Kazan into the Dubu. Definitely a very favorable matchup for him. But he needs to keep that core on offense, like I said earlier. He needs to relieve as much pressure as he can from Grimella and Fudgy Waffles, because Dropletto and I are just unrelenting in their offense right now. But great point so far from Bang Bang, getting both barriers right off the bat. And Fudgy Waffles with that flip, they're looking pretty. And no, Bozo Bunch, just as everything was looking amazing for Bang Bang, just as everything was looking up, the pendulum swing from downtown getting that KO, and now Dropletto and I just need to tap this one in, but it's going to be easier said than done with this Monumentalist NATO getting that KO finally. Fudgy Waffles getting some value out of the Monu pick. And now it's the other way around. Bang Bang coming in here. Drew trying to find something, but it just feels like both teams are not willing to give up a single point. But Dupawall might do it to himself. Not quite. Obscure Breads has had that probably happen one too many times for him. And Dropletto actually with the hook denying their own core flip from I. Not going to let anything happen. It just seems like an almost stalemate so far, Tech, even though everything's going so fast.
Oh, this is a crazy point. If Obscure Breads manages to get out of this one alive, that will be crazy. And look at the Maelstrom just dribbling the core. Unfortunately, that Gravity Well coming back up at such a bad time. You have to win the strike war against Dropletto. Does burn that ult. The barrage not going to be enough, and it's confirmed. Gret able to get that, and Fudgy gets KO'd by the pendulum swing. Absolutely a brutal ending to that point. That's gotta hurt for Bang Bang.
Yeah, everything was going perfect for Bang Bang, and then just Drew catches a stray pendulum swing from Dropletto. And then they brought it back and took out Dropletto, but Obscure Breads and I just too much core control. They're just playing way too well. They want to win. They do not want to go out with a whimper. They want to go out with a bang right now. But, I mean, they are kind of just doing just that. I mean, Bang Bang, every time it feels like they have just a glimmer of hope, Bozo Bunch take it right away from them, but game's not over yet. It's still 1-1. They still have 2 more points in this set to come back. Can we see a Bang Bang miracle here to bring back this Atlas Lab match?
We'll have to see, and there's the start of one as the first barrier falls. Grimella's trying to get it through, and Drew almost finds a KO on Obscure Breads. But here's where it's scary again. We see this turret being used. It's so much pressure on the side. You have to come back and help. There's a core flip. Dropletto has one of their own. Looking for the shot. There's the flip. Able to get it past 2, but not 3. Grimella and Fudgy locking down the net right now as Grimella sitting on a low HP. Has to tank this turret. And you have to watch out for the ult from Dropletto. It should be back in a little bit. There's the log. Blocked away immediately. Drew trying to find it. The angle is going so tight, and it's so quick right now in overtime with this team player. You have to try to get this through. The Giga not doing enough. as Drew is taken off the map. And here we see once again this corner that Bozo Bunch has been doing so much in the past to Dropletto. Able to find that corner. It's so hard to get it out of there for Bang Bang. I'm not sure what they can do, Borg.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much you can do, especially when your brawler's getting taken off the map. It feels like over and over again. I feel like Dropletto and they're managing to find these KOs onto Drew so much more than I feel like they should, especially with Drew having orbs and Rampage. You can't die, right? You really can't die. And every time you do, you're just going to feel that over and over again. So Drew definitely needs to focus on living, because every time he is alive, it feels like Bang Bang have that momentum. They have a little bit more of an advantage in the game, but you know, that all depends on him. Can we see it here? Bozo Bunch, not going to matter too much. Pretty even game state, 2 barriers to 1. But on Atlas Lab, that's not really going to matter all that much. Bread's with that wall, going to go right through it. Not going to matter too much. Grimella trying to make some sort of play here. Really, really stressful game for the Kai, as you have to watch out for so many things. The blink from the Amy, as well as just keeping Dropletto in check. And keeping Dropletto in check is very easier said than done here, as they get both barriers. I and Dropletto are just unrelenting on this offense.
Yeah, this is game point right now for Bozo Bunch. They have the opportunity to take it. Grimella does have the flip, but is on such low HP, and a terrifying clear does get taken out. Now Drew forced to sit in the goalie box looking for something. Ooh. And oh, that stun is scary. The core flip's gone. Obscure Breads has the pass up to Gret. Teleports away though at just the wrong time. Fudgy narrowly avoiding the pendulum swing. And this is so difficult for Bang Bang. One mistake here will spell disaster for this run. They need to win this game. And they need to win it quick if they can, but they're down 2 sets. The flip coming through, looking for something. Drew just trying to keep it in this half any way they can. The teleport out from Gret. Dropletto picks right, but Fudgy has the Bewitching Beam. And Dropletto, using so many abilities, almost able to push this through. Burns all the cooldowns. This is game point. You have to win here. You do not want to let that barrier fall, and they do. The pass up to themselves. Will Drew be able to get it through? Grimella doing such a good job at cutting off all the passing lanes. The Maelstrom coming out, doing so much damage to Dropletto. Oh, Drew with the crooked leverage finds it past Obscure Breads, and Bang Bang still has a chance to take map number 1.
And that's where that matchup comes into play. The Kazan so good at calling out the Dubu there, just with the crooked leverage, right? Especially when you add in the secondary, that dash into it as well. It feels like in those one-on-one scenarios, when there's no Amy involved, there's no Dropletto getting pendulum swinging you involved, it's so hard for the Dubu to actually keep up with it. So really well played from Drew to just wait for that opportunity, and then once he found it, to collect on exactly what you need to right there. But you're going to need to do it at least one more time to win this set, and then 2 more times after that in terms of sets. So it's not over yet. Great start, though, from Bang Bang, as Drew and Grimella get the first barrier and start this push. But Grimella goes down, and now Bozo Bunch might go on a run here.
Yeah, that's big, but Drew finds a KO of his own. And there's the flip immediately blocked away. These Tofu Fortresses have spelled disaster for the energy of Bang Bang's side. But Grimella will be back, and with a vengeance. Drew just missing the shot in the bottom corner, but gets it through somehow. I didn't even see how that happened, but Bang Bang will take their first set.
Yeah, I think Drew might have heard me. You know, slight criticisms. He's like, no, I'm Rookie of the Year. I'll show you why I got it. Boom. Takes it right back. I mean, both those last points are pretty much all Drew, and Fudgy and Grimella just were able to keep it forward enough times for Drew to just convert, right? And then now the draft is absolutely perfect for them. Gets that prime time access here. Will he take it? No! He actually takes the Might of the Colossus. He wants the size. He already has heavy impact. He thinks maybe I'll get enough damage, maybe? I'm not really sure what the idea behind that is. It's definitely not bad, but definitely would have liked to see the prime time coming out for the Kazan there, but hey, maybe we'll see the size here. Definitely looking really, really big, and the more the Rampage stacks, the more power you will be getting, so we'll see if Drew can take full advantage of that Might of the Colossus training here, as Grimella is the one that gets the prime time. Another barrage definitely would not hurt, but the only thing that I have to say about that is Dropletto now has the bulk up, has the Unstoppable, and has the Reptile Remedy. I don't think you're going to be killing this guy whatsoever.
No, definitely not, but it seems like more often than not, Gret is the one getting KO'd, and there's a nice immediate goal. Little quickie there from Bozo Bunch. They came to play. And if you're able to take one of their players off the map I see them having a chance, but is it too little too late with these drafts? Did they need to get that earlier? Did they get unlucky by not winning this? And look at the blitz right now. Again, the Tofu Fortress somehow managing to block the energy burst almost every time.
Yeah, I mean, Brez has just been on point with these Tofu Fortresses. Even some of them being a little sus, still managing to take advantage of whatever he really gets from the Tofu spread, whatever he gets on that. So, well played to Brez, kind of the silent hero here this game, the classic melee goalie fashion. Just kind of winning by not really doing much, right? So, doing good so far. Dropletto, kind of the showy one in this game right now, as well as I, who's been doing an incredible job keeping Grimella in check, as we see right there, almost taking him off the pitch and getting that barrier. And Dropletto, just with all the space in the world off that core flip, puts his team on match point.
Yeah, we'll see if the O2 comfort zone is real for Bang Bang, but things are looking bleak. If Bozo Bunch are playing it this strong, you see the Maelstrom coming out again, dealing some damage, but look at Drew. He's just getting chunked down. Has to burn that core flip and sit on that orb. Dropletto doesn't have the unstoppable, but it'll be back in a few seconds, and this damage is just so much coming out of Bozo Bunch, despite it seeming like Bang Bang is the ones getting the damage awakenings.
Yeah, I mean, Bang Bang technically getting the damage awakenings, but they don't really have a damage comp. They don't have a lot of ways to convert a lot of KOs, unless you do get staggered, but that's another thing, right? How are you going to stagger someone unless you put all your abilities into killing them? And then if you don't have your abilities, how are you going to save the core from a giant Dropletto running at you with with an Amy as well, just keeping things forward. So, like I said, it's one of those things where they kind of have to use their abilities for core control. So unless they get a random KO off the side, which Drew has found a few, to be fair, it's not really going to be too plausible. Carmela now getting the core flip, that Catalyst doing absolute work so far in this game, but it's not really enough so far this set. And, almost a KO there. Drew would have found that if I didn't use that evade. Breads feeling pretty comfy on the side here with that team player, and Dropletto just playing the game of his life, making Fudgy look silly and trying to make him look even more silly as he wins 2 Strike Wars in a row into the top corner. Dropletto puts it away for Bozo Bunch. That's game 1.
Wow, I mean, what an amazing performance from Dropletto off the coaching from I to just say Dropletto do score. He was listening most of the time, and it seemed like it worked out. I mean, what a game from them. We see them coming out in what's technically an upset. I mean, the 2nd seed to the 6th one after this game. And, we'll see. Did all the believers in chat who typed 3, will it be true? Will Bang Bang adapt and come back and sort of make these changes that I feel like are very necessary? I mean, 238 redirects on Grimella, but, I mean, look at Gret.
Yeah, I mean, Gret, a.k.a. honestly just a beast at this point. You can say whatever you want, but the most redirects in the game by far against Akai, who's pretty much notorious for the amount of redirects this character can actually pick up, and the most damage in the game as well, with 48,000 damage. So, and then on top of that as well, 100% goal participation as well for the Amy too. So, I mean, really just kind of a masterclass. Really, really, really good game for I, and Dropletto, I said was the MVP that game, but after these stats, it's kind of hard to not say that I was doing it. Dropletto, though, however, definitely did not have a bad game whatsoever. Pretty much finishing almost every chance he had, finding something with it, and Breads in the back, like I said, just had that kind of silent, consistent game where it didn't have to do too much, just did exactly what he needed to do, used his abilities as needed, kept the core forward as much as he needed to do. Keep Drew in check, even just for 1 or 2 points. That's all you need to do, and your team will come out with the win, as we see here. And now we're going to be going to game 2.
That's right, game 2. And if Bozo Bunch is able to clinch it out here, they will be facing Showtime in the losers semis, which I believe will be coming up after that. But, I mean, what an amazing performance. I wasn't expecting Showtime, or, Bozo Bunch, rather, to come out on top like that in that first game. So this is definitely going to be an exciting game 2. I cannot wait for this one.
Yeah, I'm excited for this game. Kind of do or die here for Bang Bang, right? We already saw Bun Bun go, and Bun Bun, team that everyone thought really had a huge chance of battling Demons and Sad Boys, kind of like last season, right? Last season, Bun Bun was kind of the team that everyone thought along with EKC, to battle these Titans, to battle these top teams, actually taking out Demons on the winner side last season. But this season slightly fell short, and now Bang Bang, breakout season, second overall in that seed too, but might be going out a bit early. Still have a chance though, Tech. They still have an opportunity to fix up some issues here, kind of tighten up their gameplay, and take it back to Boza Bunch. We did say it was going to be a game 3, so hopefully they, they provide here, right? And on Demon Deus, Bang Bang, notorious for having some, dare I say, stinky comps on this map. I'm definitely not a fan of playing against them, but they do look dang good sometimes with that little bit of Mag Soul technology, double melee goalie. Like, there's going to be some antics we're going to see here. So we'll have to see what their plan is. They definitely do have a plan. Bang Bang notoriously one of the more preppy teams there are. They do spend a lot of time on prep. I think they have like 18 coaches, right? So they have the information, they have the knowledge, they just need to execute. And as we get into character draft here very, very soon, we'll see how they are going to execute that.
Yeah, I mean, Bang Bang has the hit squad. They have their entire Drakkar Mafia behind them, willing to hit that lock and load whenever they want, depending on what the comps are. I mean, we know that these teams scrim very specific comps, right? They try to pick the best players that they can in each of the roles. So it's pretty crazy. I'm excited to see that, and especially on a map like this where damage is so prevalent. I've seen Fudgy play the Era as goalie. We might see that again coming out a second time, but
we will not.
Never mind. It is gone. Get out of there, Era.
Yeah, Era gonna be taken away. Boza Bunch, I mean, after destroying the Era, decided let's ban it now this time. But to be fair, I definitely is a lot stronger of a pick on Demon Deus. Bang Bang sticking to their guns here, banning out that X. Definitely no surprises here, but that does open up the Finny for Bozo Bunch here, getting that blue side almost perfect. They have the Finny on Demon Deus, one of Obscure Bread's best and most comfortable characters on probably its best map. So things are looking a little grim here from Bang Bang, but the Zentaro coming in here. I like this. I do like this here. I'm a big fan of the Zen. We'll have to see what they pair it with, though. Maybe a Vice, maybe an Amy. I'm expecting maybe one of those two, given that they're probably going to go damage with Stinger here. But Bang Bang always surprises me, so you never know.
You never know, indeed. Yeah, you were talking about who they're going to pair it with. Yeah, definitely pairing it with Stinger, that's for sure. And it looks like they'll be pairing it with the Rasmus. So interesting coming out from them. They were tired of Dropletto having it, and they certainly didn't want him to play X on this map. We'll have to see what pick comes out of that team.
Okay, I get it. I see
it
now.
Is. There's the now. We don't like damage, but we do like damage with the Finny. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess they figured they have a lot of midfield options here, so there's no need to lock it in just yet. Lock in the Rasmus. Comfort for Fudgy. It's also a good goalie on this map. And, like you said, it takes away another pick that Dropletto can pick up, right? It's another thing that Dropletto likes to play whenever the X is banned, but it's not usually the best melee on this map in terms of brawler, but going to be locking in that Asher for Dropletto. Definitely not a stranger to that as well. It's kind of hard to deny Dropletto in general these days because he just kind of picks up, you don't get the X, he gets the Rasmus. If he doesn't get either, then he just picks like Asher or something lame, right? So brawler Dropletto do something, whatever the call out is, he will do. Curious to see Bozo Bunch with that now Asher and then the Finny on here. I think this game is really going to depend on if Bozo Bunch can survive the damage from Bang Bang with that Stinger. I'm assuming all of them are probably going to be taking Stinger here. Maybe one of them getting Orb Ponder, possibly the goalie. And then can Dropletto and I, like with that surviving, right, also manage to get some pretty good. I think a lot of this game might just come down to Awakenings. I'm going to be honest, Tech. I think if the Finny can get what she wants, if the Now can maybe get a hands of that Monu, maybe some size on the Asher, it's going to be an interesting game. This really could go either way. I think this is going to be a lot of execution, a lot of who wins the important sets, who gets the important drafts. Could go either way. I'm hoping it goes the way of Bang Bang, though, so we can get a game 3.
Oh, of course. We need a game 3. We need the Stinger to kick in and deal that damage over time for this team. Maybe more than the other. I personally am very excited for this. I'm surprised to not see a Vice, right? I mean, we see Stinger. Yeah. We know this map. Obviously, there's a ton of players that play Vice, and I'm sure have that as a secondary. So interesting not to see that, especially with these Awakenings. But, I mean, clearly these teams have been practicing and are ready for game number 2.
Yeah, I feel like after the little patch where Vice got kind of a little nerf there, I feel like, especially in the midfield, it's definitely not been the most popular pick recently, even though I still do believe it is very good. But everyone kind of gets their comfort here regardless, so excited to see how this game goes off. And we're starting off with a little bit of a stinger showdown as Dropletto already going to be almost going down, manages to use that evade to stay alive for now, but gotta be careful coming in here. I have a feeling this is going to be a very volatile game as the health bars will kind of just be trading back and forth.
Oh, absolutely. Dropletto is going to be scary, especially when behind that speaker. It's just not a place you want to be against an Asher primary, because Asher primary just gets it done.
Yeah.
Brawlers get it done, as some of the greats have said in this community.
Some of the greats, for sure. None of them that pick Asher, though, because that character deserves no greatness. But as we see right here, that character is also very, very good on this map. Dropletto not shy to it as well. Almost taking out Grimella and almost getting that last barrier, but almost is not enough as you need to get that. Oh my goodness, Drew almost with that KO on to Gret. But Dropletto going to be taking out the other the other member of Bang Bang in Grimella, and Drew now. Tables turned onto him. Fudgy with a great save, keeping it alive for now. No one is on the barrier. Breads, where did you go? Going to be losing that barrier for free now, and Bang Bang might just turn the tables.
Oh, an unfortunate core flip from Drew. You really needed that one. You wanted to secure that goal as quick as possible. But here's the opportunity. Unfortunately, gets stunned, not able to strike that into the top corner. Looks like they had an open shot there, but Grimella gets it done with the Crystal Thorns and the piercing shot. It's just too much to handle. Can't get that core flip out here, and Bang Bang able to secure the first point.
Yeah, and that's the danger of defending against that Estelle and Taro duo. Really, really good duo. Very scary to defend against for the reason of they have so many abilities. They can just jump in or throw some stuff at you from afar. So if you ever try to cross clear against them, do it at your own risk, right? And so we saw there at the end, clearing that same side, trying to be safe as much as you can, but it kind of just led into a checkmate for Bang Bang, getting them that first point, and also getting them now this KO onto Dropletto, who is just trying to battle for his life. And Breads and I doing a good job at keeping the barrier alive for now. But as Dropletto comes back, it's now looking like it's swinging the way of Bozo Bunch. If they can get one member here, Bang Bang are looking incredibly low. Almost puts it in anyway, and Dropletto finds that top corner. Not going to need a KO here. Great core control coming over from the squad of Bozo Bunch.
Absolutely. And, looking at those starting awakenings, of course, on the side of Bang Bang, we will see 3 stingers. And the Finny of Bozo Bunch actually has Orb Ponderer. So if there are KOs that might come out in the future, we might see them targeting the goalie just to get rid of some of these stacks. And I think that's going to be a really big problem in the future, especially if any cooldown awakenings come up to stack with that. You mentioned earlier this game is going to be execution and awakenings, and that's definitely going to be the case.
We're seeing it right now.
Yep. Bozo Bunch losing their barrier right now, and this is scary right now. We see Dropletto staggered, just trying to get it through, but also trying to stay alive. Will get healed up by Gred, and now this is not where you want to be. Looking to clear things out. Fudgy not able to get it. The second barrier will drop, and there's so many cooldowns on the side of Bozo Bunch to get through right now. Of course, Obscure Bread still has the core flip. Looking to find it. A nice pendulum swing. Release some pressure for just a little bit. Here comes the big finish. Saved away. That airship dealing a lot of damage. The players of Bang Bang are looking wounded. And there it is. A beautiful call out from Drew. Predicts the bottom and just strikes at the right time.
Yeah, great call out from Drew there. Great call out indeed. As Bang Bang looked a little grim towards the middle of this. It's kind of how all these sets are going, right? One team, they're just kind of trading damage, right? But no damage needs to be traded when you just one-shot them off the map. Dropletto going down immediately, and Bozo Bunch looking a little bit worse for wear. This could be Bang Bang's chance to get that first draft, which could be incredibly important. Like I said earlier, if you can get that first Awakening draft, you might get access to a lot of these incredibly strong Awakenings. And Borg Flick, let's go! Right at the end, Drew doing it. Honestly, probably didn't even need to do it right there. Still had the goal regardless with that flip. But a great play to put it away. And just a shocker from Bozo Bunch, just getting taken out that early. They kind of got steamrolled here. And now, as you see, we have Explosive Entrance, Heavy Impact, Missile Prop, Hotshot. We have so many incredibly important Awakenings. that could be taken away, and Grimella going to be taking away that reverb early on. Just keep that survivability off the field and just stay on for yourself as long as possible. But double deny onto the Zentaro here. Kind of don't really know what to take from here. Unstoppable's good, going to keep you alive for longer, and the hot shot now on the Rasmus, kind of just going to be, you know, a little bit, I mean, it's nice, but I feel like it's a little bit spooky. Not really getting... I was expecting team player from Fudgy, to be honest. Fudgy loves team player, rather, in general, but I guess wants to stick Dropletto with that team player because, you know, Dropletto... I don't think I've ever seen Dropletto pass before, at least in this series, so team player not going to be doing too much on the Asher there, but especially with how much damage Dropletto is taking, as we're seeing right now, again, just bullying from Bang Bang against Dropletto. Going to try to take out him immediately, and, manages to survive for now. But both these brawlers are trying to get it done, and it's not easy, Tech.
No, it definitely is not. It's hard to even strike when you're that staggered, because every time you get hit by something, like, look at this. Zentaro is just stuck in the corner, not able to move because Finny just pressed a button as goalie. Yeah. That's the type of pressure that we see coming out from these teams, and that's why it's so hard. You have to stay alive. You're forced to try to deal any damage to get the Siphoning Wand healing, but that's really all you can do.
Yeah, getting that healing is important, but big thing here, I mean, great goal from Dropletto, just passing it onto there, but really the person who set that up was Breads, who I was actually about to bring up. Breads, with that Ponder and with the heavy impact as well, gets a little bit more damage here in general, and having that Orb Ponder getting more cooldowns, Breads is kind of going to be the carry this game, and it all depends on if I and Dropletto can just stay alive and stay stable, right, enough to just keep Breads, keep getting that orbs, keep getting chances, keep stacking those Finny abilities onto the barrier on the other side, because Rasmus is one of those goalies where if you get a Finial onto the barrier, Rasmus has pretty much no abilities to actually get rid of it. It's very, very difficult, so I'm excited to see if Bozo Bunch can adapt here. Can Dropletto stay alive? If so, they're going to have a really good time.
That's right, Dropletto barely managing to escape that. As finally one of them falls, we will see both sides missing one barrier, and there's that big finish. Scary again, forced to use the ult to clear it out, but look at how fast that core is moving. It's all around. There's the flip drop. Leto misses it, but the self pass ends up working out. Somehow off the barrier opening up, able to catch that and get it back. A beautiful play from them, and look at this. The tides might be turning. Bozo Bunch up 2-0 and has the potential to get a game-changing ability. Can you imagine if Obscure Breads got Monumentalist?
Yeah, I mean, lots of game-changing awakenings. Not too much. A little bit of stagger on this first draft, but nothing too crazy. Monu, I think, you know, extra special. Like, a lot of different awakenings could still be on the table here. And honestly, that last play, I wouldn't be surprised if Dropletto did that on purpose. That was just a really, really good self-pass into the shot there, but it's not going to matter when you're off the pitch. But Drew needs to be careful. He could get taken out himself if he is not careful. Breads has a lot of that KO potential, but gonna survive for now. Dropletto coming back. Fudgy moving forward, trying to get the barrier, but Dropletto actually getting involved there with the dash, getting that barrier, but it's not gonna matter. Drew and Grimella are putting out so much pressure. This might just be Bang Bang's point tech.
It sure might. Grimella setting things up, looking for the free throw, but will decide to just walk inside. That now, it's a smart play, and somehow they get it past Grimella on low HP, though, and Drew taking a lot of damage, too. Will heal back up, and the shot just not enough. Dropletto now forced to retreat. Looks like we're seeing mixed teams here, looking like the all-pro draft with where these players are standing on the pitch. Fudgy looking for the clear out, but that's a huge KO. Dropletto is low, too, and the second barrier falls. There's the shot right to Dropletto. Now you have to deal with Gret. The dribble, the shot into the bottom corner. A perfect 3-0 set from Bozo Bunch. And what beautiful performance from this now.
I mean, the midfield classic there. The dribble into primary dribble into a shot. I mean, finds that bottom corner. Fudgy kind of just got put through the spin cycle there. Just did not know what I was going to do. And just completely gets taken advantage of there. And now Bozo Bunch get this draft. Lots of interesting awakenings. Extra special going to be going over to I actually really like that because it just allows you to keep your forward alive even longer than it needs to be. Peak performance now going to go over to Dropletto, and now I'm worried for Bang Bang. I don't know if they're going to have enough to actually kill them. But as I say that, Prize Fighter going to be going over to the Zentaro here in perfect form. Going to help Grimella kind of just keep abilities up, especially with that reverberation. Keep cooldowns up as long as possible. I mean, fairly even draft overall, but I'm definitely going to give the edge to Bozo Bunch. They feel like they have the tools they need to win the game for their comp to actually perform. Bang Bang need to string some plays together here, because if they lose another set, I'm afraid that they might not be able to come back.
No, and a 2-0 is not what we want to see. That's not what the viewers want. But it's looking that way. As look at all of this damage. Dropletto hiding on the edge, has the energy to evade, and look at that. Getting it done somehow, some way. The Strike War comes through. Gret able to secure that one off. Again, an amazing setup from Obscure Breads, as you mentioned, Borg.
Yeah, and speaking of Breads, I didn't mention on this, but he did pick up the stacks on stacks, which is giving more speed on top of the momentum boots already. So this Finny's going to be basically everywhere, especially if the Finny can get the stacks on stacks fully stacked throughout this set. And we saw it last set. I mean, the extra special on the now, just keeping Dropletto and I both alive long enough for Breads to walk it up and just give their forwards a chance in order to get that goal. Now, Bang Bang actually going to be losing Grimella here, so Bozo Bunch going to be able to fully heal and also just keep the pressure up on a Bang Bang. Maybe even score here as Dropletto taking pressure, but it's not going to matter as they're just surviving for now. Look at Breads just running all the way up to the front, doing basically everyone's job while Dropletto just tries to survive as long as possible. As I gets that last barrier tick here, and Fudgy is just not there in time. The barrier just moves away right at the last second. Great shot from the now. And I mean, Bozo Bunch are just storming through this game. This might just be another 2-0.
This might be another one. Look at how quick Obscure Breads is too, and able to set up these forwards. I feel like more often than not, Obscure Breads is on the other half of the pitch. It's insane trying to deal with this. We see Gret burning. There's the big finish again, and another Strike War. Bozo Bunch is so good at setting up these teammates to just take these ego challenges, and there's nothing Fudgy can do about it.
Nothing Fudgy can do. Oh, the KO though, yeah. KO from Dropletto down on to Grimella to even up the KO that happened onto I. Surprise KOs from both sides going to even it up, but I think that's actually better for Bozo Bunch because they're up a barrier. But maybe not though, as Breads, the now going to be going on to Breads. Drew is just focus the goalie, challenge Oki it up, try to take these stacks off. They realize that the stacks and the orbs are just too much to handle, but they still need to get this last bear. Fudgy running up, trying to make a play happen, but Drew needs to do something. They need to do something before their brawler goes down, Tech.
They sure do, and it's looking scarier every day, almost off the map from Dropletto, but somehow Drew staying alive. Look at this. There's so many strikes going on, and Grimella with a beautiful clear, able to relieve a little bit of pressure. The core is moving so quickly as overtime approaches, looking for the pass up to Grimella. The pendulum swing will get it out. But here's the flip from Dropletto, looking to find it. Keeping it in this top corner. Dropletto is winning every Strike War imaginable, and yet another one. The 3-0 in this set from Bozo Bunch. I believe the second 3-0 in a row. Bozo Bunch is on top of things.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch just found the draft they needed. They found that second set just really, really close, and then once they got the draft they needed, they got that extra stagger, they got the extra survivability. Breads got the speed. They got literally everything they wanted. They don't need anything this draft. All they have to do is deny what's good for Bang Bang. And we see a couple things here that could be good. We see the rapid fire, the quick strikes. Breads could get the dancer, does get that dancer. Now it's double orbs with stacks on stacks. This is going to be very, very, very difficult. This is one tough Finny here. As, I mean, a little bit, you get rapid fire in prime time on to Grimella and Drew. Going to give them a little bit more damage output, but it might just be a little too late as Dropletto also gets the 1-2 punch. Keep an eye on this Asher because he might be getting a couple KOs.
The writing is on the wall, but I believe in the Bang Bang magic. We'll have to see if they do as well. Fudgy Waffles, this time the goalie on low HP. Looking for something, forced to just sit there as Dropletto tries to block all attempts of assisting.
There it is.
The KO is found, but there's another one to trade it back. The goalie is gone, and a nice piercing shot will take one. Will it take the second? No, the flip comes out from Dropletto. And Obscure Breads just took Fudgy Waffles' orb on the other side of the map. This is mental damage, and there it is. Dropletto with the Strike War, able to get it through, and how do you come back from this?
Really well played from Breads there. I assume there was a calm there, because once Dropletto flipped defensively on that top side, I'm pretty sure Breads just said, wait, because literally just ran out of the goal using that orb dancer speed to go get the other orb in order to fully heal, because if Breads would have died there, that could have been a win con for Bang Bang, right? The orbs getting out means so much, but hey, another win con is just playing well, as they did right there, getting both barriers right away, and now Drew almost has that flip. So I'm expecting to see Finny try to focus Drew down a little bit, but you might not have to when Fudgy Waffles is just losing everything on the defensive side. Dropletto is doing so much, and both sides looking incredibly low. I mean, anyone's game here as the Finny runs up. Breads wants to take this game into his own hands, wants to get the second point to set his team up for success, but Bang Bang is just not letting up right now. They're just not giving up. They do not want to be eliminated from playoffs this early.
No, definitely not. And Fudgy's the only one with the flip. You see him moving up, trying to find that opportunity to get it past Breads. There's a flip from Drew, but it's high. Grimella looking for it. There's the ult coming out, and the big finish is not enough. Bang Bang hits a point.
Yeah, I mean, Bang Bang managed to find that. They're really killing this now off very, very efficiently. I'm surprised, honestly. I think Gret needs to pay more attention to his own health bar, needs to focus on surviving a little bit more, because that is kind of the only hope that Bang Bang has left, is just take out this now, and it's working dividends for him right now as Dropletto just crushes all the hopes. The 1-2 punch Asher taking it away. Drew gonna be going down here. That's a prize fighter stack gone. That means a lot more than you'd think too. Grimella now incredibly low as well. Not really getting too much in terms of core control and barrier percentage here, but Grimella might be going down here soon, but Dropletto looks like the sights have turned back to Drew. The Zentaro is not allowed to live, but can Bang Bang score before that happens?
Yeah, we'll see. Dropletto's been getting cut off a little bit. Grimella's been doing a great job evading, and with these characters, they have such explosive power, and there it is. Fudgy Waffle just walks up and shoots it right through that secondary there.
Yeah, Fudgy Waffles using... I mean, honestly, Saul's opportunity there, ran up to cover that dead space. The Finny secondary was not there in time, and just a really good put away from Bang Bang, and they're back on 2 points now. I mean, they really want to take this to a game 3. I think everyone wants them to as well here. Everyone in my mind, the crowd in my mind currently is rooting for Bang Bang, and so am I, because we want to see this close game. We want to see this go to at least a set 5, even if it's not a game 3, and both teams are putting on an absolute performance right now. Both midfielders are fighting for their life.
Yeah, right now, Bang Bang needs to find this barrier, and losing one of their members isn't going to help. Grimella taken off the back. Drew looking for something. Has the stun, but look at the flip. Obscure Breads is keeping this alive, and unfortunately that hook not working out. The flip is not enough. Or it is, rather. It sends Fudgy so far away. And somehow we're tied up on game point and series point for Bozo Bunch. If they're able to clinch this right now, they have to be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, feeling the pressure. I mean, I could tell Fudgy feeling the pressure from Dropletto there, who sidesteps away from him and actually misses that hook. But, oh, wow. This is the win con I was talking about. Brett's going down. That's huge for Bang Bang. All the stacks are gone now. But Dropletto is doing a very good job getting both barriers here, saving the day. It might not even matter. All they need is 1 point. Dropletto doing everything himself. Getting the point, getting both barriers, and securing Bozo Bunch's ticket to the loser semis against Showtime. Well played, Dropletto. Well played, Bozo Bunch. That's your winner. Oh my goodness, it's a 2-0.
Oh my god. Dropletto do score. That was perhaps one of the craziest endings I've seen in an Omega Strikers game. I thought for sure with Breads being taken off the back of the map, that was Bang Bang's chance to get rid of those stacks and win out. But instead, Dropletto just wins. Dropletto just 1v9s the entire lobby and gets it done. A ridiculous performance coming out of Bozo Bunch, especially Dropletto, Obscure Breads. Honestly, all three of these players, insane performance on map number 2. Coming out another 2-0. Ridiculous from these teams.
Yeah, I should have bet more on Bozo. I mean, I figured they were going to win. I had the feeling. They just had the confidence coming in. As you can see, zero nerves from Bozo Bunch there, it felt like. Whereas Bang Bang felt like they had a lot of hopes on their shoulders, and it just didn't quite go their way today. So, I mean, well played to them. Well played getting back in there, trying to come back, finding some sets, finding some points. But at the end of the day, it was all Bozo Bunch here. And we are going to see the Showtime versus Bozo Bunch losers semifinals coming in very soon here, and I'm excited for this because especially after the game that we just saw, Boza Bunch looked incredibly solid, and I feel like Dropletto is just absolutely on top of his game today. So,
oh yeah,
I
mean, you
think this
gotta
might be a
feeling
battle of
great.
the brawlers. Yeah, like who's gonna win though? You know what I mean? Like Dropletto and Joker both, I feel like actually kind of have similar playstyles. They're both very core controlly. They're both very good at just being annoying, just being kind of like staying and being a little kind of like a bruiser, right? Just kind of staying in your face, swinging punches, not giving up. And I'm excited to see which team can come out on top. And honestly, I'm not too sure, given both of the performances here. A little bit more decisive, I'd say, for Showtime, but honestly, pretty decisive for Boza Bunch as well. I think Bang Bang took maybe 1 or 2 sets, right? I don't even remember.
Yeah.
It felt like some of these points were so close that it was hard to tell, but at the end of the day, the score is all that matters, and the W's on Boza Bunch's side. Whew. I'm at like kind of a loss for words, even though I'm saying a lot of them, Tech.
Yeah, I feel you. My mind is going a mile a minute, just like the core was in that last match. Ridiculous showing from these teams, and I believe, yeah, our next one is going to be Showtime versus Bozo Bunch, which is crazy if you look at just strictly seeding, right? I mean, right now, you could technically consider it 2 upsets. The 5 and 6 seed were able to beat out the 4 and second one and make their way into the losers semi. So that's going to be an amazing match. Of course, you'll have Saya and Z Yoshi casting that one. So that'll be the last of us. But Borg, do you have anything to say before we hop into a quick break and the teams prep for that next series?
Not really. I mean, good luck to the teams. Oh, I do know what to say. Make sure you guys stay for the post show after. I'm sure the casters will say it then, but we will be doing a post show interview with all 3 of the qualifying teams. So that will be Sad Boys, Demons Raw, and the winner of this next game, Showtime versus Bozo Bunch. So definitely stick around for the entirety because we'll get some fun choice words. Maybe I'll squeeze a little bit of trash talk later in the post show out of some of the Demons members. Gumi might give us some words to say if he's on there. So make sure you stick around for that. But other than that, not really too much. Anything from you, Tech?
Not much for me. I mean, that series went out with a bang. Definitely amazing performance from all these teams. Super excited to catch this next match on stream. So don't go anywhere. And when we're back, Showtime versus Bozo Bunch. We'll see you guys in a bit.
And Natty just doing his best to live. Envy, this is looking tough.
Yeah, the big finish. There's no one to control it right now, and man, it's gonna be the flip and another kill, and man, forgot it's staggered, and there's just Bozo Bunch does end up winning it here.
Dropletto and Muncher able to pair up for another score.
This set. You know, they're getting the barriers, getting a lot of double barriers.
Well, too, forgot survives by just about nothing here. It's all in the hands of I right now. Oh my god.
Goodness. 10 versus 1. Purebred's going to have a tough time trying to defend. Does have access to the flip. Double pendulum swing. Nicely lined up by Bread.
Onto Yumi, eyes down time.
Bread finishes has given them these aggressive angles to play for. Nice shot.
So good on the start.
Oh, and a great by Scare Bread.
The guy goes away. Hey, when that guy's there, he takes 2 barriers and he gets ready to score. But Bozo Bunch, we're gonna put it in right there. Buncher is still going crazy, keeping the floor state up. And Dropletto's just gonna put it in. It's like right between Sword and Josh. And that's gonna be a Bozo Bunch 3-0 victory.
Share this!
Everybody warmed up? Quiet on the set. Nobody blink. Make it flashy, guys.
This match will get red hot.
Let's do this in one take. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
Wow. As both barriers drop right away, and we're almost done with the first set in perhaps under 2 minutes.
But Showtime is holding on.
I genuinely don't know how that clear happened, and Megaverse will take it nearly himself.
Yeah, get back into position, comes back, we're getting a slashing strike out to it. Breezy coming out.
Good, there's time to put on a show.
Like that. But we'll be able to navigate it on through. Joker finds the KO.
Before having 3. But Joker doesn't care about any of that.
Doesn't matter. Aggression. Joker's trying to close it. Joker flips it, and Joker takes it home. Joker's hands through the portal. Screwbread's gonna be able to defend. Joker falling back. Beautiful by Shiatsu.
Getting a great Giga Blast. Just pushing it forward.
For the take the barrier, Demon Straw with an opportunity now, but Jianzu is still alive, and if Jianzu's alive, there's a chance for a goal.
That's it.
Speaking of moments, that's Jianzu in there with the barrage, and that's Joker with the follow-up with the whiplash.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to North American Strikers League Season 4 playoffs. Today we are getting straight into Showtime versus Bozo Bunch. Last match of the day. Two teams that, both teams from loser side. Both the teams that lost out in round 1 of winners have been eliminated, and now we are looking at the 5th and 6th seed duking it out. One team will be taking 4th place, and the other team will be moving on to top 3 losers finals and face the loser of Demons Raw versus Sad Boys.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup because today it was blowout after blowout, but these are the two teams that came back, like you said, from the loser side, starting in the loser side, 2-0ing the opponents that fell down. And these are also two teams that I think a lot of players have confidence in. A lot of predictions favored these two teams. I believe Vaughn's preseason ranking, although there was a lot of chatting involved, had these two teams in the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these teams really making a name for themselves. Had some really rough games in the season, I think, but are here to play. And playoffs is the time that it matters. And the Black Hole coming out here, blowing up the entirety of Bozo Bunch, and now is looking like a pretty good point for Showtime here. Barriers down, but still have all of the offensive momentum.
Yeah, and there's Dropletto getting it out, though. Red staggered, looking for an opportunity to pass it up to Dropletto. The passing play is coming through. Joker looking to intercept, but it's Dropletto once again building up a flip quite swiftly. And a well-timed flip by Gret to stay alive. And a flip right afterwards by Dropletto to score the goal. The Bozo Bunch, a little shaky in the middle of that point, but they secure it nonetheless. The thing they have to watch out for, though, is that meter. They expended 2 flips on that point super early. And you know that the Joker is going to do a lot as Dropletto double own barrier. Oh, no!
What a hero. Well, good news for them is that Showtime, in a bit of a foregone conclusion, considering the energy, claimed the point. They were able to get a flip off Joker. And we've tied it up 1-1 after a little bit of chicanery going on the barriers. That being said, Dropletto and the entirety of Bozo Bunch, but especially Dropletto, hot off a big win against Bang Bang, and really playing really well. They have a lot of momentum going into this game, whereas Showtime has been waiting. And I think it's really showing. Again, Dropletto is just playing so well, dicing up these barriers, and I think that they have a really good shot, especially with their comp here. But an insane Sad Boys angle is going to save that barrier. Bread's taking flight on the Dubu, is not letting anything through.
Yeah, Bread's starting to walk up a little bit, pushing forward the offensive line with the log. It drifts backwards, but it's always such a threat when Dropletto and Gret are parallel there. The Tofu Fortress, Dropletto on the breakaway, intercepted by Barcode, who has been stoic on the defense on this Atlas pick, where he has won notable tournaments before here, and it will be very, very difficult for the Bozo Bunch to get past that, even in an open net situation. But Dropletto won so many strike wars in the previous game, winning crucial points and taking the entire series. And if this guy gets the core, it's going to be so difficult. Joker being brought very low, no elusives available. A KO perhaps on the cards for the Bozo Bunch, but Dropletto's going for the dribbling play. A weird bounce by Shianzu, but it gets it clear for the moment. But Dropletto has the resources, has the core flip, and the Bozo Bunch go up 2-1.
Yeah, really nice core flip right in front of Barcode, who expended the strike and the strike shot, trying to catch the core up, and Dropletto a free shot down to the bottom corner. Now up a point, 1 point away from winning the set. Looking really, really strong right now. Bozo Bunch getting chunked down, but able to get an orb. They just have to get it out here, and if they're able to get the barrier on their next offensive push, that might just be game, especially with how Dropletto's playing right now.
Yeah, but this time Shianzu, one of the front runners for Rookie of the Season, only beaten by Drew, is just getting in there, winning so many strike interactions, taking the barrier and trying to control it in the midfield. But the Bozo Bunch not done yet, but a great primary from Barcode. Will project forward, the core sent forward, but it's lost once again as Joker goes down. A good elusive by Obscure Breads, the evade save coming through, and a great flip by Gret as well. Dropletto now with the ability to score this goal. Gets the core in front of the net, waits patiently for the expanse, baits it out, and Pendulum swings it in for the first set win, going over to the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, just surgical precision coming out from Dropletto, getting the MVP. HyperX Hero on deck, getting rewarded with a lot. Probably going to end up taking the Catalyst. Just a phenomenal awakening, but other good picks here, like Rampage, Rapid Fire, Orb Dancer could be interesting, but I'm fully expecting the Catalyst to just go right away. But no, not picked, left up, and Xianzu with the tough situation, denying the Monu or just taking Catalyst, picks Catalyst, leaves Monu for I, and that's why Dropletto didn't take it, forcing Xianzu into that situation, and now that's the Monu now.
Yeah, incredibly well drafted by the Bozo Bunch to force that. Either it's Catalyst or it's Manu, and we're seeing the effects of the Manu right now on the kickoff. 2 barriers taken in an instant. Gret just gets in there with the secondary, with the proximity drone, and now the Tofu Fortress is being pushed up as well. The now primary, such an obstacle, as Xianzu's not getting any room to play, but Barcode still has the strike, still making the saves in the corner. And Obscure Breads defending 2 barriers, trying to walk up, but Joker making sure that the Dubu can't be on ice for now. Good saves by Gret and Dropletto trying to advance, but Xianzu with an amazing interruption to stop and trying to get the snipe on the barrier as well. But a flip available, the dribbling plays, the flip not even necessary, just a little bit of hits done as Dropletto and Gret once again find the goal.
Yeah, just beautifully played by Bozo Bunch there. Dropletto was able to dribble the ball for I, just letting him tee up and get that setup that they needed, and that's how much synergy these two players have, how long they've been playing together. Breads almost killed Dropletto with that wall, which would have been hilarious. Very funny interaction, but here, Breads has a flip, has been playing really well this entire game. It's just holding down this barrier, not letting anything through, but hey, both goalies putting on a bit of a show. Barcode, unfortunately, has been cursed by me. I've casted upon him, my casting powers, and now open net. Bozo Bunch has the opportunity to score here. But Barcode's still not letting it through, but the core flip is going to take him out. And that is really, really tough for Showtime.
Yeah, Barcode, while dying, made a save with his last breath, but it wasn't enough. Then the strike war right afterwards, won by the Bozo Bunch. But this time, Xianzu trying to make this point a little bit different than the previous ones with that early snipe onto a barrier here. But Yoshi, the Bozo Bunch are back at it again. They got the possession. Muncher almost has that strike at the top side. And Joker trying to get this barrier, but it is once again the Tofu Fortress, so well used by Obscure Breads. Always has it, it feels like, when it's exactly necessary. And Xianzu's not even getting a chance to use his flip, but does take out Dropletto. A little bit of greed on that full meter here. And with this power play, Showtime need to do something, need to find this barrier.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch getting a little comfortable there. And Showtime taking that opportunity to push forward, but the barrier's still not down. Breads is just not letting it go. Doing a great job pushing up, has 2 Rampage stacks, and Bozo Bunch just has so much momentum. They are looking indomitable here. Showtime is going to need a really, really strong push to get something, but that's Xianzu down, and it's looking really rough.
One passing play is all it takes. Pendulum swing forward to stun the log to buy a lot of space from Obscure Breads, but a good flip by Barcode cleared away, but the situation just repeats itself. Of course, Xianzu is back, and the hook goes wide, but Dropletto has the dribble. Good reactions by Barcode. Good strike war by Xianzu to make sure it doesn't go in, and Dropletto gets chipped down, but good healing comes out from Gret, and Dropletto doesn't have to fear as much. Good shot to the bottom side. Joker dribbling, finding open space, but doesn't have the opportunity to use this flip. The possession maintained by the Bozo Bunch. Gret dribbling around the astral projection, but a good clear in the end. Xianzu winning another strike war to clear it away, and Showtime managed to survive, but it's once again the onslaught coming through. Gret just takes out Barcode, and Barcode saved it for so long. Like 4 different amazing pushes by Bozo Bunch, all saved by Barcode, but Showtime just couldn't maintain any possession at all.
Yeah, it just in really, really long point, all of that just to unfortunately get knocked out at the very end and have to watch it go in. incredibly tough. But Showtime's just been playing defense so well, and despite Boza Bunch's beautiful offense, they're still struggling to get through. But now Boza Bunch up 2 sets, rewarded with heavy impact now, which with Monumentalist is just free cooldowns. As so much peak performance on Drop Leto and reverb on Breads is gonna make them way more tanky, survivability through the roof. Barcode picking up team player I think could be a very big deal, and the explosive entrance Dash Awakening on Xianzu gives him a lot more presence. But it's gonna be tough for Showtime to bring it back. They're going to need 1, maybe 2 miracle plays, maybe more than that, if they want to get the momentum they need to get back into this game.
Well, there's a small miracle there. A little bit of an own goal from Drop Leto. Own barrier, not as devastating as the previous. 1 barrier instead of 2, but still a barrier for Showtime. And I did notice that team player as well. If Barcode can get some good clears, especially in overtime, that could really make the difference in terms of offense for Showtime. Perhaps Joker face first into the Tofu Fortress. We've seen that so many times. Obscure Breads maintaining that cooldown so incredibly well, and Xianzu getting the Strike Wars in the corner, making sure that that barrier will still stand for Showtime. A lot more time to play with than the previous set, but a KO is found. Joker goes down, and that additional stagger that was picked up on the side of Bozo Bunch just gives them so much more durability, ability to brawl, ability to stay alive and play their game, as Xianzu has the flip, but it just stuffed away. And Showtime once again just cannot find the start to their offense at all.
And just unable to keep it forward. Able to get a barrier off a good beam there. Xianzu looking really nice in that play. And the X Maximus popped. Able to punch right through both I and Breads. Really well played by Joker. And that's what they need to do. And 8 more of those will win them the game. If they're able to get it over there and convert, they're able to win. And as they've just shown, it's just so hard to maintain possession against the incredibly fast Dubu pushing up. In fact, all of them on Bozo Bunch, they're just so fast, covering so much space, and are able to just keep the core up at all times because of it.
Yeah, and keep in mind, it's a stacks on stacks game, right? Every single KO is that much more meaningful. The speed difference is being built up, and what a strike war by Drop Leto, setting up a crazy situation. Almost had the entire goal. We'll go for the dribbling play right now. Xianzu being chipped down. Those stacks being erased would be devastating for Showtime, but Xianzu does stay alive. Heals all the way back to full, and the Bozo Bunch are forced to just go for a normal goal, but Barcode and Xianzu continuing to defend in the top side as Drop Leto comes in to win the strike war yet again. It's 1-1. The Bozo Bunch 2 goals away from taking this first game.
Yeah, Drop Leto completely locked in, winning these on-the-line strike wars that are just getting them points. Incredibly difficult strike wars that Showtime is just like so hard for them to win, and a flip going wide doesn't matter. Able to get both barriers, have both barriers up. This is looking like a Showtime favorite point, and in this set 3, if they're able to swing it, win the set and get advantage in draft, they might be able to get something done. But their Barcode saving the barrier. Showtime is just looking great this point. Sorry.
No, but while you were saying that, while both barriers were down, Drop Leto controlled the core for 10 entire seconds, it felt like, setting up this double barrier take for the Bozo Bunch. And now, forget about Showtime. Xianzu needs to score with this flip, because otherwise it's all Bozo Bunch right now. Drop Leto with so much speed just gliding across the field. Barcode is flipped, but so does Gret here. And a slow push up could be what Bozo Bunch needs. Drop Leto just winning a strike war in Barcode's face, forcing the flip to be burned. Important resource gone, but so is Drop Leto. And now it's Gret's turn to 1v3 perhaps on the offense, trying to win a strike war here. Getting it past for the moment. Obscure Breads flipping it away to the top side. And the respawn timer has been stalled out. Now the Bozo Bunch, their time to go on the offense. Striking it to the top side, burning away the expanse. Big cooldowns burned by Barcode as Xianzu tries to set up, but it's Drop Leto forcing out a good strike shot and strike warring the primary from Barcode. What a day from Drop Leto. They're 1 goal away from going up in the series.
Yeah, unbelievable how well Drop Leto is playing right now. He is so fast, he is gliding, he is winning every interaction. He's just a force to be reckoned with. It feels impossible to get through this guy, and he's the brawler. And he's going up into Xianzhu and Barcode and just steamrolling. And with all the support from Gret and Breads, this is just looking like a Bozo Bunch game.
Joker being brought incredibly low. A KO here would be really bad for Showtime. The stacks could be reset, but just picking up an orb. Bozo Bunch not focused on that KO, just focused on winning the game here perhaps. But now Joker in a little bit of a vulnerable state, but so are the barrier. Xianzhu takes them, wins the Strike Wars. This is the Xianzhu that was rumored here. This is the Xianzhu with massive expectations coming to the season, winning the Strike Wars on the bottom side, trying to set up this goal. Pass to Joker. Obscure Breads gets a little mixed up by the 50-50 from Joker, but there's no mix-up here. Just a straight shot into the goal, and we're heading to a critical 5th point.
Yeah, this is Showtime's opportunity. They have to be able to hold against everything Bozo Bunch is throwing out, or else it's game. You know, that's it. This is their chance. But that's one barrier down, and it gotta sting. Just, it's not even 10 seconds, and that goes down. Able to hold the flip, though. Looking really nice. Dropletto has a flip of his own, and Core's getting dangerously close to the barrier. Dropletto will be using it, getting it right there. Xianzhu has a flip, but if it goes in right here, it doesn't matter.
And passing play up. Primary burn. That's every cooldown, I think, off of Barcode, but a good flip by Xianzhu will stall it a lot of time, but Dropletto wins yet another strike where Xianzhu goes flying, and the save is still made somehow. Pass up to Gret. Bottom side, little dangerous. Dropletto staying alive despite the X Maximus, and it's actually Xianzhu who goes down. Now a power play for the Bozo Bunch. All they need is one more goal to the top side. Amazing defense by Barcode, but it isn't enough. The Bozo Bunch do it again.
Yeah, just one after the other, taking games, winning these insane interactions. It just insane. It is a Bozo masterclass, and they are one game away from putting Showtime out of playoffs and getting into losers finals here.
Sad Boys, Demons, and the Bozo Bunch perhaps in the top 3. Where have I heard that before? A certain Africa TV Invitational is reminding me of what happened here, but they still have to win another game. They still have to break my prediction. I predicted just out of nowhere. Achi asked me who's getting 4th place. I said the Bozo Bunch confidently. Maybe I underestimated them, you know? Some people might have said, no, they're getting 5th, 6th. But maybe they're getting 3rd here.
Right, and hey, maybe they go all the way. You know, they are playing phenomenally right now, and I think there's the ceiling has not been hit yet, and we might see shades of Africa come through. Bozo Bunch 3rd, taking on Sad Boys or Demons Rock, could again get 2nd, could win it all. They're playing so well. That being said, Showtime is not out of it yet. There are still 1, maybe even 2 games left, and we're going to Clarion Test Chamber, a map that we see Showtime on a lot. Like, I feel like they always go to this map, and they always perform on this map. And so I think this is a great opportunity for them in this game to go to the first Game 3 all day, all playoffs. It has been 2-0 after 2-0. We could see a little bit of a mix-up here. Unless Bozo wants to pack it up and go home fast, this is Showtime's opportunity to get back into the game, take us to a Game 3, and show us that the show's not over yet.
Yeah, and Clarion Test Chamber, a map, like you said, that Showtime has showed a great performance on so many times. Wow. You know, that's crazy. I use both show and time.
Yeah, like the team.
Yeah, but I think what's going to be interesting is how the draft pans out. Of course, all the teams today, I believe, have opted to go to blue side on their side selection. Sometimes we see red side a little bit. We saw a lot of red side picks during the season, but none of that here. Everyone going to blue side, and the Bozo Bunch will do the same. They have map priority here on Showtime's pick, and they will pick the blue side. The picks haven't come in yet, but it's going to be very, very interesting to see how they approach this, because I think I think I've heard once or twice that this Showtime team and this Bozo Bunch team are pretty similar. And I've even heard like, oh, the Showtime team is like a slightly better version of the Bozo Bunch. But that's not what happened in this game, right? This game, the Bozo Bunch looked like they were in full control. Joker, who looked so dominant against Bun Bun Bonanza, just wasn't allowed to play the game. The core was always kept away from his hands. So I think there's a decent chance that they pick Joker, a more controlling midfielder, a midfielder-like brawler here, right? The Rasmus or the Kazan, because they need to give him agency. But I'm not sure. They could go for other stuff as well, but it just felt rough seeing Joker not really able to play the game.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch was able to just maneuver around, big clunky X, and that meant that he was just kind of out of most plays. And so it took a lot of effort from him and Shianzu to keep the ball up. And when Bozo Bunch could do that without all the work, it just meant that Bozo Bunch had all the control in the game. Seeing a Rasmus come out from Joker, I think would be really nice. I think the comparisons between Joker and Dropletto are pretty appropriate. Both have been, like, Dropletto is the X guy, been playing X since day one, has the Pocket Rasmus, which has been going crazy today. And Joker has been seeing a ton of success this whole season, picking characters like X and Rasmus. And so I think getting Joker on, like you said, a more controlling brawler be very nice to see, give him a lot more agency, and we could see Dropletto pick up the X, which is usually just banned or picked away from him, but you could see what he can get done on the pick and see if it has similar struggles, or if he has the same problems on it that we saw Joker have last game.
Yeah, but the Bozo Bunch are the ones who pick up the Rasmus. Dropletto has been performing. But it also could be an Obscure Bread's pick, right? This is a crazy flex pick for pick 1, and it gives them a lot of flexibility later on into this draft.
Yeah, very nice. Bozo, pick 1 Rasmus. It makes me smile a lot. Dropletto can pick that up. Breads can pick that up. Munchard, maybe. No. But that will not happen. Probably not. But yeah, like you said, it gives them so much control in the draft because they can respond to whatever a Showtime does, and that's a Zentaro Kai, and they were able to just pick Amy X. Like, hey, X is up. You're getting X, buddy. You're getting your character. Otherwise, they could have just picked a goalie and and then put Dropletto on the Rasmus, and everything was fine. They just, it's really nice. It's a great first pick for this team that I don't think many other teams benefit from. Anyway, Showtime rounding off the comp with Atlas once again, and honestly, I really like the Showtime comp here. Zen Kai is a really nice forward pairing with Barcode on the Atlas in the back. I think they have a pretty good shot here.
Yeah, I like it as well, especially on the heavy impact start, right? Zentaro gives a lot more mobility than the X in Joker's hands, and I think that Showtime have all the tools they need to win this game. Draft doesn't determine everything, but they do have the resources necessary. We'll have to see if they can convert that into a win to keep this series alive. And as we get started, Yoshi64, do you know what game this is?
Oh, I think I do, but I'll let you have the honor. Tell me, what game is this right here, right now?
The 500th game of the North American Strikers League.
Ladies and gentlemen, there have been 499 games before this, and today we gather to watch the 500th game of the North American Strikers League. Bozo Bunch versus Showtime, Game 2, Season 4 of the North American Strikers League playoffs. Here we go, and already starting off, a lot of damage on Joker, which he is Zentaro into Rasmus goalie, a rough matchup. No stagger, having a little child getting beat up by Pauldron's goalie. But Dropletto just sitting here, able to take the barriers. Joker is down, and Bozo Bunch is continuing their dominance with a great X Maximus coming out from Dropletto, showing a little bit of his expertise on the character there. Was a really bad pun, and it's your turn.
Okay,
I don't want to think about it.
So I'm really liking this Rasmus goalie pick from Obscure Breads, actually. Of course, an amazing first pick flex. It could have gone to Dropletto had the draft turned out differently. But the speed and the agency that Obscure Breads has in terms of walking up a little bit, throwing out those pendulum swings, we saw it in full force on Project Xeno, and it just makes it so difficult for, once again, Joker and Shianzu to maintain possession. Dropletto and Gret are going to have a little bit of a rough time here with Joker's damage as Shianzu just runs forward, barrages, wins a strike war for the barrier. But on the bounce house, anything is possible as Dropletto goes for a bull rush into nowhere, but all good. Gret's the one who needs to watch out here as Joker is looking to hunt, looking to try and find this KO, but not finding the sweet spot.
Yeah, a bit of a scary bounce off the bumpers there. Forces Barcode to flip, but Dropletto was just there to capitalize. Flips through the Zenol, trying to get it, and has taken a lot of damage. Both nets are open, and Barcode just used his flip. Breads also just used his flip. Energy down for everyone but Joker, who has a flip of his own. Definitely has the opportunity to make something happen, especially with Shianzu with the ball there. Looking to get it to him. Pops it. And takes the shot on the bottom. Bozo Bunch overcommitting top corner. All their resources going right there. And Joker has a free shot down.
Well played by Joker. Needed to make something with that flip and did indeed convert. And now the Bozo Bunch taking it slow, but Joker, again, that mobility on the Zentaro paying dividends. A lot more control over the entire map. The barrier's down. Joker going in, almost dead. But if he scores, all is well. And of course, the healing coming out from Barcode. Dropletto trying to chase, but can't chase too far. Good defense by Gret as Joker continues to press the top side here. As the strike timings are all right from Obscure Breads to make the saves to keep this goal in the favor of the Bozo Bunch, perhaps. A good drifting shot gets one barrier. They're looking for two. Dropletto has been very on point with the strikes this series and last series as well. But there, Joker's the one with Barcode who just presses right through that pendulum swing from Obscure Breads. No resources available, and that's a goal for Showtime.
Yeah, insane win there. I couldn't even tell you how that interaction played out. And Showtime looking really strong here. Something interesting I've noticed that I don't think I've heard anyone talk about. I'm sure they have. But we've got that Atlas here, usually paired with characters like Octavia now, low stagger characters. But Zentaro is also really low stagger and benefits greatly from the ult, as we saw earlier, getting healed up after being staggered. And it's a really interesting combo that I don't think I've ever thought of before. So I like that a lot. Makes this comp look even better. It's Atlas and then Kai and Zentaro, two characters with some of the lowest stagger tiers in the game. And it's really working out. They're taking a lot of damage, but the KOs have not been coming through as often. So
yeah,
Shianzu looking to live, but having a rough time.
Yeah, eventually going down. Good elusive earlier to not get blown up by the massive Dropletto, as another KO combo was attempted by Dropletto. And with Gret going down, the Bozo Bunch are in quite a bit of trouble. Shianzu looking massive, looking to win against the Firewall Sentry. But you can't read what has no emotions. It stalls out the core enough. Gret on the offense now with Dropletto getting the barrier, and suddenly the Bozo Bunch looking to turn it around here. A good read by Obscure Breads on the strike by Joker. Just a routine forward strike just leads into amazing pressure by the Bozo Bunch, converted upon by Dropletto. We're headed to a 0.5. Although it kind of felt like Showtime were the ones in advantage for this entire set so far. The Bozo Bunch are keeping it even, and they're even in the advantage right now. Oh. They're no longer in the advantage.
It appears that the advantage has shifted in Showtime's favor, but the barrier, Core just grazing it but not taking it. And Breads getting KO'd earlier, now fighting back, trying to take Joker out. But a great Giga Blast is going to get that last barrier. Shianzu looking to win it all. Joker out, but Barcode has a flip, and I think Showtime's looking really strong at this point.
Yeah, flip by Barcode, kept in the enemy side by the Bozo Bunch, keeping this offensive play alive. But an amazing shot by Gret will open up the barriers. The pendulum swing right into Joker's face, doing damage, keeping the core forward. Exactly what the Bozo Bunch need. They find the KO. Obscure Brush tries to send it down. Might be a little bit of a mistake, but it's okay because Gret has possession, trying to hit onto Barcode here. Cleared up to the top side again as Xianzu sends the core forward, trying to catch any clears from Obscure Breads, but Breads not making any mistakes so far. Xianzu now lurking, trying to catch anything here as Joker wins the strike war in the midfield to keep the core forwards, walks a little bit in front of Gret, but this time Gret's the one who sends the core a little bit forwards. Obscure Breads hooks it. Gret catches it as well to make sure the Zentaro can't get it forward again, but it goes to Dropletto. The strike reset, not enough. Great saves by Barcode, and Dropletto just looking for one strike, a flip to the bottom side. Joker pulls the trigger, finds the goal, and gets Showtime out of a potential nightmare. They're the ones in control now.
Yeah, just back to back Showtime. Incredible wins on their interactions. Saves that, one minor mistake, just frames earlier or later, core would have gone in. And now Xianzu rewarded with the Chrono Boost, leaving up Catalyst and not opting for Stagger. I think Chrono Boost is probably the right choice, if not Catalyst. But oh, wow.
Yeah.
Letting Joker pick up Catalyst. The Adrenaline Rush picked up
I'm not too
by
sure
Gret
about this
instead.
one.
And yeah, Catalyst, pretty good. I was going to say, Xianzu is a very smart player, and I don't think I've ever seen him make a drafting mistake, so obviously the Chrono Boost is intentional. And Joker picking up Catalyst there, looking great. But obviously I think Gret should have picked up Catalyst there.
No, it was more on the Joker thing. You said looking great. He got hooked off the map. Now it's up to Xianzu, who solo barrier takes, and maybe he is looking great. Maybe he's not necessary for that barrier.
Yeah, it is back. Xianzu taking the brunt of the damage now. And right now, Showtime's just looking to get it out. But again, a lot of damage coming on Xianzu, who gets taken out. And it seems like Bozo Bunch, especially with this extra special X, has a little bit of damage, has a little bit of KO potential. And in fact, they entirely drafted damage. With Deadeye Rasmus and Adrenaline Rush on Gret. Things might get really scary for Showtime. Barcode's going to have to try and out-heal the damage coming in, but I don't know if they can.
Yeah, and that's a rough core flip whiff from Joker. Doesn't have it for the ensuing play from Gret. Well placed past the abilities of Showtime as the Bozo Bunch take a small lead in this set. And my eyes are on Gret, right? That Adrenaline Rush pickup instead of going for the Catalyst. That's a statement drafting decision. You're giving up an incredibly powerful Awakening to an incredibly good user of it. Zentaro having a million hits and also getting hit quite a bit. But so far, it's looking pretty successful for the Bozo Bunch. Every single potential KO is massive. But this time, it is Dropletto being taken out by Joker. No flick here, though, means that Obscure Breads makes the save. And it's actually Xianzu who goes down. Gret has the Adrenaline Rush now, has the speed, but misreads the clear. Doesn't get KO'd, though. Joker, great attempt, but good flip usage, I gotta say. It's worth using it for that purpose when you have the Catalyst, when you can build it up in an instant. But that's an amazing barrier take by the Bozo Bunch. They push into advantage now. Dropletto wins the strike wars forward, and Barcode's going to be forced to make some really good clears here, but it's just Dropletto looking absolutely massive, double the size of Showtime, striking it in.
Yeah, just continuing to be his absolute force of nature, tearing through everything in his path. And Bozo Bunch is up 2-0 right now this set. Looking incredible, whereas Showtime had the dominance last set. And now it seems like they're really struggling to manage the damage coming out, as great revive coming in from Joker, but just taking a ton of damage again. And like you said, this Adrenaline Rush pickup has been so nice. That being said, it doesn't matter if Xianzu was alive and well, able to barrage it in, and that he will. Showtime getting a point, getting back in the set, and might be looking to reverse sweep it.
Definitely a possibility here, but a great kickoff from the Bozo bunch, maintaining possession, pushing it forward with the Fireball Sentry. And Joker taking a lot of damage early as Dropletto takes the barriers. Good strikes though as Showtime keep it forward. Shianzu pulled back, but getting double barriers regardless. Shianzu taking over the game at the moment, being allowed to run free. But now there's a passing play from the Bozo bunch. Expands from Barcode, will halt it in its tracks. A flip from Barcode to the other side of the world. And Joker now creating a tough situation, but Breads will just spin it away. Brett trying to get it out of the corner, forward to Dropletto. But Joker continues pushing it forward. Another whiff flip. It's going to be a little tough when these are two instances of energy being wasted. Obscure Breads, what a save, pulling it out of the barrage of Shianzu, but it's not enough as Joker finds the passive strike to send us to another 0.5.
Yeah, wow. Just going back and forth here. Something I've noticed is that Showtime really excels when they have the ball on the enemy side, which sounds dumb, but like they have an Atlas. They have a lot of defensive potential, and that shouldn't be a problem. But like when the ball is on Bozo's side, the only person really taking damage is Joker. But hey, sometimes yeah, sometimes accidents happen and things are not as they seem, as Bozo Bunch is getting the second barrier, almost getting the goal right there, and Obscure Breads is pushing up. He's just playing forward.
Obscure Breads has whiffed the flip. The barrier has gone down. Joker has a flip available here, but Joker cannot convert. Punched away by Dropletto, staggered. And that might be the critical moment of this game. That could have been Showtime in a 2-0 lead, but now it's the Bozo bunch pushing forward. Still saved away by Barcode, though. A strike war won by Shianzu, who was looking to do it all himself. As Gret now on the bottom side, just forcing Joker away, who was taking so much damage. Joker could be KO'd here. A weird clear by Obscure Breads. A very, very rare defensive mistake from the Bozo bunch goalie. And Joker will capitalize. It's 3-2. It's 2-0. That missed core flip doesn't matter anymore because Showtime is now in the lead.
Yeah, just Showtime up 2 sets after getting 3-0'd last game. And now here's the draft that Showtime wants to see. 500 Stagger Awakenings and Reptile Remedy being picked up immediately by Shianzu is going to be massive. Big Fish going to Joker. Bulk Up going to Dropletto is a little scary. It's like 30 power on the guy who has an extra 30 power. Terrifying, but this is a great draft for Showtime. Both goalies picking up orbs, but Ponderer Atlas is not something to sneeze at. Neither is Dance Erasmus, of course, but just with everything else Showtime has, countering all the damage that Bozo Bunch picked up last draft, it's going to be really nice as Joker picked up the Maelstrom Orb. He's going big mode. He's looking to get this last barrier right here.
That was actually a critical glitch pop from Gret there, halting Joker's approach for a moment, but will flip for the barrier regardless. And with that barrier taken down, now it's Joker and Shianzu pushing on for the goal. They have so much forward pressure, like you mentioned, when the core is on the Bozo Bunch side. Showtime look confident. They're pushing in. The Oni's blade. Shianzu covering the clear. And Joker had passive strike just in case anyway. Well played by Showtime. They're looking to clean up this game and send us to a third. But the Bozo Bunch, it's not like they're without tools either. Look at Gret pushing in with the Fireball Sentry, but it does disappear. And Shianzu and Joker both have flips available.
Yeah, flips for the entirety of Showtime. One being popped right there. Joker not able to get the barrier, unfortunately, saved away by Breads. Another flip coming out from Barcode. One barrier down for each. Shianzu holding on to his. Using it here, trying to get it forward. Breads using his flip. It's energy everywhere. Gret has a flip now.
And we'll be trying to use it for the goal, I think. With the Fireball Sentry coming in. You're trying to use it for the barrier here, but a little too far away from said barrier, and it's blocked away. But there, a great strike war by Obscure Breads to make sure that Joker cannot take this one. A bounce down to Gret. Well passed, but it goes into the hands of Shianzu. But Dropletto has just killed the Atlas. The stacks on the orbs reset. The barrier looking to be taken, but right out of reach. Barely unable to press forward are the Bozo Bunch, and with Barcode respawning, that could be devastating. They get a power play, they kill the goalie, but they do not even get the barrier, and their barrier is now under threat. Joker pushing forward, Shianzu finding the rebound, but the barrier taken. Gret with a massive chance, Joker with a flip available, and spun away by Obscure Breads.
And Joker almost having a great, or looking for a great shot, straightforward. But the Oni's Blade, all of his ults this game have been beautiful. And picking up the big fish makes him even bigger. He's just able to cover so much space in the box and do things like that. Where he just, like, checkmates Breads, and there's nothing he can do. Now Showtime on match point, looking to win this game too. Able to get one barrier. Can they get the other in this push? Ooh.
Well, Joker going down's not spelling well for this push, but Shianzu has done these outplays before, but Bozo Bunch smartly passing around, not making Shianzu a factor at all. But Shianzu just drops back on the defense, makes sure that the damage is limited to only one barrier, and Barcode's just going to be stacking those orbs, getting more cooldowns. And now Obscure Bread's in a tough spot with a flip in his face, a hook on the other side, not what you want to see. Showtime, one goal away, Joker and Shianzu both low. Joker taken out, but Barcode has flipped, Shianzu has scored like this before. They gotta watch out.
Yeah, Shianzu, no energy. Can and might just be the subject of a ton of damage if he's not careful. Barcode with a flip. Might be able to use it right here. Get a little bit of momentum, keep it out. Dropletto looking low, but this is Showtime's opportunity. Shianzu trying to get it to Joker. Unable to. Gets knocked out and revived by Barcode. Now Joker has another flip. Already, this is their opportunity. They just have to get it out and into a favorable position. Oh!
Great kill flip
No, they
found.
don't.
Yeah, they
Kill that guy.
They can just find the power play here as Joker up to Shianzu, looking to close out this game here. Giga Blast goes wide, cleared away by Obscure Breads, and Gret Joker with the dribbles forward. And the center doesn't pop right there. Critical moment for the Bozo Bunch. They're in slight favor, but a flip available from Joker, trying to flick it up to the top side. Not quite a barrage now. Good patience by Obscure Breads. A flip available, sent to the safe side for now. And once again, they're finding the saves as Joker heals up a little bit. A Strike War 1. Obscure Breads aggressively pushing forward with the Orb Dancer to make the clears. A Giga Blast to make it ambiguous. Still saved away by Obscure Breads. Shianzu pushing in with the barrage. Not enough. The Bozo Bunch defend and find the KO on Joker once again. Joker's died so many times, but Barcode just keeps on standing as this wall. Make sure that this barrier still stands, and it continues making the saves. The barrier not going down still. An amazing astral projection, and Obscure Breads has got to watch out because now Joker's back.
Yeah, Barcode living up to the iron wall as he's just not letting this barrier go down, and it's do or die for Bozo Bunch. They have to get this point or else it's over. But Breads gets knocked out. It's just Muncher in a 1v2, and the passing plays between Joker and Shianzu will be letting it get in. That's going to be a 3-0 in response from Showtime. And we're going to the first game 3 of the entire playoffs.
At the 500th game is inconclusive. It sends us to another. And that was exactly what Showtime needed, right? I think the Zentaro pick, especially with that heavy impact start, gave the team just enough of the core control to keep the core forward. And Shianzu and Joker, they just found their individual plays. Showtime just were able to basically just freestyle on the core, and I think that was very, very beneficial from them compared to the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. They just had so much control over the core, and with Barcode and the healing that he offered, it didn't get knocked out that much. Well, Dropletto has 8 KOs, but I don't know. It felt like it was really hard to knock them out. They were able to live in a lot of situations, and even if they did get the KO, they just couldn't get through Barcode in the power play. They just standing on business, not letting the barrier go down. And I think that's a really big deal. We're going on to Taiko Temple next, which is another map that Atlas really thrives on. These melee goalie picks where you can just hold infinitely. If Barcode's able to put on another performance like that, it might be Showtime spinning it around and taking this game and taking that spot in losers finals.
Yeah, and I think a big factor is also, you mentioned, Gret has played the Saimi quite a few times, but it isn't what we know that player for, right? When we see the name I, we think of those characters that speed boost. Era, Kai, Octavia now. We think of those characters. And I think that although it didn't look bad, I think that it just felt like a little something was missing from the Bozo Bunch team.
Yeah, I I agree. And I think that we're going on to Tycho, and that's a map that Bozo Bunch, I believe, enjoys a lot. And if I'm remembering correctly, in the regular season, played the Octavia Asher comp into Showtime and was able to just win really confidently here. So I'm actually pretty confident about that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if we're getting a run back here in this game 3, we might be seeing that comp come out again. It proved its worth last time. So if they do, it's up to Showtime to respond to it. And it's hard. I don't know how you respond to that comp.
Yeah, with Octavia falling out of favor, they might be hesitant to go for it depending on the start. But I do agree that the Asher is something we've seen from Dropletto quite a bit on this map, on Tycho Temple. Showtime sticking to their guns, banning away the Fini, making sure Obscure Breads can't play that staple goalie that's become a mainstay of top level play. The Bozo Bunch now, they have a lot of questions heading into this draft, and I don't know how they're gonna do it. They're gonna need to find a different kind of composition. I do not believe in the IME, and there's the now pick from Showtime, Xianzhu, the character that made Xianzhu famous. This is the Bozo Bunch ban away the Kai, and suddenly I'm a little scared because it feels like Showtime has a control of this draft.
Yeah, really. Bozo Bunch banned away a pick from Xianzhu and then left open a more favorable pick for Xianzhu, especially on this map where creations are super powerful in these small lanes. I imagine that they have a game plan going into this, but that seems really scary for Bozo Bunch. They're locking in the Dubu though. Right there, Bread's getting on that melee goalie grind on the Tycho Temple. Also a great pick. All of Dubu's buttons just kind of win in the corner. You drop a wall and they're not going to get through. Asher being picked up, and that's really interesting because I know Joker loves the Asher forward pick. Dropletto is going to be locking it in, and so taking that away.
Oh, and here's the IME again. Well, it's do or die here. Will Gret perform on this pick on Tycho Temple when it matters is the question. Against the Xianzhu now, against Barcode on a lockdown goalie, Showtime looking confident, looking very, very good heading into this third game. The Bozo Bunch need to perform.
Yeah, this is their last chance. Like you said, do or die, and it all comes down to this. Same for Showtime. They're coming in with the momentum, hot off a game win, but if they aren't able to keep that up, then Bozo Bunch might just run through them, and so really, really tense here. Gonna be. It sounds dumb to say this is gonna be a big deal, because it's playoffs. Obviously, it's a big deal, but there's a lot of moving pieces going into this game 3, and so even letting one thing go is going to make a huge difference. So it's got to be incredibly tense for these players.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. We know exactly how Showtime will play here. The same way they've played the previous games. Xianzhu looking for an individual outplay or to force it through the Joker. Barcode locking it down for what seems like forever, and we're going to be seeing something very similar for the Bozo Bunch. Maybe that guy was onto something when he said that these two teams are like versions of each other here. It's going to be a very, very decisive game. Everything rides on this. Which team will make it to the top 3 of Season 4 playoffs?
Yeah, loading in here already. Joker getting a great KO off rip with the Bull Rush. And looking at the Awakenings, it's extra special bulk up start, but bulk up only dropping down to the 2 brawlers here. Extra special on everyone else. And that's really, really strong on every character that picked it. Great opportunities, but now Joker getting the double barrier in a little bit of Mako speed. It helps soften up Gret here. Things are looking Showtime favor, just like last game. It's going to take Boza Bunch getting something similar to the double barrier that Showtime got to get it through. Xianzhu going for a flip, not able to get it, and they are keeping up the pressure here.
Yeah, but great saves by the Bozo Bunch. Obscure Breads keeps it locked down. Dropletto falls again. That's 2 deaths here. But without any dash range, Joker can't catch the core, and Breads keeps the defense going along with Gret. The flip expended, and the goal found, but the Bozo Bunch, I mean, there's this aspect of, at the very least, we did get Joker's flip. We did get an energy off, and they do have Obscure Breads with meter filling up a little bit, but Dropletto going down means that he couldn't build up the energy. So the Bozo Bunch not in a great spot. An amazing corner bounce. What a shot by Showtime. And suddenly the Bozo Bunch in so much trouble. It was looking like a slow start, an even game, maybe even a 1-1. But after that, they're in such a predicament.
Yeah, 2 double barriers in a row. It has to feel bad. And Showtime's just going to take that and run with it. You know, obviously very nice. Bozo Bunch looking to get these barriers here, to shrug it off and get back to business. Doing really well so far. Almost getting it with the barrier beam. Dropletto having a lot of really nice strikes, but Barcode's just not relenting.
Yeah, keeping it locked down. The barrier stays up. Dropletto trying to dribble here, but Xianzhu will flip it away. Trying to find the pass angle through to Dropletto, but they're just not that present in the midfield right now. Joker and Xianzhu are just both standing at midline. And an amazing primary by Xianzhu after the strike catches Obscure Breads off guard. That's 2-0 so far, and Showtime are looking very, very good. They're looking to try and make the comeback in this series, and they're the ones in the lead now.
Yeah, looking great right here. And something interesting is we've been seeing a lot of long points all day. And that point wasn't particularly long, but there are so many flips. All of Boza Bunch has a flip. Barcode's got a flip. Joker just got a flip. And there's one. We're going to be seeing a lot come out all of a sudden. And these points that go long are just opportunities to generate a ton of energy. And then it becomes so crucial when they're used. Now both barriers down, though, for Boza Bunch. Showtime is just keeping on the pressure the entire time, running away with it.
Gret sending it down into Dropletto, trying to find an opportunity, but Xianzhu finds a good bounce up to Joker, and Gret goes down. Xianzhu now with the dribbles, forward to Joker once again to Tofu Fortress to maybe cut off one scoring angle, but Xianzhu just sends it in with the secondary. Perfectly played team play by Showtime here, and they take a 3-0 first set. They get priority in the Awakenings, and there's some scary now Awakenings that could be on the board. Catalyst, a lot of energy buildup, but it isn't that monumentalist that could have been a game ender.
Yeah, and Showtime hoping for a Monu in the draft here is going to take a Catalyst. Hey, very similarly good Awakening. Stacks on stacks going to Joker. That's the other Awakening I was looking at in this draft. And just speed is so nice. Peak performance going to Dropletto, who did get KO'd a few times, opting for the more reliable speed. But stacks on stacks X is scary. If that guy's able to stay alive, keep his stacks, then you just have this character whose only distinct weakness is that he's pretty slow, just not having that anymore. You know, big slow tanky X just becomes a fast evil demon king, and you just have to deal with that. Being said, you can KO him, so you know, Boza Bunch might have to lock onto a new win condition here. In the meantime, Xianzhu with the great flip, defended by Obscure Breads and Gret there. And hey, Boza Bunch is looking really nice at this point. I think they've taken a moment to get their bearings and are playing really well.
Yeah, they somehow hold that barrier. It's still standing, and importantly, Dropletto picked up that peak performance, right, along with the bulk up. A lot of stagger, a lot of speed on Dropletto now. And Obscure Bread still maintaining that barrier. A lot of meter built up for Joker as Dropletto sets up, but Barcode plays it patiently and builds up a flip to use on the defense here as Obscure Bread dribbles forward. A stun on Joker, looking for this flip, but cannot convert. Well played by Gret, looking to get the barrier, and will finally get it off of a bounce on the center. Elusiving forward, still staying alive somehow. Almost dead, but still surviving as Joker converts onto the other barrier. Shianzu sends it through, and the Bozo Bunch cannot get there fast enough. A perfect shot by Shianzu. Showtime still looking like they're in full control.
Yeah, great redirect by Shianzu to keep all that core speed that it was coming in with, and despite Bozo Bunch having a lot of really strong defensive plays, that whole point, Showtime was still able to get it. Joker going for the double barrier once again. Sees the opportunity, but Bread's able to cover it. A nice adaptation, able to get there in time, and in spite of all that, both barriers are down, and it seems like it is Showtime's game once again.
Yeah, Dropletto though looking for a dribbling play, looking to have some of that magic like they did in the previous series, like in the first game of this one. But Shianzu might just be a little different here. Looking for the dribbles, looking to send it past the Tofu Fortress that Obscure Bread's throwing out. Shianzu to the top side, an amazing primary by Shianzu at the perfect moment, covers the option. No flip from the Bozo Bunch, and Showtime 5 straight points in this game.
Yeah, I not something super common, but a lot of people, not a lot of people, I just said it wasn't very common, have been calling Shianzu the robot because he just always has these like frame perfect plays, and that was just one of them where he just had the primary, timed it perfectly, sent it at the perfect angle. Everything is just like pre-programmed primary to just send it in, and it was beautiful. And hey, Bozo Bunch putting on some beautiful plays of their own, coming back here, not looking to take this lying down.
Yeah, and that was basically their last opportunity in that point. Showtime was gearing up for a push of their own. They had the resources, they had everything, but that's a KO found. But Dropletto will 1v2 for a moment, looking to defeat the robot here as Shianzu flips it up to the top side. A flip by Obscure Breads to send it away, and Barcode clearing away casually. Obscure Breads, what a defensive play to get past Joker as Dropletto patrols the midfield. Asher looking very, very solid in the midfield here, but it's passed up to Joker, and on the rebound, Joker will convert onto the barrier. The Bozo Bunch, if they want to stay alive, they need to get this point. Dropletto stuns Joker at the last possible moment to make the save, and the Bozo Bunch keep it going, but Barco's not going to let this barrier fall too easily, but that's a flip burned. That's an important resource down, but Joker off the middle once again. That's the second bounce shot. That's been perfect off the corner.
Yeah, beautiful angle. It's just going to pop that right there, and that's another set for Showtime. It just, again, running away with it. Shianzu taking MVP in the draft once again. Not a whole lot that screams now. Abyss might be taking up the Chrono Boost, but just takes Unstoppable, not letting Bozo Bunch have it, and taking a nice defensive option. Might have Colossus denied, or just picked up by Gret here. Gonna be going for a little bit of size on Amy, not letting Mako or X take it. And again, size just being denied from the X. Rampage going to Breads, and now Joker picking up Prize Fighter. It's still rough for Bozo Bunch because two of their picks were devoted to denying the X, and then he just gets 23 power anyway, and is now showing that 188 power, and there's no other way to put it than just that feels bad. That feels awful. The X pick is just, he just does this, and it's looking really good. The damage is coming out, and Showtime is just blitzing these barriers.
Yeah, it's looking like a complete opposite of that first game, right? The first game where Dropletto and Gret were the ones who were looking absolutely dominant, winning the forward war, while Barcode was the one forced to be on the defense. Now it's the opposite. Joker and Shianzu are the ones who are activated But right here, things may be different if Dropletto can convert. Gret keeping the corner locked down, but Dropletto's being taken so low. Despite the passing plays, taken out by the flip of Joker to the top side. It goes now, the 1-2 punch, the core speed, it feels like. As Gret has the dribbling play, but there's the cage and not enough hits to get past it in the moment. Obscure Bread's forced to make the saves yet again. Sending it to the bottom side, buying a lot of time, but it's into the hands of Xianzu, who you know can line up a shot. Gret as well being taken out by Joker. And now Xianzu not even necessary. Joker just hitting a shot to the bottom corner. And that's Showtime. 2 goals away from moving on.
Yeah, 3 prize fighter stacks racked up by Joker. All lights on this guy. 234 power X. Almost fully stacked up on the stacks. 1 KO onto Joker would be devastating. A box office buster, but unless they can get it done, it looks like Showtime's just gonna run away with this game. This X just has all the stats in the world, and not a lot is gonna stop him.
Yeah, looking to try and find this barrier is Gret. Uses the flip, does get it actually, but Joker has the flip now, looking for a shot to the top side. Dropletto reacts in time, gets it past with the barrier beam, but look at that, Gret not long for this world, almost taken out, blinks forward, survives, and now Dropletto trying to get it past. A clear up to the top side. Gret dodging away, Xianzu pushing forward, Joker looking to win the strike war, stunned away by Breads, and a perfect stun by Xianzu. Breads was about to flip, waited a little too long, tried to patiently wait for Joker's ability, but it was Xianzu who got the stun in before Breads could push the flip button. And now Showtime, just 1 goal away from closing out this series, from advancing to top 3.
Yeah, again, just like a frame-perfect play from Xianzu. Incredibly well done. Got the stun on Breads, but Boza Bunch once again back against the wall, clapping back, getting both barriers, and Breads with this flip. They're sitting pretty right now. Sorry.
Yeah,
I take it back.
That flip's gone, but the Boza Bunch chances are not just yet. Gret pushing forward with the firewall sentry, forcing it right through, and Dropletto, perfect barrier beam. The Bozo Bunch not out of it just yet. They get a point, and if they can convert like that, if they can have offensive opportunities like that 1v1 Gret versus Barcode, this is how they could still win this game, but it's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy at all. It's been very difficult for Boza Bunch to get anything done, get their game plans off. But now, getting that 1 point, a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence restored in their game plan and their gameplay, able to get this 1 barrier. Dropletto going real fast here. That peak performance, bulk up, just kind of gliding in the enemy goal box. And a KO is found on Xianzu. That's huge. Power play here. Boza Bunch's opportunity to get through. Dropletto in the cage, but doesn't matter because in the 1v1, Gret is able to get it, and then Dropletto winning the interaction, putting it in the net, and Boza Bunch is not done yet.
1 more goal is all it takes here to try and mount a Boza Bunch comeback. Dropletto forces it directly through the ensnared drums. The core bounces to the top side. That's a barrier. Take Obscure Breads prevents the barriers from going down on the other side, but Joker has some good clears. Obscure Breads, though, somehow manages to keep the barrier alive. What a log. Xianzu converts afterwards, and Joker finds the flip. This is turning downhill for the Bozo Bunch. Showtime looking to advance here as Breads and Dropletto mount a desperate defense, and the roll will not be enough. It will be Showtime. The victors, they will be the ones in top 3.
Yeah, well executed by Showtime. Just, hey, they make it look easy on the stage. Back-to-back 3-0s. Boza Bunch almost coming back that game in that last set, but unfortunately just unable to surmount all of the pressure, the 200 redirect now, and the 8 million power, 500 million speed X. And that's going to be Showtime going straight to top 3. Gonna be moving on to day 2, and Boza Bunch unfortunately clocking in at 4th place. Which, hey, is exactly what you predicted.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of sad for the Bozo Bunch, but Yo, random prediction. Correct. Oh, that doesn't matter at this point.
Yes!
Congratulations to Showtime. They looked lost in the first game. Like, I'm not going to lie. Bozo Bunch
absolutely.
swept that first game, but Showtime, they had the resilience. They adapted. They figured it out, and they dominated afterwards. Just well played, and yeah, just a really, really good series from Showtime. They advance. They'll face the loser of Sad Boys and Demons Raw next week and try to go even further.
Yeah, definitely. Guaranteed a top 3 spot, but by no means does that mean that they're third. It has to contend with Demons Raw and Sad Boys, but hey, anything's possible. There's always first seed lore, and there's always... I don't have any other jokes. There's plenty of things that could happen. And so Showtime's run is not done yet, and that's all going to take place next week. So in the meantime, I think we're done here.
Yeah. Anything you want to say as the first day of playoffs comes to a close?
Everyone, you should all go to the Best in Slot Twitter right now and like and retweet that cool video that's right there. I think it would be pretty cool for everyone if you did that. No particular reason, but I would be a big fan if you did all that. That's it.
All right. Well, we're heading to a short break. Don't go anywhere because there's a stacked post show up next featuring the Sad Boys, the Demons, and Showtime, hosted by your favorite Borg. So, yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the post show. It's the end of the day, and I have three very handsome gentlemen over here to my left. Bells, Gumi, the Joker, aka Sad Boys, Demons, Raw, Showtime. Your top three of your playoffs day one here, and wow, going into day two. I guess I'll just go down the list here. How are you guys feeling? General feelings just about today. How you guys think you played? We'll start with you, Bells. How you feeling today?
Well, as always, Sad Boys. I mean, maybe this season we didn't look as washed in the regular season, but Sad Boys is always playing really well in playoffs. So I think we all played really, really well today. We brought out the Atlas, so I'm pretty sure Demons Raw is going to start copying that really soon. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of our performance today.
And speaking of Demons Raw, Gumi looking stylish as ever. Let me know how you're feeling today. How do you think your performance was versus Bang Bang?
Feeling pretty good. I wasn't sure what to really expect from Bang Bang going into it, but I'll be honest, it was even less than what I expected. But hey, it's okay. We got to save some of our hidden picks for next week. Sad Boys, hey, come and get it, bro.
Yeah, bro, you're going to pick Atlas. Nice.
So, you think
Atlas
so?
midfield.
Hey,
Go
I
on,
might
bro.
have to play Kazan on you, bro. I might have to play Kazan.
Please.
Hey, and while these two are distracted by each other, we have the I was gonna say dark horse, but honestly, I kind of expected you to get this far. As I knew it all along, I put you at first. The Joker from Showtime. Congratulations, first of all. Had actually a pretty long road ahead of you today, relative to I guess the other two here, and you performed. So, how you feeling today, and how are you feeling about your chances tomorrow?
I mean, today felt really good. I was really proud of my team, and we put on a show out there, as our team name implies. And we knew we can make it. We practiced like really hard, and I'm just glad that it like paid off and it shows now that we're here in top three. And next week we still got work to do. We know these two teams are really good friends of mine, you know. But yeah, we're in it to win it, the whole thing. So we're planning on beating them, of course.
Gotcha. All right. Well, a couple questions won't be too long here for the audience as well at home. You know, obviously all of you are going to go to bed at a reasonable time tonight on a Saturday. You're all gamers, right? So we'll get you out of here soon. But a couple questions for these guys. We'll talk about some of the games today. Well, I guess we'll start from the top. We'll talk about a couple of the key series here. Talk about some of the winner side. Gumi and then Joker. I'll have you both talk about. Actually, you know what? Here's what we'll do. Bells, I'll have you talk about your game today. How you think that you guys specifically played in the game, and then obviously some key things that maybe we don't know about that you want to share. And then we'll get the thoughts of the other two about how things went as well.
Okay, well, honestly, ever since last season, we had really high hopes for Bun Bun, and the first two sets of our Taiko game, they were pretty close. It could have been either or, but then once we kind of got rolling, it became a lot easier for us, and we just kind of steamrolled after that. I mean, I'm pretty sure we ended like 5 levels up on everyone in the Demon Deus game, so it kind of goes to show that we were kind of on like our USA Olympics type stuff, where we had a kind of slow start, but then we got it done.
All right, got it done. You did with actually, I believe the only 9-0 today. So congrats on that, by the way. Gumi, I'll go to you next. How do you think this series went? Any surprises for you? Or I guess you've been scrimming Sad Boys all season, so probably not too many surprises for you here.
Are you talking about for our next game versus Sad Boys?
No, I'm just saying, just your thoughts on the Sad Boys versus Bun Bun game if you watched it.
Oh yeah. So I watched it, and honestly, I thought Liari played like a bit of a freak of nature game one on Taiko. Like it was me, Gravity, and Kindy watching it in call. And Gravity specifically was really talking about how well Liari was playing, and we were like, "Wow, I've never seen Liari play this good." It felt like she was outperforming Vaughn. And honestly, like I think if Liari was playing Zubu that game, Sad Boys probably loses. Like they were going crazy.
Liari? You mean Lilybun?
You mean Lily?
Lily
Yeah.
Bun, sorry, yeah. If
Okay,
Lily
yeah,
Bun was playing Zubu on that Taiko game, I think Sad Boys loses. Liari was going insane. And game 2 was just a little bit unfortunate. The track level 3 end of game could be better, but Sad Boys did show their dominance, and they brought it right back game 2.
And then lastly, Huss, anything to add on this series? I'm not sure if you even watched it or
I
obviously
did.
some of these you might. All right, what are your thoughts on this series?
We've been scrimming boys a lot leading up to day one, and these guys are like we know they're the real deal. So I wasn't like really surprised seeing them play really well. I was honestly like really happy to see that Vaughn pulled up the Atlas on the Demon Days. That was really entertaining to watch. So yeah, I was entertained, and uh like if Bun had won a game or even won the series, like we wouldn't have been surprised. But like I kind of just knew boys was gonna win.
Gotcha. All right. Well, pretty decisive series. You know, obviously, shout out to Bun Bun playing your hearts out and everything. Hopefully, we'll see them all next season, or at least in some form. Hopefully, on the same team. But congrats again to you, Bells. That was your only game today, so making an easy little run into day two, and another quick little easy run into day two. If I'm being honest, Gumi, you talk about your match versus Bang Bang. You kind of like said a couple words here, but if you want to go a little more in depth, any of your thoughts on? You said you have some secret picks, any leaks, any things you want to say about maybe tomorrow or the game today that maybe you didn't pull out or you almost did.
Well, game one we had a hidden pick for the ad rush start, but we didn't want to show it yet, and also kind of didn't let Snake pick it. But hey, it's okay. We'll work on him before Saturday. Game one, honestly, like I had the S tier nerves game one. I was like feeling it. Like obviously I wasn't playing nervous, but I could. There was a world I thought we could lose, but after game one it just kind of all went away. So we were just playing for fun game two because we knew I could sit on the bottom of the map for the first 15 seconds of the point. We would probably still stomp.
Hey, well, we'll get some reactions from your co-host here. Obviously, like I said, quick series, so it's not a lot to share. I know that too, trust me. But whatever you guys think, we'll start with actually you, Huss. We'll start with you. Any reactions? I know you were warming up during that game, but I'm not sure if you caught any of it.
No, I have a second monitor, bro. Don't worry. I was surprised to see that. Well, actually, I wasn't surprised because Gumi talks about it a lot. How like, oh, I wish the enemy team picks Finny and stuff. So when Budgie picked it, I was like, oh, okay. So they're gonna play into the Finny here. Let's see how it goes. And then like obviously Demons just look dominant as always, and I didn't expect it to be that much of a wash, honestly. But looking back at it now, like in hindsight, like yeah, this is what Demons does. They're just dominant and they crush their opponents. So yeah, it's classic Demons draw.
Anything to add, Bells?
Honestly, I also had higher hopes for Bang Bang, but it seemed like they had a lot of nerves going into it, which is kind of understandable. But another thing which was cool is that I saw a lot of people start saying like start complimenting Gumi in the chat because I think everyone got so used to Gumi playing absolutely terrible and just like being disappointed in him that like we didn't see that for a while. So it's good to see you playing all right again, Gumi.
Yeah, I agree. Good job.
You think so?
I guess we'll have to see about that tomorrow too. I'm excited for that game for sure.
Hey, it's not my fault. I have a ball hog on my team, bro. I got Kobe in the midfield.
That might be true. That might be true, but he gets it done. That's for sure. All right. Lastly, we'll go through the loser side a little bit, but I'll do this just because he kind of had to go through it. Huss, if you want to briefly go through both of your games, and then maybe if we might touch up on the Bozo Bang Bang game. I don't know. We probably don't really need to, but Joker, if you want to go through your two games, tell me kind of your thoughts on them, how things went, any insights that you might have had, and then we'll get the reactions of them as well.
Yeah, honestly, so game one of the Bun Bun game, we were going into it like really confident. We got a really good warm up, and we were just feeling really good. So yeah, we ended up beating them game one off of the back of Shionzu just scoring every goal and me just going and brawling it up. And that game went really well. Barcode obviously holding it down. And game two, I won't lie, I'm gonna glaze myself a bit here. I think that might have been the craziest game I've ever played, honestly. Like everything just felt like really good. Like everything was working for me. Everything I tried worked. Like, yeah, they might have picked Luna Brawler forward, and like I'm not too sure how good of a pick that is. But
with Big Fish, by the way, just wanted to point
with
that
Big
out
Fish.
instead of extra special.
So yeah, we had to go out there and just take the win on that because like we can't be losing to that out here. So that's the Bun Bun series, and GG's to them. And then the next one, obviously, we lost game one against Bozo, and what they had done is like, or no, it was us. Like I was kind of like, okay, like we're on blue side here. I can just first pick the X and we can ban Finny, so that way we don't have to deal with Breads on Finny and we don't have to deal with Drop Leto on X. But they went in and they locked in melee goalie plus now, and I just got perma hit stunned. We couldn't get the ball out of our half really. I couldn't get involved. Like it just felt really bad. So we're like, okay, we'll take that loss. We know how we had to come back. And the next 2 games we just thrilled both, right? So yeah, I'm really happy with how we had like all of our mentals like were really good too. Like even after that loss, it was a 3-0 loss, and we were all still feeling really good. So yeah, just bouncing back and winning two 3-0s in a row like that. Proud of my team for that. And yeah, that's all I really have to say. I'm kind of yapping too much. Like
No, you're good.
we played a lot today, so
A lot of games, a lot of game time. You actually given us the most game time today. Unlike these other two gentlemen to your left here, not giving us any game time. Thanks, guys.
Wonderful.
Appreciate that. Gumi, I guess, real quick, or Bill. I mean, we'll go one by one here. Gumi, any thoughts on either of those matches? You want to shout out any teams? Anything you noticed about the Bozo Showtime or the Bun Bun Showtime game, or both?
Shout outs really quick. I forgot to shout them out last time. Shout out Bang Bang. They had a great first season. I hope they stick together. Obviously, they're a little nervous in playoffs, but hopefully by next season they get that sorted out. Shout out Bang Bang. Love you guys. On the side of losers, Dropletto had that crazy play versus Bang Bang. I want to shout that out. That clip
was crazy.
That clip was crazy. And also Bun Bun. Like they didn't have too good of a playoffs like they did last season. But hey, they're a team that has a super high potential. And next season, I believe they're going to go crazy. They're going to be grinding in the off season. We got a super long off season now for people to get their teams ready and get scrimmed up. So I'm super excited. Hey, Borg, looking for a team? Shout out Borg. Pick him up.
shout out Borg.
Shout out Borg. Pick him up, guys.
He's back on brawler. Back on brawler.
He's a good brawler. Creator of the Blick.
Anything from you, Bells?
Um,
About the loser side?
Specifically about the last match, or well, the Clarion match. Shionzu played so well. Like it was. I'm happy to see, like, another midfielder kind of approaching the Von Kainub level. I don't know if he's. We'll see if he's kind of in that realm next week, but I think he's definitely up there. Like we haven't seen a midfielder this good in a while, I'd say. So
yeah. Also want to shout out Rasmus Goalie. Really good pick. I'm glad it won another game.
All right, well, actually it really wasn't a long day today. It was pretty chill today. I'm gonna be honest. Pretty quick day today. So I guess one other question we'll kind of go through here because this might be one we kind of like briefly touched on some stuff, but any, I guess, big surprises, any teams that you thought were going to qualify with you? I guess this more towards Sad Boys Demons, or really salty. Like, which teams did you think should have qualified, or maybe thought would have qualified but didn't? I don't know. Any thoughts on that, or is this playoff bracket what you expected? I'll start with you, Bells.
You mean like overall, or like
overall?
The
It's
results
like the
from
whole
today?
playoffs, like the results today, not the season. So
well, obviously
today.
There's EKC, considering they were second.
Well, they're not here today.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I missed. Okay, let me redo. So today.
Okay.
Overall in playoffs today, all
Um,
the winners, losers. Who do you think is a little bit of like a surprise about their play? Surprised that they didn't play well. Surprised they played super well. Whatever that is, you know.
I was very surprised with Bozo Bunch. Like they got it done. I thought the Bang Bang Bozo Bunch games would definitely be close, but I mean, they really played well. And even against Showtime, like there was a moment I was kind of worried for my boy Huss over here. Like, but yeah, pretty much just them. Other than that, results are expected. Sad Boys winning, Demons winning. Yeah.
Pretty similar thoughts for you as well, Gumi, or anything to add there? I know you shouted out all the teams already, but
yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we sort of thought would happen. I mean, everybody wanted to see Showtime. Like, it's so cool, Barcode coming back after not playing for like a full year or something, and just showing everyone how it's done. Like, still locking up all the new brawlers after after not playing for a long time. So and popularizing Atlas that not many people were playing before he came back and showed everyone the pick is brain dead broken. So yeah, also shout out Muncher. He played like a bit of a freak today.
I agree.
I thought on the Amy he was going crazy. Like a character that shouldn't be that good at core controlling, like in exchange for like damage and other things. He was like gapping Kai midfields on Amy. So I thought that was really impressive.
Got me at the drinking water point. Last but not least, Joker. Since you obviously played a bit more of them in that losers bracket. I guess my more specific question to you is obviously talk about, I guess, Bozo and Bun Bun, your games against them you already did, but that Bozo Bang Bang match, which team were you actually expecting to play, and were you surprised about the result?
There was no surprise, honestly, because I remember when we were watching the game, like me and my team were watching the game, Shionzu reminded me, is like, yo, I won't, like, let's not count Bozo out, even though, like, Bang's, like, second seed, like, all of them are demons of players, because if you remember the regular season game, it was really close between those two. So we were just prepped for, like, either team we had to face there, and it was, like, really entertaining to watch as well. And, like, obviously, like, Gumi mentioned earlier, that drop Leto play was, like, really crazy on the Demon Days game. And I was like, damn, okay. But when he did that play, I was like, Bozo's got this in the bag. Let's get ready to play these guys.
Well, that was the point where they won the game.
Yeah, no, I know, but like, after, like just the way like Bang kind of like collapsed at that point, I was like, okay, yeah, it's just done. Yeah.
All right, and then last but not least, tomorrow, day 2. Get hype, get your sleep.
Wait, tomorrow?
Obviously,
Tomorrow?
Isn't it next week?
In your brain,
next
bro?
week. Sorry. That'd be funny if I
Silly
let
Billy.
people know and we all said tomorrow. Everyone showed up tomorrow and no one's there. Next week, we got. No, I was not unaware. I'm reading chat right now. Next week we got obviously. I just said that's because I said day 2, so week 2 rather. So we got winners final, Sadboy versus Demons Raw, and then we have losers with Showtime facing the loser of that series, and then obviously grand finals. So last, I guess, kind of question, and we can yap a little bit here. Sad Boys versus Demons. You two obviously been yapping a little bit already. I guess I'll open up the yapping after I ask this question, Joker, because you were asked this before. Which team do you expect to face in losers, and which team would you? I guess like a co-question. Which team would you rather face first? If you don't have an answer, which team do you expect to face first? Let's create some drama.
Get a real answer this time,
okay, honestly,
let's get a real answer.
I gave them the most perfect PR trained answer earlier when they asked me. I'm just gonna say I want to face Demons Raw, bro. Screw it. Like, I'll say it, bro. I'll straight up say it. Every S tier I play against them, like I kind of just lose to them. I at least have a win here and there against Sad Boys, but Demons Raw, they always beat me. So I wanna get them first.
Get the big dogs. Well, I guess relatively they're both big dogs, but get one of the big dogs out of the way into the other one. Bells and Gumi.
Hey,
how is it gonna go next week? How's it going?
Hey,
I'm not even gonna call on one of them. Either of you can talk.
All I'm saying is, luckily for us, you saying you wanna go for Demons Raw first. You will most definitely be seeing them first, and then we're gonna have a nice grand finals against each other, just like the old days. Okay,
yeah. before the Gumi and Kainu came in when Central was created, our old battles of NASL season 1.
Yeah, I mean, also I like the Sad Boys Demons games are always so fun, but this last week or the last series we had was a bit like, sure, we were both at an internet cafe, Gumi, but I think we can both agree that those games were not as fun as usual. So
if we want to talk about regular season games we played against each other, what happened last season when I played midfield for fun and took a dump on your guys' mouths, bro?
What happened? Wait. What happened in playoffs though?
Yeah, and who's first seed this time, little man?
Yeah, we are. Wait, what?
Exactly, we were first seed that time.
Yeah, but
so you're saying we
didn't lose to Bun Bun.
The curse of first seed. Oh, you didn't lose to Bun Bun.
That's true.
He got your ass there. I can't lie.
Rebuttal. You got nothing there. All right. Well,
we're the underbuns now. We're the underbuns.
Demons claiming the underbun title. Hey, I'm down for that. Someone's got to carry it on, but I think Showtime has already been carrying it on with that losers run. Popping off in that losers run. I'm going to show bias. I want Showtime to win for personal gratification of saying that I called it. That's why. And because I think Huss deserves to win something or win an NASL, not something. Obviously, you won things. An NASL final.
Damn.
You got my vote.
I appreciate it, man.
Mark's projecting, bro.
Yeah, I'm projecting. I'm upset. You joking? Would you not? All right, well, we'll call it there, everybody. Thank you to all you guys for tuning in here, and thank you to you guys here on the panel. Any last words from any of you? Any shout-outs? I'm not going to call on any of you. You can just shout out.
I can go first. Oh, wait, Ali, you can go.
I love this.
Shout out Gumi for playing midfield next week so he can show us how much better he is than us. shout out my team for being metamorphosized together, and shout out Huss for becoming a brawler again. So my enjoyment of this game increased like
Real.
tenfold.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's nice, man. Thank you.
Yeah, it's nice to always see you, Huss. You always manage to make it to the end. I don't know how you do it. It doesn't matter who you're playing with. You always make it, bro. So it's good to see you.
Yeah, I gotta show up, man. You could go next, Goomy, if you want.
Yeah, it's like we kind of had to throw to you guys. It's not a playoffs without Huss. Just don't forget that we had the chance. We had the butcher's knife to your throat. Just know that, Huss. I'm the reason you're in playoffs right now.
I was gonna say my shout out because I mean obviously we were talking about the games today. Gumi said like how he really liked how he saw Barcode coming back and just gapping all the brawlers, and Ali obviously talked about Shionzu playing insane in the midfield, and I agree with them. Both those guys are beasts, and I love them. But I mean, shout out to Megaverse for helping us even get to playoffs, giving us that huge win against Demons because that series that guy played so crazy. So shout out to Mega as well, and obviously our other subs too that are always showing us support and love. And yeah, like Zay subbed to us as well. Shout out to Zay. And yeah, love y'all. And shout out to you two as well. I'm excited to watch another El Clasico.
Hey, any other shout outs, Gumi, since you like half kind of.
I mean, shout out my teammates. It's super fun to play with those guys. Shout out John Odyssey for just giving us this wonderful video game that we can all enjoy together. It's bringing us closer. Like just the other week, Ali came or Bells came and stayed at my house, and we couldn't have done it without you, John Odyssey. Shout out.
Ooh. Hey, shout out to John Odyssey, and shout out to Bestie and Slot for hosting.
That's facts.
Everything so far,
Yeah,
commentator
shout out to
staff,
Bestie and Slot.
and you, the viewers. Thank you all for being here and listening. But it's not over yet. All right, not over yet. We still got next week. We got week 2. I'm just gonna call it day 2 because I've been calling it day 2 of playoffs. We got winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals. Be there next Saturday, same time as obviously this week it was. So do not miss it because I think this will probably be the most hype end of playoffs there probably really ever has. So yeah, take that as you will. But thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for watching. And that's about it. See you later, everybody.
Adios. Adios.
Bye.